Football is round, but you can't score like that. Football needs heroes, but you can't always be one. Football requires accumulation over time, but your progress is just too fast. This is the story of a rookie bravely entering the football world. Chapter 1. The Century Handshake, signing with Manchester United. July 26, 2009. Hangzhou, China, Huanglong Sports Center. The match between English Premier League giant Manchester United and Hangzhou Greentown has concluded. The score of 8-2 allowed Chinese fans to witness just how great the gap is between a strong team in the Chinese Super League and a Premier League powerhouse. However, the fans are not disheartened by the score or the gap. Instead, they took the opportunity to crazily chase after their favorite stars. Although Cristiano Ronaldo had transferred from Manchester United to Real Madrid, there were still many big-name stars in this Manchester United team. Wayne Rooney, Rio Ferdinand, Ryan Giggs, Paul Scholes, Edwin van der Sar, and the recently joined former speedster Michael Owen, wearing the number 7 jersey. Su Yin was also one of the many star-chasing fans. But unlike other fans chasing Manchester United stars, he was chasing the team's head coach, Sir Alex Ferguson. To this end, he made ample preparations. Sir Ferguson, hello, my name is Su Yin, and I want to play for you. Finally, after overcoming countless difficulties, when he had the chance to shake hands with Ferguson on the way to the post-match press conference, Su Yin said the words he had, simulated in his mind countless times, fluent English, clear pronunciation, with a very authentic British flavor. Chapter 2. So bad it's hard to watch. A week ago, during the summer vacation, feeling bored, Su Yin went to the county town to play a game of football with his friends. Little did he know that after this match, he would be bound to some football god system. After being bound, there was a large gift package. Upon opening it, he unexpectedly received the hidden attribute reward of full value for luck. Luck. In formal matches, it determines whether your luck is good or bad. The higher the value, the better the luck, because of the prerequisite of informal matches. Su Yin had not yet had the opportunity to experience the full value of luck, even though he had obtained it. However, because he received the full value hidden attribute luck, the system's hidden reward mechanism exploded, granting him 3 chances to draw lots. Su Yin remembers it clearly. It was a completely opaque lottery wheel with no visible rewards. He naively used all 3 chances that as a result. He drew 2 football god cards and 1 football god skill. Selectable multilingual proficiency card allows the selection of 5 foreign languages, which will immediately be upgraded to proficiency level. Coach's affection card. When making physical contact with any football head coach, this card can be bound, and he will receive 100 affection from the bound coach, limited to 1 person. Chapter 3. Harsh reality. Strength is supreme. The big lottery wheel, shrouded in mist, completely unaware of what it would land on. Each spin costs 50 football god coins. Very expensive. Very expensive. But thinking about the selectable multilingual proficiency card, coach's affection card, and the football god skill penalty area ghost, it felt exceptionally enticing. What if he wanted to spin again? Simple. Spend football god coins. Also, upgrading football god skills requires football god coins. So his demand for football god coins is definitely very high. However, in formal matches, scoring or assisting is not that easy, especially with his current attribute values being this low. So, Su Yin could only hope that his full value luck would bring miraculous results. As long as he could score, earn football god coins, and use them to improve himself, he would slowly enter a virtuous cycle. So the start is really, really important. But with his current strength, even with Ferguson's 100 affection, it would be impossible to get any playing opportunities in a short time. So thinking about scoring or assisting in formal matches to earn football god coins to improve himself. For now, he should not think about it. Chapter 4. The hairdryer starts. Terrifying Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein had strong opinions about Ferguson's push to sign Su Yin, because they really couldn't see how much talent Su Yin had. However, after being unable to stop Ferguson from signing Su Yin and receiving the task to create a detailed training plan for him, the two were quite dedicated. After obtaining all of Su Yun's testing data, they formulated a detailed training plan for him. This training plan was very extensive, divided into several parts, and categorized into different difficulties, allowing for adjustments based on Su Yun's adaptability and progress. Su Yin trained very seriously. Take juggling, a drill to train ball control, the moment when the football was out of control. It was very frustrating, but Su Yin always seemed unaffected by the frustration, immediately starting the next round. For instance, during the dribbling around cones training, the ball often went out of control, yet he silently started over again. Even when faced with Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein's stern reprimands, he comforted himself that this was an opportunity that others would seek but not find. Isn't that right? This is Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein. Chapter 5 Community Shield Cup. The rookie is very nervous. Welbeck's angry doubts. It is irrational and unwise. He was sent to the reserve team, which is entirely self-inflicted. This is a consensus among all Manchester United players. However, at the same time, Welbeck's doubts ignited a fire in some people, stirring everyone's emotions. Because the fact is clear to everyone. Soo-Yun's ability is temporarily not enough to be on the main roster. Now he is forcibly shoved into the main roster. And many Manchester United players have a negative impression of Soo-Yun, especially for forwards like out.An and Makita. Originally, with Rooney and Berbatov occupying the two forward positions, and Owen as the first substitute, they could only compete for the second substitute opportunity. But now, the chance for the second substitute has suddenly been taken away by Soo-Yun in this manner. They must be unhappy about it. If it weren't for Ferguson being present, out.An and Makita might have dared to mock Soo-Yun coldly. So, originally, Soo-Yun had a very low presence, and his teammates were just unfamiliar and indifferent to him. But now, there is aversion and hostility. What else could it be but being roasted on fire? After the team disbanded, since they were heading to London in the afternoon, Soo-Yun continued his special training in the morning. Chapter 6 The last-minute goal. Luck strikes. Do you know why I let you on the field? When waiting for the substitution, Ferguson finally communicated with Soo-Yun. I don't know, Head. Soo-Yun was still a bit dazed, and, aside from being dazed, he felt both nervous and excited. Although he had adapted for such a long time and had already moved past the stage of trembling with nervousness, just thinking about stepping onto the field made him feel tense emotionally. I let you go up to experience the real game atmosphere, to feel what it's like to step onto the pitch, to let you participate in a real professional match. I've seen your progress, and it proves my judgment is not wrong. I also know how hard and diligently you've been working recently. But remember, everything you've improved must be reflected on the pitch, so you need to feel it. Go, kid. Don't have any psychological burden. There is not much time left. What do you have to worry about? Ferguson patted Soo-Yun's shoulder very hard, just like that. After giving a high five to the somewhat displeased Berbatov who was coming off, Soo-Yun quickly ran toward Manchester United's front line, mimicking how his teammates had come on as substitutes. Chapter 7 A loss to Grandma's house. Can't fly up. A total of 2 minutes on the field. Scored a last-minute goal. Even if there was an element of luck involved, Soo-Yun's impact and role in this match were irreplaceable. Therefore, being named the man of the match was not too surprising. Before the awards ceremony, Ferguson laughed heartily while hugging Soo-Yun and patting his shoulder. In a very good mood. No matter how that last-minute goal was scored, it was in. In competitive football, scoring goals and winning matches is everything. The method? Not important at all. He has started to show his potential. I think he should be given more opportunities. Ferguson also took the opportunity to give Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein a heads up, advising them not to be too conservative in using Soo-Yun. Looking at it now, even if Soo-Yun's ability is still lacking, his luck is certainly good enough. At critical moments, it can have miraculous effects. Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein wanted to say that this was really just a matter of luck due to various coincidences, which was not replicable luck. But thinking about Ferguson's fondness for Soo-Yun and how a last-minute goal directly brought a championship to the team, they temporarily buried some opposing opinions in their hearts. Chapter 8 Smash Potential. Isolated from the world. Supplementary note. The God Coin upgrade boosts potential. The larger the gap between real ability and potential value, the faster the progress. Moreover, as long as the host is diligent and demanding, potential can be perfectly realized. Soo-Yun stared at this supplementary note from the system and thoroughly understood it. He suddenly felt a bit tricked. They said the upgrade boosts potential, but now it says that what S enhanced is only potential. To realize that potential into his own strength, he still has to train hard. System Dad, we have to be honest, your ability in this area seems a bit weak. Unfortunately, the System Dad did not respond to Soo-Yun's complaints. Soo-Yun could only figure out where to use these 31 God coins. After this period of special training, he had made significant progress. Shooting 61-73, dribbling 59-72, passing 56-76, defense 46-70, speed 73-85, physical 78-86. Looking at the current stats, all 6 attributes have increased to varying degrees, especially the dribbling attribute, which has increased by a full 10 points. According to what the System Dad said, the greater the gap between potential and actual ability, the faster the progress. So which area should he invest points in? Chapter 9 coming on as a substitute, booing all around. Starting lineup. Soo-Yun didn't need to think. No matter how much Ferguson favored him, it was impossible for him to suddenly go crazy and arrange for Soo-Yun to be in the starting lineup. After all, Soo-Yun's performance in intra-team training matches was really quite awful. However, being selected for the main roster and entering the substitute lineup was not a problem. So, when Soo-Yun's name appeared on the substitute list, aside from out.An and Makita looking a bit gloomy, the other Manchester United players were no longer surprised. Ferguson's fondness for Soo-Yun was evident to all. Soo-Yun had also scored a last-minute goal in the previous match. Now, continuing to have Soo-Yun included in the match roster was something everyone could accept. Of course, Soo-Yun was still very excited. His position in the team was not stable. Even the substitute position was not secure. He was entirely relying on Ferguson's favor to squeeze into the match roster. The key point was that they were playing at home against Birmingham. Birmingham, with limited strength, had a noticeable gap compared to Manchester United. If Manchester United could take an early lead, he might get another chance to play. And as long as he stepped onto the official match stage, his full luck could be put to use. Chapter 10 scoring again, fans fall silent. Feeling the cheers of tens of thousands, the noise, and feeling the pointed criticism and boos from tens of thousands. These are completely different experiences. One could be described as being in heaven, the other in hell. However, this is not the reason why Soo-Yun is confused. In fact, the boos from the home fans have given Soo-Yun a strong sense of rebellion. Soo-Yun has always been seen as a good child, a well-behaved child in the eyes of his parents, teachers, and even friends. But in reality, Soo-Yun knows he is not well-behaved at all. He wants to go against his parents, teachers, and friends because many times their ideas are indeed very different from his own. But ultimately, Soo-Yun chooses to endure and remain silent, to comply. Why? It's simple. He has no capital to be willful. Coming from a rural background, with 4 children in the family, he is the eldest. If he wants to succeed and set a good example for his younger siblings, he must suppress his personality and bury himself in his studies. Because studying is the only opportunity for a rural child like him, who has no foundation or resources to change his fate. And he has indeed achieved that. In a province like Shandong, known for its college entrance examination, he got into Shandong University. Chapter 11. Collective Dreaming. Emergency command. Can home fans boo their own players at will? Others might tolerate fans' capriciousness, but Soo-Yun does not want to indulge them now. He just wants to vent his emotions fiercely. When the feelings are there, there's no need to hold back. Originally, the fans who cheered for the team when they scored now became furious upon seeing Soo-Yun's gesture for them to be quiet. This kid is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? He just got a lucky goal and feels so capable. Huh? He can't stop the ball, can't pass, and certainly can't compete. He's just trash. Trash. Get out of Manchester United. The referee is a bit confused. If a Birmingham player provoked Manchester United fans at Old Trafford like this, he would definitely go over to warn him. But now, a Manchester United player is provoking his own fans. Should he warn him? The referee thought for a second and decided to act as if he saw nothing. How dare he? Mike Phelan looked at Soo-Yun's gesture to silence the fans, helplessly holding his head in his hands. Ferguson, however, remained calm. They booed Soo first. Why can't Soo fight back? Renee Muhlenstein chuckled. Alex, are you really going to talk to the fans about this? Chapter 12. Confrontation, falling down, scoring with a mistake. Soo-Yun has made significant progress. For instance, his ball control has improved. Not only can he occasionally stop the ball within his control range, but even when he miscontrols it, it's no longer 4 or 5 meters away, but rather within 3 meters. This rate of progress is already quite remarkable considering the short amount of time. However, being in a top club like Manchester United, if he doesn't stand out, he will be labeled as mediocre, not to mention if he keeps making mistakes. Therefore, the Burnley fans understood why the Manchester United fans booed Soo-Yun. If such a player were on their team, they would probably also be unable to resist booing. No, even more fiercely, such incapable trash doesn't deserve to be on the pitch. Soo-Yun, on the other hand, maintained a very stable mindset. He even took responsibility for letting down his teammates by not receiving passes properly or being dispossessed, indicating that it was his fault. He even specifically asked Rooney, Nanny, and Fletcher not to pass the ball to him or let him handle it. He truly does not have the ability to coordinate with them right now. Let him find opportunities on his own. Rooney and the others might not be very pleased with Soo-Yun, but they completely complied with his request. Chapter 13, another last-minute goal. A brace. Rooney was not bothered by Soo-Yun calling him bro. He actually wanted to share in Soo-Yun's good luck. The closer he got to Soo-Yun, the easier it would be to share in that luck, right? Moreover, who could refuse someone calling them bro? He even felt a sense of responsibility to protect this little brother. Just like how the fans booing their little brother is something he finds very inappropriate. His little brother has scored in 3 consecutive games. If you boo such a forward, your expectations are a bit too high. Alex, I really suspect that Sue is the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck. Mike Phelan lamented. That last goal, in every sense, was purely a result of luck and coincidence. But still, Soo-Yun scored. Ha ha ha. I said it. Luck is also a part of strength. Ferguson smiled at fitness coach Paul Studwick. Paul, according to your assessment, how long can Sue last on the pitch? Ideally, within 30 minutes. Studwick replied. But Sue's willpower is very strong. If his movement can be a bit easier, playing a half would not be a problem. Chapter 14, consecutive goals. Top of the scoring chart, Lucky Sue, achieving a brace. Manchester United had a dismal game, but the substitute cavalry saved the day with 2 goals. From the Community Shield to 2 Premier League matches, for goals, Soo-Yun, the rising star from China. His ability may not match Manchester United, but he can score. What magic does Sue possess? How long can Lucky Sue keep this up? After the match, major British media outlets reported on the game, with the focus all on Soo-Yun. Scoring in consecutive games for Manchester United makes it hard not to attract attention. If it were a mid or lower tier team, it would definitely not have such an impact. This is the attention that comes with being a top club. Of course, related reports invariably leaned towards mockery. As for recognizing Soo-Yun's abilities, it was none at all. Luck, good fortune, and the like were the main themes. Luck is also a part of strength. I believe Sue will become a world-class superstar. He has the potential. He is the most talented player I have ever coached. I look forward to the day he truly grows up. Ferguson also accepted media interviews specifically discussing Soo-Yun. Chapter 15, improving defense. Arsenal attacks, shot 68-80, dribbling 65-72, passing 62-76, defense 55-70, speed 74-85, physical 78-86. Soo-Yun opened the system and looked at his 6 attributes. The progress is indeed rapid. Compared to when he first started, there has been a tremendous change. However, recently, the pace of improvement has slowed down. He really needs a large number of skill points to enhance his potential. So, he actually quite likes this devilish schedule at the beginning of the season. With more matches, he has the opportunity to score more goals and earn more God coins. Without matches, there is simply no way to acquire God coins. Right now, he only has 7 God coins. The potential upgrades for the 3 main attributes, shooting, speed, and physical, require 8 God coins each. He doesn't have enough God coins, so he can only choose one from dribbling, passing, and defending. After some consideration, Soo-Yun chooses to upgrade defending. As a forward, choosing to enhance defending seems a bit off, but this is a well-thought-out decision by Soo-Yun. Chapter 16, a delight to the eyes. Luck strikes again. Manchester United and Arsenal, old rivals. Ferguson and Wenger are also old adversaries. Every match between the 2 teams is like a collision of Mars and Earth. This match is no exception. Even at Old Trafford, Arsenal shows no signs of intimidation, playing aggressive attacking football. In fact, Wenger's Arsenal is the ultimate representation of attacking football. The key is that it's also aesthetically pleasing. Sitting on the bench, Soo-Yun observes more of Van Persie and Arshavin's movements and ball handling. But he can't help but admit that, in terms of visual appeal, Manchester United simply can't compare to Arsenal. The key point is that while being visually pleasing, Arsenal can also maintain stable results, which is quite rare. In the first half, Manchester United made no progress, while Arsenal scored a goal through Denilson assisting Arshavin. So during halftime, Ferguson's infamous hairdryer treatment was unleashed. But it must be acknowledged that after Ferguson's treatment, the changes in Manchester United were immediate. Just 10 minutes into the second half, Rooney equalized with a penalty. Once Manchester United equalized, they were relentless. Chapter 17, International Match Day. Steady improvement. Soo-Yun scored in the 86th minute of the second half. The match was not over yet. Even though they were trailing 1-3, Arsenal continued to attack. However, Soo-Yun felt something strange. It seemed like Arsenal wasn't putting in a desperate effort, yet every player appeared to be serious. Why did it give him such a feeling when they combined? Strange. Strange. Suyin didn't think much of it. How Arsenal performed had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to score another goal. Scoring means more God coins. And he was highly motivated. Moreover, the effect of being fully lucky seemed to work even better the closer the match got to the end. Many previous instances had already proven this point. Therefore, Suyin wanted to replicate his earlier success. Unfortunately, although Arsenal's attacking force gave Suyin a strange feeling, they were not to be underestimated. They pressed Manchester United, making it difficult for them to even reach the halfway line. Suyin could only return to the half to perform symbolic defense. In the end, Manchester United held off Arsenal's last counterattack, achieving their fourth consecutive league victory. Chapter 18. Close marking, Joel Luca, shooting 68-70, 80, dribbling 65-69, 73, passing 62-67, 76, defending 55-59, 71, speed 74-75, 85, physical 78-78, 86. Suyin looked at the changes in his stats. Finally, they didn't look as bad as before. Although his physical attribute hadn't increased at all in these past 10 days, his speed attribute had increased a little, which was commendable. In fact, Suyin was not anxious about Manchester United playing more matches. Instead, he was quite pleased. Because only with more matches could he potentially score more goals. Plus, sitting on the bench wasn't without its advantages. Firstly, he wouldn't tire himself out, and the team wouldn't rotate him in. Secondly, he could validate the tactical knowledge he learned from a live perspective, observe and analyze, and also see how both his team and the opposing forwards handled different situations. All of this was worth learning for Suyin. Of course, not everything should be learned. For example, some of Peter Crouch's playing styles at Tottenham were impossible for him to replicate. Without Crouch's height, try to learn his style would only lead to injury. Chapter 19. Long-distance charge, half-court shot in the final moments of the match, trailing in score, encountering a corner kick opportunity, it was normal to go all out. Because if you don't go all out, you lose anyway. If you do go all out, there is still a chance to equalize. One more needs to be said about the choice. Manchester United had everyone back on defense. Even Suyin returned to the edge of the penalty area, marking a Spurs player to prevent them from finding an opportunity for a long shot. Of course, his defense was entirely symbolic. With a defending ability of 59 to others, he was no different from a stationary wooden stake. Spurs finally took the corner kick. Suyin watched a group of muscular men vying for position in the small penalty area, feeling a bit envious. Yes, envious, not afraid. He wasn't afraid of the physical confrontation at all, because football is a sport that requires physical competition. It's just that compared to these muscular men, he felt too weak physically at the moment. He didn't even have the qualifications to compete with them. Just as Suyin was pondering, he suddenly noticed that the ball was coming directly towards him. He didn't even see who had headed the ball out. But who headed it out was not important at all. Chapter 20. Mendes visits core interest football, the world's #1 sport. And Chinese football, despite disappointing fans time and again, can easily ignite countless fans' passion with even the slightest glimmer of hope, making them dream and anticipate. So, Chinese fans are truly the most lovable people. They are passionate and loyal. How can they not be loyal, having been hurt by Chinese football repeatedly, yet still liking it? If that is not loyalty, then what is? This is the charm of football. The world's #1 sport is not just for show. And Chinese businesses have also seen the opportunity. It's clear that Suyin is very much favored and valued by Ferguson. Suyin has also been impressive. Although his personal strength seems not to match up with Manchester United, local fans of Manchester United, even now, are still challenging Suyin. But what can be done? The more they challenge, the hotter the topic becomes. The more he achieves such heights purely by luck, the more it generates discussion. Thus, many savvy Chinese businesses have already started contacting Manchester United to discuss various sponsorship deals. In short, it's about sending money to Manchester United. Chapter 21. Flying to Turkey. Champions League debut Suyin chatted with Mendes for over 2 hours. Then, Suyin tentatively agreed to hand over his agency business to Mendes. The next step is for Mendes to draft a contract, and once Suyin verifies it, he can sign it, and Mendes will officially become his agent. Mendes offered very sincere conditions and had respectful opinions on his career planning. Therefore, Suyin really had no reason to refuse. Or rather, under the circumstance of Mendes personally coming over and showing such sincerity, Refusing would be somewhat ungrateful. After sending Mendes off, Soo-Yun continued his interrupted special training. However, Ferguson came over unsteadily. Did he decide to sign under Jorge's name? Ferguson had just asked Mendes, but Mendes kept him guessing, making him anxious. So he could only come to ask Soo-Yun himself. It's not surprising for an old man to act this way. It's decided, Soo-Yun said. I've talked a lot with him. He is very sincere, and there's no need to say much about his ability. With him, I should be able to focus more on football. Chapter 22. Signing a new contract, weekly salary soars Manchester United scored. However, it had nothing to do with Soo-Yun. Nani broke through on the wing and made a back pass. Scholes, who came on as a substitute, used his signature long shot from outside the penalty area to break through Besiktas's goal. 1-0. Manchester United took the lead. At this moment, it was already the 77th minute of the match. Manchester United was very close to winning this match. Meanwhile, Soo-Yun was actively looking for opportunities. He was increasingly glad that he chose to bind the coach's affection card to Ferguson. If he were placed in a weak team, even with full luck, he probably wouldn't get many opportunities. Unlike at Manchester United, the attacking chances are abundant. He has more possibilities to capitalize on opportunities. The guaranteed average of 1 goal per game brought by his full-value luck is not just wishful thinking, because just 5 minutes later, he scored. Moreover, this goal was not significantly related to luck. With a pass from a small fat Lou, Soo-Yun calmly pushed the ball into the net from near the penalty spot. Soo-Yun was extremely excited, roaring wildly while also remembering to thank Lou. Chapter 23. Crazy Derby. Fighting Spirit. Manchester has two well-known football clubs. One is Manchester United, and the other is Manchester City. However, compared to Manchester United's grandeur, Manchester City is somewhat struggling. Their performance is unstable and not glorious, in short. Compared to their neighbor Manchester United, the gap is not small. But strangely, the number of fans supporting Manchester City in Manchester is actually more than those supporting Manchester United. Even though Manchester United was extremely glorious under Ferguson, it couldn't change the fact of the fan ratio in Manchester. Of course, if we expand to the whole of England, Europe, or even the world, the number of Manchester United fans is not something Manchester City can compare to. And the Derby is a very special form of competition. Often at this time, strength seems to become secondary. Fighting spirit, attention, and whether one is tough and fully invested are the most important factors for winning. In previous Derby matches against Manchester City, although Manchester United generally held the absolute upper hand, they have also been overturned by Manchester City at times. Just like in this match, Soo-Yun watched from the bench, feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 24. Aerial shot, hat-trick in the Derby. Some people, even if they work hard, may not gain anything. But some people, as a result of their efforts, reap immediate rewards. Soo-Yun belongs to the latter. Outside of official matches, Soo-Yun actually doesn't have such good luck. But in official matches, he is favored by the goddess of luck. During one Manchester United attack, first, Scholes' long shot was saved. Then Lou rushed in for follow-up shot, but was blocked by a Manchester City defender. Then Valencia seized the ball and executed an incredible bicycle kick. Unfortunately, it was still saved by the Manchester City goalkeeper. However, this time, the rebounded ball happened to hit Soo-Yun's stomach as he rushed to the front of the goal, and it directly went into the net through the crowd. Soo-Yun laughed heartily while patting his stomach and running to celebrate. One goal with his butt, one goal with his belly. Is there any striker whose arsenal is as rich as his? The key is that before this goal, both Lou and Valencia had follow-up shots. Soo-Yun scored on the third follow-up. From a normal perspective, this is a reward for Soo-Yun's hard work and persistence in seeking opportunities. Chapter 25. League Cup kicks off, battling Wolves. Although Soo-Yun did not equip himself with communication devices and did not go out of the Carrington training base, his environment was not completely closed off. Not to mention, there are many players of various ages in the base and various staff members. Even the television in the cafeteria and newspapers in the reading room are enough to let Soo-Yun understand the external public opinion environment. However, apart from passively receiving some information from TV programs while eating, Soo-Yun never actively browsed any newspapers. Because he is very clear that his emotions will fluctuate based on what others say, he still can't remain indifferent to all comments. So the best way to avoid being disturbed by the outside world is not to learn about it. Out of sight, out of mind. This is also one of the key reasons why he cooperates so well with Ferguson's protection of him. Of course, the main reason is still to quickly improve his strength. Relying solely on luck, although he has done well. But those goals, how should I put it, although they excited him, he still craved a proper goal. A goal that wasn't based on luck. The thrill of such a goal would definitely be stronger than what he felt now. Moreover, Manchester United's schedule was very tight. Chapter 26. Only one goal, parents' call and disappointment. He messed up. Suya messed up. Such a shot, without the Wolves defenders having a chance to interfere. Especially the previous control, turn, and shot. The movements were seamless and incredibly smooth. But in the end, he messed it up. Such a promising start, but a disappointing finish would embarrass anyone. His basic skills were still a bit too weak. Furthermore, he lacked experience in applying those basic skills in official matches, and he was a bit too anxious. However, messing up was still messing up. But who said that after messing up, you can't score? Earlier, Soo-Yun's control, turn, and shot were too fluid. The Wolves' goalkeeper had already made a judgment and lunged for the ball a moment too soon. Under normal circumstances, he would have had a high probability of saving that shot. But unfortunately, Soo-Yun messed it up. The result was that he fell to the ground while the ball went in another direction. Then, he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the goal. Soo-Yun blinked. Wait, is this really happening? Wolves' goalkeeper, you're too cooperative, right? What would he do? He could only accept such a great gift. Time to celebrate. Ferguson, seeing such a goal, shook his head helplessly. Chapter 27. Continue scoring. Mandatory break. September 26, 2009. Premier League, Round 7. Manchester United away against Stoke City. Soo-Yun was still a substitute. At 67 minutes into the match, Berbatov came on as a substitute. When the stylish guy left the field, he was still very unhappy. Soo-Yun heard that the stylish guy's agent had protested to Ferguson, complaining that the stylish guy had been substituted too many times. They demanded that he be given more playing time. Ferguson scolded the agent, who left in disgrace. Even Mendes wouldn't gain anything by interfering with Ferguson's decisions. Whether the stylish guy was behind this, Soo-Yun wasn't sure. But he had keenly noticed that Ferguson's attitude towards the stylish guy had become very cold. Although the stylish guy still started, and it seemed like nothing had changed. Given his current attitude towards being substituted, Soo-Yun guessed that Ferguson's infamous hairdryer treatment would soon be directed at the stylish guy. However, that had nothing to do with Soo-Yun. He was just a substitute now, with his playing time limited to 30 minutes per game. Chapter 28, adding more. Invitation from Lil Fatty. Since joining Manchester United, regardless of match days or non-match days, Soo-Yun would exhaust himself every day until he had no strength left to rest. So, he would fall asleep as soon as he hit the bed. But today, he wasn't tired to that extent, so he simply couldn't fall asleep. At this moment, Soo-Yun realized that his life was simply too monotonous. Therefore, after counting hundreds of sheep and still being unable to sleep, Soo-Yun simply got up and started watching highlights of forwards. This was specially compiled by Manchester United's data department. There were sections for forwards, midfielders, defenders, and goalkeepers, for players to study and learn. Among them, forwards are divided into many categories: wingers, center forwards, shadow strikers, and so on. Soo-Yun focused on shadow strikers, which fit his current positioning. He couldn't physically support being a center forward yet, even though he seemed to have grown a bit taller recently. Height wasn't an issue for playing as a center forward, but in other aspects, he was still too lacking to fulfill the role of a powerful striker who could both attack and support. In fact, there was currently only one true center forward in the Manchester United squad, Berbatov. Even Rooney wasn't a pure center forward. Chapter 29. Teammate gathering, first experience at a nightclub. Soo-Yun agreed to Little Fatty's invitation. He didn't really want to go out and party. Rather, he felt that Little Fatty's subsequent advice was right. He couldn't keep himself so tense all the time, and it was necessary to relax appropriately. Moreover, this was an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Little Fatty. He was doing this for team unity, and it had nothing to do with partying. So, after agreeing to Little Fatty, Soo-Yun followed Steve McLaren to get a massage and relax. The facilities at Carrington Training Base were very complete, truly having everything one could want. A mature training base should be like this. Unfortunately, such comprehensive facilities could only be afforded by big clubs. Smaller teams could only dream of it. After training in the afternoon, Little Fatty went straight to the rehabilitation center to call for Soo-Yun, who was soaking in the hot spring. I've already talked to the boss, and he agreed to let you go out. Really? Soo-Yun had actually agreed to Little Fatty earlier, thinking that Ferguson wouldn't allow him to go out. So he thought he could agree first. And if Little Fatty couldn't handle Ferguson, he wouldn't be blamed. Chapter 30. Spicy photos, good intentions. A strong biological clock woke Soo-Yun up. He shook his head and finally remembered where he had been yesterday. He had eaten, drank with teammates, and then soaked in a nightclub, surrounded by various women, including some with Eastern features. It seemed he'd been quite drunk. After that, he completely lost his memory. Soo-Yun was startled and quickly looked around. Thankfully, he was still in his dorm at Carrington Training Base. There were no unfamiliar women beside him, and he hadn't lost his precious first time in such a muddled way. Moreover, he didn't even feel hungover. This was actually quite normal. Young people tend to recover from drinking quickly. He took a shower, changed into his training gear, and immediately ran to the training ground to warm up. After a day off, today, he could finally start training again. However, when Mike Phelan appeared, Soo-Yun was surprised to find that Ferguson was also there. Moreover, Ferguson looked quite grim, like an angry bull, radiating an aura that said stay away. Soo-Yun immediately became cautious. What happened? Who angered Ferguson? He needs to be careful not to touch the bad luck and let Ferguson unleash his anger on him. Chapter 31. Owen's injury. Emergency call-up, are you okay? During the afternoon training, Liu Xiaoping expressed concern for Soo-Yun. I'm fine. Soo-Yun shook his head. Yesterday was really ridiculous. I can't do that again. Although that feeling was quite good and did help relax, he still didn't have the capital to enjoy it. It's better to wait until he has the capital before thinking about other things. Let's go next time. Liu Xiaoping winked at Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun quickly shook his head. Ferguson is already so angry this time. How can I dare to go again? I definitely can't. If I get suspended, that would be the end. Fortunately, when the squad list for the Champions League second round against Bundesliga team Wolfsburg was announced after the afternoon training, Soo-Yun was still included. This allowed his anxious heart to finally relax. In terms of improving himself and earning football god coins, everything else was secondary. So Liu Xiaoping, although you are still my big brother, don't think about leading me astray. I, Soo-Yun, am a righteous person. October 1st, 2009. A very special day for the Chinese people. National Day. Chapter 32. Scoring again. Berbatov's thoughts full value luck always brings Soo-Yun opportunities to score. And as long as he can score, it seems like he's a good striker. However, things can't be viewed so simply. First, luck is too elusive and intangible. You can't see it or touch it, and you can't control it all. Soo-Yun actually doesn't like this completely passive feeling. Second, without real strength, there is no confidence, and he prefers to be calm on the field rather than not being able to control what happens next. Therefore, the idea of needing to improve himself with full value luck only briefly appeared in his mind before being ruthlessly swept away by Soo-Yun. Haha, your good luck is here again. Rooney was still the first to catch up and celebrate with Soo-Yun. Big brother, I have to correct you. That goal just now, from stopping the ball to dribbling to scoring, was all a reflection of my personal ability and had nothing to do with luck. Soo-Yun laughed and corrected Liu Xiaoping's understanding. As a result, Liu Xiaoping gave his hair a rough ruffle, making it look like a bird's nest. The key was that other teammates followed suit, leaving Soo-Yun feeling a bit tearful. Chapter 33. Contrast between halves. Black Cat Sunderland 3-1. Thanks to Soo-Yun's brace and Rooney's goal, Manchester United defeated visiting Wolfsburg at home, achieving 2 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage. In both Champions League matches, Soo-Yun scored twice. He temporarily ranked first on the Champions League top scorer list with 4 goals. In the Premier League, after 7 rounds, Soo-Yun scored 10 goals. Also ranking first on the score list, Soo-Yun attracted more attention. In this attention, the attitudes were extremely polarized. One side insisted on the luck theory, saying that despite Soo-Yun scoring so many goals, they were all lucky goals, and such a path wouldn't last long. He would definitely be a fleeting shooting star, not a permanent star. The other side firmly believed that Soo-Yun had a long-term future, claiming that luck is also part strength. In comparing Soo-Yun's early performance with his current performance, they explained how much Soo-Yun had changed in such a short time. If players like him have no future, then what kind of player deserves to have a future? It can be said that neither side could convince the other. Due to the inability to interview Soo-Yun, media reporters simply began conducting widespread interviews. Chapter 34. Tactical kill. Call from the Football Association. Breaking through a dense defense is a worldwide challenge. Any team that encounters an extreme bus parking defense will find it very tricky. Manchester United fell into such a predicament, and it became even harder for Soo-Yun to perform in this defensive environment. There were people everywhere, offering no space at all. Although he was very active, he didn't even have a chance to trigger luck. In fact, because he was on the field, Berbatov was off, and Manchester United lost a pivot, performing worse than before Soo-Yun came on. The commentator from Sky Television immediately noticed this issue and made sharp comments, even bluntly stating that putting Soo Yun on the field at this moment basically meant Manchester United was digging their own grave. This match, Sunderland was sure to earn points. It could basically be announced that it would definitely end Manchester United's winning streak. The viewpoint from Sky Television was also endorsed by various parties watching the live broadcast. After Soo Yun came on, he went completely invisible. This was equivalent to Manchester United directly being one man down. Although Sunderland seemed to have lost their attacking ability, it was precisely because they focused entirely on defense that the impact of Manchester United being one man short became even more pronounced. Chapter 35. Refusing to serve the country? Absolutely impossible training fee? What is that? Soo Yun was confused, but gradually, he understood what was going on. The deputy director meant that to be selected for the national team, Soo Yun needed to pay a training fee of 1 million. Soo Yun was simply stunned. Not to mention how he had been trained by the Football Association, which country's national team would charge players a training fee for selection. When he was a fan, he only knew to scold the Football Association for this and that. In fact, how corrupt the Football Association was just hearsay. And more was the disappointment vented over the unsatisfactory performance of the national team. But now, he finally understood why the national team's performance was poor and why Chinese football had never developed. If he, with his performance at Manchester United, was asked for a training fee, then how did the current national players enter the national team? Did they all have to pay a training fee or other fees? Was it purely a matter of money to obtain a national team identity? The thought is terrifying. So Soo Yun was furious and directly told this deputy director to get lost. Charge him a training fee? The further away, the better. He didn't want to join such a national team. All right. Do you think you've grown wings and the Football Association can't control you? Let me tell you, Soo Yun, if you don't pay the training fee, you can forget about ever thinking of entering the national team. The deputy director shouted angrily. Chapter 36. Fans raging. Response plan: just because he came from the countryside, after seeing the dazzling world outside, he became blinded. I actually think this is something Soo Yun can do. Unfollowed. Such a player is not worth my admiration. I believe the most important thing for a player is not to forget their roots. This is a fundamental stance issue. If a player lacks this stance, no matter how talented they are still a petty person, although the national team has various problems. And I can understand Soo Yun wanting to focus on club events to solidify his position at Manchester United. I still cannot accept his refusal to serve the country. Traitor. A person who does not want to serve their country is not a traitor. What is? I didn't expect Soo Yun to be such a person who will lend me money for a plane ticket. Once I get to Manchester, I'll slap this bastard twice. Are you guys jumping to conclusions too early? Whatever the Football Association says is what it is. Are you all brainless? I don't believe Soo Yun would refuse to serve his country. That is something anyone could think of. Yet some people turn their dislike into such disgusting remarks. This ISNT just being brainless, it's a complete lack of brains. Chapter 37. A beauty that could topple nations. Nangong Feishua, they say a tall tree catches the wind. But Soo Yun has just begun his professional career. Although he has scored more goals recently and plays for Manchester United, which has garnered more attention from domestic fans, he has quickly become a target of criticism. This is a bit exaggerated. What is even more exaggerated is that many journalists from the country rushed to Manchester to interview Soo Yun, wanting to hear what he has to say. However, as before, Soo Yun refuses to accept any media interviews. Even the central media's reporters received the same rejection. The news returned to the country, causing many fans who still believed in Soo Yun to waver in their stance. As time passed, Soo Yun's silence seemed to imply acquiescence. Domestic fans slowly began to curse Soo Yun. All of this, under Soo Yun's deliberate attention, was known to him. So he called home every day to comfort his parents and siblings, telling them not to care about how others insult him. Even though he wasn't clear about the situation at home, he knew his parents were definitely under immense pressure. Thus, he even had to urge Mendes to see if they should stop waiting. Chapter 38. Rekindling the flames, disturbed mentality after Soo Yun finished the interview with the central media. He sent Mendes and Nangong Feishua away. As for how they would operate afterward, Soo Yun didn't need to care, just wait for the results. At the same time, Ferguson specifically came to the training base to chat with him. After discovering that Soo Yun's mentality and emotions were stable, he left satisfied. Soo Yun continued to carry out his special training step by step. Just 3 days later, the central media reported Su Yun's interview and publicly released his recordings, creating a special feature. The focus was directly on the Football Association. Instantly, fans who had been cursing Su Yun were stunned. They didn't expect such internal details. Training fees? Not paying training fees, 1T let you into the national team? Is that how their national team is formed? No wonder there are no results. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after such a report by the central media, the disciplinary committee and related departments immediately formed a joint investigation team, directly entering the Football Association and even the sports administration. A storm that had just cracked open was brewing on this ancient land. BJ, Nangang Feishue, was accompanying an old man for tea. Chapter 39, Clash erupts. Rooney receives a red card. Su Yun is only 18. He is still immature in many aspects, especially emotionally, easily provoked. However, this is the script under normal circumstances. When a person has a system dad, if you still judge their maturity by actual age, it will definitely lead to discrepancies. Therefore, Gary Cahill's provocation did not make Su Yun lose control. Instead, Su Yun retorted, "What do you think you are? The world's number one center back or the universe's number one center back? Or do you know you can't defend against me? So you're reserving a spot for yourself as an idiot?" Gary Cahill glared angrily. He was a bit annoyed. However, while he was angry, he understood how to control his temper and continue to sneer. "Everyone says you don't deserve Manchester United, but I think they're wrong. Too one-sided. You're not just unworthy of Manchester United, you're completely unworthy of the Premier League. A player like you should go to amateur leagues, not embarrass yourself here." Su Yun smiled slightly. "I'm currently first in both the League and Champions League scoring charts. By the way, you seem to not qualify for the Champions League. TSK. The defenders from other teams in the Champions League are much stronger than you." Chapter 40. Scoring twice. Double happiness. Is Su Yun a teacher's child? In the eyes of teachers and parents, he certainly is. But in reality, Su Yun has also gotten into fights during his growth, and coming from a rural background, fighting is quite common. Therefore, seeing the conflict erupting on the field, which hadn't reached the level of fighting, just a gentle push here and there, didn't scare him at all. But the one who was truly bewildered was Rooney, who rushed up first. The anger that erupted in an instant was absolutely genuine. So, is this big brother serious about his feelings for him? Su Yun felt a bit ashamed. Earlier, he seemed to have already had this feeling of shame. Now, this emotion surged even stronger and more thoroughly. At this moment, all his previous considerations for his own interests when he called Rooney big brother completely vanished. He was now very pure. Rooney was indeed his big brother, the kind that is irreplaceable. And just when he wanted to understand this point and fight alongside his big brother, the referee had already quickly settled the conflict, leaving Su Yun feeling a bit regretful. Chapter 41. 5 million endorsement fee. Ice and snow. China is rising rapidly, which Su Yun has personally felt since childhood. He has heard about how high celebrity endorsement fees can be, and in the past, it seemed like an astronomical number to him. Now, he has the qualification to participate in such endorsement feasts. How could he not be excited? China Mobile, Nangang Feishue said with a smile. China Mobile. Su Yun trembled all over. This is a giant company, although it's not a unicorn and faces competition from China Unicom and China Telecom. But last year, in the 2008 China Top 500 Enterprises ranking, China Mobile was only ranked 5th, behind China Petroleum, China Petrochemical, State Grid, and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. This is a true giant in every sense. That's right, it's China Mobile. They are facing challenges from China Unicom and China Telecom, and the situation is very severe. So they have been looking for influential celebrity endorsements. Although you have only been famous for less than 3 months, your recent momentum has been incredible. Coupled with the widespread influence of football, they sought you out. Based on the principles discussed with Mr. Mendez, I talked to China Mobile, and they were very agreeable, signing a 1-year contract first, with an endorsement fee of 5 million RMB for the year. Under the same conditions, they have the right of first refusal for renewal. Chapter 42. Champions League hat trick. First endorsement. Even with full luck, sometimes Su Yun wouldn't receive special treatment. He had already experienced such situations in official matches more than once. However, when full luck begins to take effect, it becomes unstoppable. In the 5th minute after Su Yun came on, he was favored by the goddess of luck. It was originally just a simple press against a defender from CSKA Moscow. The opponent's safe back pass to the goalkeeper was also very normal. But what was not normal was that the strength of the back pass was too weak. Due to the snow, the pass needed to be stronger than usual. Soo-Yun caught up just in time and successfully intercepted the ball before the opposing goalkeeper could rush out. What followed was too easy. This was an absolute one-on-one situation. Given Soo-Yun's current strength, he couldn't guarantee a goal in such a situation. But now he was truly favored by the goddess of luck. So, he decisively took a shot, and the ball was sent into the net without any doubt. The opposing goalkeeper made a save attempt, but didn't touch the ball at all. Soo-Yun grinned widely. He felt a bit embarrassed receiving such a gift. The opposing defender was really a good person. Chapter 43. New Talent Maxed Out. The Red Derby approaches Jorge, Snow's sister, in a 5-star hotel in Manchester. Soo-Yun not only met Nangong Feishua, but also Mendes. Both of them took his first commercial endorsement very seriously, especially Mendes. He learned from Nangong Feishua that with Soo-Yun's explosive performance, which still sparked controversy, both the heat and the discussion around him had caused a huge wave in China. There were countless commercial endorsements in negotiation. The key point was that Mendes now suspected that Nangong Feishua had a profound background in China. Therefore, Soo-Yun's ability to generate revenue in the Chinese market would definitely be strong. And wasn't this the very reason why he personally came to sign Soo-Yun's agent contract? Now this point was rapidly being realized. Soo, congratulations on your Champions League hat trick. You have achieved something that many players cannot accomplish in a lifetime. Jorge smiled broadly. In terms of goal-scoring ability, Soo-Yun was simply too strong. Although many of Soo-Yun's goals were largely due to luck, as the saying goes. Luck is also a part of strength. Others can't even hope for such good fortune. Chapter 44. Explosive Derby. 3 goals down National Derby. It usually refers to the most prestigious and historically significant match within a country's league, where long-standing rivals compete. In the Premier League, the match between Manchester United and Liverpool is considered a national derby, even though Chelsea has risen strongly in recent years. And their matches with Manchester United are referred to as a new national derby, in terms of influence and historical significance. It doesn't attract as much attention and excitement as the national derby between Manchester United and Liverpool. For example, Liverpool, unlike Manchester United, which has achieved 9 consecutive wins this season, Liverpool's performance this season has not been very good. Before this match, they had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. So, facing a Manchester United side in great form, would Liverpool face their 3rd consecutive defeat, or could they overcome their archrivals and end their poor run? Moreover, Liverpool's soul, the legendary Gerrard, was out due to injury. On the contrary, Manchester United had Van der Sar back from injury and starting. This was extremely unfavorable for Liverpool. At the same time, Michael Owen, who had risen to fame at Liverpool, was also on the field. That touch of red, the name of the speedy youth, was all imprinted with Liverpool's mark. Chapter 45. 3 goals down. A sliding shot in desperation, Carragher's header. It gave Liverpool a 3-goal lead. The entire Anfield erupted like a spewing volcano, shaking the ground as Liverpool fans cheered and even created a wave. The song "You'll Never Walk Alone" echoed through the sky. The key was that this happened just after Manchester United had completed a substitution and was planning to launch a fierce attack. One could say that this goal plunged Manchester United into an abyss. Manchester United's streak of consecutive wins was likely to end at Anfield. Even though this Manchester United bore the deep imprint of Ferguson, they were inevitably feeling frustrated, being beaten like this by their archrivals. And now it was already the 72nd minute of the match. There was so little time left to equalize 3 goals, especially with Rooney suspended and unable to play. Could they accomplish it? All the Manchester United players looked to Soo-Yun, but then they had to gently shake their heads. Although Soo-Yun was lucky, what was that luck built upon? The Sun had previously done a special analysis, saying that while Soo-Yun scored a lot of goals, most were due to luck. And all of this was based on Manchester United's strong, attacking firepower supporting him. Chapter 46. 2 goals in quick succession. Liverpool panics, Soo-Yun scored. Through slow-motion replay, it became clear that Soo-Yun had a very keen sense. When Owen took the shot, he had already quickly rushed to the back post, waiting for a possible rebound opportunity. Carragher was careless and was slightly outpaced by Soo-Yun. Otherwise, if Carragher had been able to interfere in time, Soo-Yun might not have even had the chance to slide for a shot. But no matter how one looks at it, a goal is a goal. The referee also signaled that the goal was valid, just hoping Soo-Yun wouldn't get hurt from the collision with the post. Soon, Soo-Yun got up and ran to the goal, hugging the ball back to the center circle, which eased the worries of Manchester United fans. In fact, Soo Yun now felt a sharp pain in his stomach. That collision had a significant impact on him. But now, time is running out. There are only 3 minutes left until the regular match time ends. Even with stoppage time, it's probably only between 3 to 5 minutes. The time left for him, for Manchester United, is running out. The Manchester United players on the field are very aware of this. So when they see Soo Yun holding the ball to kick off from the center circle, they don't rush over to celebrate with him, but just clap for each other, encouraging one another, and then wait for the game to resume. Chapter 47. Early celebration. Dramatic goal. Liverpool is scared. Cowardly. Normally, Manchester United should be happy about this. But now, with so little time left in the match, if Liverpool continues to pass the ball around like this, the game will really be dragged out until the end. Therefore, including Soo Yun, the Manchester United players almost all came out to press Liverpool players furiously. However, although Liverpool is not known for their technical skills, it doesn't mean they lack technical ability. For a full minute, despite Manchester United's frantic pressing, they couldn't even touch the ball. And there's now less than a minute left. The referee could blow the final whistle at any moment. Soo Yun pressed even more fiercely, chasing the ball. Even when the ball handler was far from him, he chased after the nearby Liverpool players who were looking to receive the ball. It wasn't that he had to score again, nor did he necessarily need to win this match. It was just that having fought this hard, he had to fight until the end, not wanting to leave any regrets. After all, he had just come off the bench and was full of energy. If he didn't exert himself now, when would he? Moreover, he always had a craving for luck to surprise him once again. Chapter 48. The tripartite standoff. Rooney pulls people. I didn't expect this kind of ending. I'm very regretful. We performed very well today, perfectly. But this is football, right? Moreover, Soo's third goal was clearly scored beyond the 3 minutes of stoppage time. I can't understand why the referee counted such a goal. It's unreasonable. We will appeal. We will firmly appeal. Early celebration? Why not? You know how important this match is. That ball clearly flew high. Who knows how it came back down? I can only say Soo's luck is really too good. After the match, Benitez's interview was filled with regret and disappointment. It was supposed to be a complete victory of 3-0. His tactical arrangements and personnel decisions proved to have outperformed Ferguson. But it was all rendered meaningless because of Soo Yun. He remembered Soo Yun. Meanwhile, a beaming Ferguson also accepted an interview after the match. I'm very happy. Happy for our boys. This match was very tough. As everyone could see, we were 3 goals down. But just like Liverpool did in Istanbul, we managed to turn around as well, and I'm proud of my boys. Chapter 49. Lies after lies. Ferguson chases people. Soo Yun just found an excuse to avoid hanging out with Rooney. If Rooney came to consult him, it would expose him, right? He had to refuse. That big brother, this involves what you know, commercial secrets. Sure enough, once the first lie was told, countless lies had to follow. Otherwise, the lie couldn't hold up. However, Rooney was quite savvy. After Soo Yun said this, he didn't insist anymore, suggesting to take him out to see the world after the next game. This made Soo Yun a bit itchy. After all, those young ladies were really quite something. Although Western faces don't quite match his aesthetic, just to relax a bit, it wouldn't be bad. But for some reason, when he thought of this, the figure of Nangong Feishue appeared in his mind, making his face flush, and he quickly spat to dispel his wandering thoughts. Nangong Feishue had already reached the level of being breathtaking. How could he dare to think about her? Perhaps she already had a boyfriend or was married. Who knows? It's better not to think too much. However, he told Rooney that he wanted to discuss endorsements tonight, and if he turned around to go train, he would inevitably be seen by the training base staff. Chapter 50. Continuing to stay at the base, eager to play, seeing Soo Yun's pitiful appearance, Ferguson became serious. He wondered if he had protected Soo Yun too well, resulting in him being a bit fearful of facing society alone. This wouldn't he do? If so, then his protection would essentially ruin such a good child. So Ferguson said sternly, "Can you tell me why you don't want to go out and live?" Soo Yun felt embarrassed to say that living at the base could save him a lot of money. He just talked about the convenience of training and finally added, "Head, I can feel it. I am currently in a rapid growth phase. And I don't want to miss this period because I don't know when I might hit a bottleneck. I don't want to go out and live and waste training time. Even if it's just an hour a day, in 10 days that's 10 hours. In 100 days. Ferguson waved his hand to interrupt Soo Yun's math lesson, saying sternly, "Is it just because of this?" Soo Yun became a bit flustered. Could it be that his thoughts of freeloading at the base were noticed? Jiang is indeed still as sharp as ever. Just when Soo-Yun was thinking about whether to be honest, Ferguson asked seriously, "Is it because you're afraid of going out and interacting with too many people?" Chapter 51. The last 10 minutes. No luck today, what are you back for? Mike Phelan looked very serious. Soo-Yun blinked, a bit confused. What does that mean? Makita had already come on. Was there still a chance for him to play? You guys 1T let Owen play a full match in such a game. Isn't that a bit excessive? Hurry and warm up. You'll get 10 minutes in this match, and you can't let your body cool down. Mike Phelan remained serious. The weather was getting colder now, and if you didn't warm up properly before going on the field, it was easy to get injured. Okay. Soo-Yun immediately ran to continue warming up. Having a chance to play is good. Even if it's just 10 minutes, there's still a possibility to score. As for whether consecutive goals count as a record, Soo-Yun really didn't care at all. He just wanted to score. Soon, the match reached the 80th minute. The score was still 3-0. After Makita came on, although he was very hardworking and active, he clearly didn't have the same effect on the field as Welbeck. Of course, this was also related to Owen's significant decline in stamina. His movement was not as active as before. Sure enough, Mike Phelan called Soo-Yun over to replace Owen. Owen's attitude is much better now than before. Chapter 52. Alternative interpretations by reporters, again talking about new contracts. No profession is easy. Just like journalists, if you stick to the rules, don't expect to have any highlights. And how can you get bonuses or promotions without highlights in your news? So, it's not surprising that journalists like to dig pits during interviews. They are just trying to make a living. Well, different positions. Players certainly can understand this from the journalist's perspective. Soo-Yun is the same. After all, he has been learning how to avoid falling into some of the traps set by journalists. But for now, as long as the final whistle hasn't blown, he can't stop looking for scoring opportunities. He believes that with full luck and continuous effort, he will definitely reap rewards. However, time soon came to stoppage time. Moreover, the stoppage time was merely symbolic, just 1 minute added. After all, Barnsley was trailing 0-3 and had no hope of a comeback, even without stoppage time. If the match ended directly, neither side would have any objections. But the main referee still added a minute, wanting to see if Soo-Yun's long-relying luck was really gone. Just that 1 minute. Chapter 53. Exclusive interview with Soo-Yun. Rooney explodes. Shooting 73-74, 82. Dribbling 71-71, 73. Passing 69-70, 76. Defense 62-63, 71. Speed 7,980, 85. Physical 80-81, 86. Opening the system, Soo-Yun smiled. All attributes had improved. The key is that speed has reached 80. He has met the conditions to activate Ghost in the Box. Plus, he has long met the activation conditions for defense and physical. Now, only the shooting attribute doesn't meet the standard. The current shooting attribute is 74, and he needs 75 to activate Ghost in the Box, just a little short. Given the current potential value of shooting at 82, improving the shooting attribute by 1 point within 10 days to half a month is definitely enough. By then, he will have his first divine skill. So, Soo-Yun trained even harder, especially in shooting. He asked Mike Phelan to strengthen this aspect, striving to reach 75 points as quickly as possible. However, since he had promised Sky Sports an exclusive interview. Chapter 54. No goals this time, too good news. The match continued. Soo-Yun noticed that when Rooney was on the field, he had more opportunities, because the opponent's defensive focus was definitely on Rooney. Even though they were also vigilant against him, it was much weaker than when Rooney wasn't on the field. Now, Soo-Yun could clearly sense these subtle changes in the game. Therefore, he played much more comfortably than in the previous match against Barnsley. However, unfortunately, even though the goal in the last match against Barnsley couldn't be considered lucky, logically speaking, his full luck should have shown up in this match. But alas, he waited until the end of the match without the favor of the goddess of luck. It was his first time leaving the field without scoring. To be honest, Soo-Yun felt a bit disappointed. He clearly felt comfortable in the match and had quite a few chances, but he just couldn't score. He could only once again realize that full luck is not invincible. Once again, he felt a strong urgency to improve his skills. After the match, reporters also asked about the interruption of his scoring streak, even bluntly stating whether it was due to his limited playing time. After all, it was only a mere 10 minutes. Chapter 55. Weekly salary soars, another last 10 minutes. 50,000 a week. Calculating, his annual salary has reached 7 million. After deducting Mendes commission and taxes, he could still have around 1.5 million left. By the way, after signing the contract, he could also receive a one-time signing fee of 200,000. As for whether the club gives Mendes any separate fees, Soo-Yun didn't know. But even if there was such a situation, it was what Mendes deserved. Anyway, Soo-Yun now feels that Mendes is really strong when it comes to negotiating contracts. It's just that, in terms of commercial endorsements, it seems to be a bit difficult. However, Mendes is currently negotiating with sports brands like Adidas, Nike, and Puma, as well as beverage giants like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, and also some fashion brands, such as Armani, etc. So, negotiations are slow. I will try to negotiate as soon as possible. The next day, after Soo-Yun signed a new contract, Mendes gave his assurance. Nangong Feishua's progress in commercial endorsements in China seemed to stimulate Mendes. Although he negotiated with 2 companies there, the prices were not very high. He still hadn't secured anything here. Chapter 56. No goals again, singing the blues. CSKA Moscow thought this way and acted accordingly. After Soo-Yun came on, 2 defenders immediately marked him closely. Even if there were personnel shortages elsewhere, they would retreat from midfield. They remained glued to Soo-Yun's side without pause. Soo-Yun was a bit stunned. Is my level really worth such a grand effort from you? Aren't you being a bit excessive? If you mark me like this, my big brothers won't hold back. Sure enough, with Soo-Yun attracting 2 defenders, in the 85th minute, Rooney completed a 1-2 with Nani, broke into the penalty area, and scored with a low shot. A hat trick. Rooney actually scored a hat trick again. This was a performance that Soo-Yun had put on earlier. Now, Rooney did the same. Big brother so strong. When Soo-Yun rushed over to celebrate, he couldn't help but flatter him. Well, although it was flattery, it was sincere. Rooney's individual strength is indeed strong. That is undeniable. From what he saw, he was really drooling. If he had Rooney's individual strength plus full luck, how strong would he be? Chapter 57. Activate divine skill, falling behind at the start. When things are going smoothly, it seems that the whole world is filled with good people. Everything is smooth sailing, and praises fill the air. But when you encounter a little setback, it feels like everyone has turned into a villain, making you truly feel how cold and real everything is. One could say that just 2 games without scoring have triggered storm, leading Soo-Yun to experience a spiritual baptism amidst his anger. Although this method of baptism is cruel, it seems that Soo-Yun has genuinely grown up in such chaos. Indeed, setbacks make people grow. This statement is incredibly true. Thus, reality is like this. Soo-Yun feels helpless yet unwilling to accept it. However, he is not deeply trapped in this unwillingness and anger. Instead, he knows what he should do most at this moment. The best retaliation is to score goals. To score more goals. To really slap the faces of those who mock him, gloat over his situation, and predict his return to mediocrity. Therefore, he trains even harder. He also informed Nangong, Feishue, and Mendes that any business currently halting negotiations can be removed from the collaboration list. Chapter 58. Scoring immediately upon arrival. The ghost of the penalty area strikes Manchester United has been in very good form lately. Therefore, no one could have anticipated that they would concede a goal to Chelsea right at the start. However, the reason why top clubs are top clubs is their ability to remain calm. Thus, Manchester United was not affected by this goal and continued to play at their own pace. But Chelsea's defense was like a muscular wall, causing Manchester United's players to be thrown into disarray and disrupting their rhythm. Although they created quite a few opportunities, none truly threatened Czech's goal. On the contrary, every counterattack by Chelsea created a dangerous situation, making Manchester United fans' hearts race. This situation persisted until the end of the first half. During halftime, Ferguson didn't T-switch to his hairdryer treatment mode, but instead encouraged the players to keep pushing. Because Manchester United's performance in the first half wasn't bad. They just didn't have good luck. However, when Anelka scored again just 5 minutes into the second half from Lampard's pass, Ferguson could no longer remain calm. 2 goals conceded right at the start indicated that the defense was slow to get into the game, suggesting issues with the defender's condition or attitude. Chapter 59. Stylish passing. Coordinated movement, as we all know, in football matches, gaps and the timing of passes are fleeting. This not only requires a high level of observation and passing ability from the passer, but also demands great observational skills and movement capability from the receiving player. Previously, when faced with a pass from Scholes, only Rooney had the qualification to respond. Soo-Yun had no such awareness at all. But now the ball is here. Soo-Yun is here. His cooperation with Scholes was so seamless that it was almost flawless. The key point was that Chelsea's defenders were clearly unprepared for Soo Yun's movement. Their reaction was just a fraction of a second slow, and that half a beat was enough for Soo Yun to have space for a shot. Soo Yun did just that. He didn't think about controlling the ball because it was too small of a space within the penalty area. With his current personal strength, he couldn't maneuver in such a tight space. Therefore, what he had to do was to decisively take a shot when the opportunity arose. However, just as he was about to shoot, he noticed that Cech had already anticipated his move and was diving down. In that moment, Soo Yun instinctively changed his intended shot into a delicate chip. Chapter 60, another last-minute goal, hat-trick, penalty area ghost LV1, is incredibly useful. The improvement it brings to Soo Yun is very, very obvious. Soo Yun even feels that if major attributes in the penalty area had specific numerical displays due to penalty area ghost, his attacking attributes would definitely be above 85. Although this is just a guess, Soo Yun is certain that the actual difference between this guess and reality is not particularly large. Therefore, it was only natural that he was subsequently restricted. An attribute value around 85 is considered good, but compared to the defensive values of Chelsea's defenders, it is still not comparable. He could only try to exploit the characteristics of a ghost and make some movements. However, such movements do not always succeed. The successful movement earlier only caught the opponent off guard. Soo Yun is very clear about this, but he has also experienced the power of the divine skill. If it were to level up to LV2 or LV5, how powerful would that be? But let us not forget, although Soo Yun activated the penalty area ghost divine skill, he did not lose his full value of luck. Chapter 61. Investigating the storm, fame, and money. The Football Association has been investigated. Currently, more than a dozen people have already been detained. The number of people under investigation is even greater. One could say that the Football Association is now completely paralyzed, because those who have been arrested are all top-level officials. Moreover, this upheaval is not limited to the Football Association. It also involves referees and clubs, resembling an unbounded storm. This shocked Soo Yun. Previously, even if the Football Association leaders made mistakes, they would only be transferred to other departments or sent away to continue working. But now, they are directly imprisoned. It is said that the action was taken by the highest level departments, and it was a joint operation. The power behind this and the significance expressed is simply extraordinary. The reporter told Soo Yun that the spark for all this was the deputy director demanding a training fee from him for joining the national team. This reminded Soo Yun of Nangong Feishue's earlier operation, directly inviting the central media for an interview to help clarify matters for him. Coupled with Nangong Feishue's previous suggestion that he could choose to join the national team at a certain time. Chapter 62. 2 endorsements. Beijing household registration. Nangong Feishue has left, leaving Soo Yun with endless imagination. This made Soo Yun invest even more effort and diligence into his training. Every international match day is the best time for him to improve himself. He must make good use of this time, even on international match days. He insisted that Nongfu Spring sign the contract in Manchester instead of going back home to sign it. He didn't want to waste training time. As for going home to take a look, he missed home very, very much. He missed his parents, and he also missed his younger siblings. However, he knew that it was not the time to enjoy himself. His strength was still not enough to support his current performance, so he had to quickly make up for this deficiency. However, 3 days later, his training plan had to be interrupted because Mendes had come, and he wasn't alone. There were also representatives from Adidas and Pepsi. That's right, Mendes had finally secured 2 heavyweight endorsements because Mendes insisted on signing for only 1 year. The contract from Adidas was for 1 year with a fee of 1 million euros, while Pepsi was for 120,000 euros for the year. Chapter 63. Spending money on houses. Premier League resumes. Soo Yun was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this at all. Then he smiled and said, "Sister Shue, it doesn't matter, my younger siblings are also my closest people." Nangong Feishue praised him in her heart, gaining a deeper understanding of Soo Yun's character. In fact, before reminding him, she guessed that Soo Yun probably wouldn't care about this. Of course, it wasn't because Soo Yun could make money, so he didn't care. It was because he didn't treat his younger siblings as outsiders. Sure enough, Soo Yun's answer was completely in line with her guess. "All right, I'll choose the location. You tell uncle and aunt to come to the capital to handle some formalities." Nangong Feishue said, "No problem, Sister Shue. Thank you." Soo Yun replied gratefully. His younger siblings were actually doing well in their studies. However, this kind of performance in Shandong would at most get them into Shandong University. Schools like Tsinghua and Peking University were absolutely out of reach. However, if they were in the capital, as long as they maintained their current performance, getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University would be quite feasible. The gap was evident. Why are you being so polite with me? By the way, are you going to choose a big house or a smaller one that just needs to meet the qualification for some good schools? Nangong Feishu asked. Chapter 64. Successful Offside Trap. Stuck in the penalty area, Su Yun chuckled. Generally speaking, old mentors are very willing to see their disciples become stronger and better. However, when this proof comes at the cost of being battered and bruised, whether they really want to see their former disciples become stronger and better is open to question. Anyway, looking at Moy's current state, it seemed he didn't want to see that scene. Unfortunately, this was completely beyond his control. There was indeed a gap in strength between Everton and Manchester United. Of course, even if there was a strength gap between Premier League teams, when it came to fighting on the field, anything could happen. Otherwise, if it were just about comparing paper strength, there would be no need to play football matches. However, generally speaking, the big clubs are trying to avoid dropping points against weaker teams, because this is crucial for the league title race. If we look back at the past Premier League champions, we will find a phenomenon. Those who can earn more points against teams ranked 5 or 6 places lower often have a higher chance of laughing until the end. Big clubs need stability. As they entered halftime with a score of 2-0, Su Yun immediately learned some news. He would replace Owen, who was slightly unwell. In the second half, Chapter 65, the thrill of offside, every blade of grass is an enemy. Howard was once part of Manchester United. However, he had a bit of a falling out with Manchester United earlier, first being loaned to Everton and then permanently transferred. So Howard didn't have a good impression of Manchester United. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach Manchester United a lesson. Unfortunately, Rooney scored 2 goals in the first half, and Su Yun, who came on as a substitute in the second half, scored another. This was about teaching others a lesson, but ended up being schooled himself. Now Su Yun's playing style was unprecedented, making Howard increasingly frustrated. So he couldn't help but talk to Su Yun. The rules say you can't stand in the penalty area, right? Su Yun spread his hands. But you're offside. Howard pointed to his own defense line. From his perspective, Su Yun not participating in Manchester United's attacking system was like walking with a limp, as it reduced Manchester United's attacking options. He really didn't know what Ferguson was thinking, allowing Su Yun to play like this. Don't you like it when I'm offside? Su Yun found Howard strange for reminding him that he was offside, as if he was afraid he couldn't score against his guarded goal. What a nice guy. While they were talking, Manchester United's attack quickly advanced with Nani's breakthrough down the wing, forcing Everton's defenders to retreat. Chapter 66. Flattery costs nothing. Caught in a dilemma, who scored? Ferguson asked Mike Phelan beside him. Su. Mike Phelan exclaimed excitedly. Wayne's pass, Su's offside run, and he got a one-on-one chance. Then, Su calmly shot and scored. Ferguson's worries about the future dissipated. As for the future, they would talk about that later. Seizing the present was the most important thing. After all, he felt he could still manage for many years at Manchester United. Ferguson immediately arranged for Mike Phelan to make substitutions. It was already 5-0. Key players should rest. After all, in 4 days, they would have the Champions League again. Although they had already advanced from the group stage 4 rounds early, they hadn't completely secured the top spot in the group, so they still couldn't afford to relax. After all, the opponents faced by the first and second in the group might be completely different. A hat trick? You scored a hat trick in consecutive matches. Rooney laughed heartily, happy for his little brother. I learned all this from you, big brother. Moreover, your pass just now was simply brilliant, so comfortable that I didn't need to do anything. Just a light shot was enough. For this goal, you have 90 of the credit. Su Yun's flattery was as if it cost him nothing as he continuously showered Rooney with praise. Chapter 67. Another hat trick. Powerful money-making ability. What can 10 ball god coins do? They could spend 8 ball god coins to further enhance their potential in shooting, striving to make their shooting ability stronger. In situations where he was needed to finish the last shot, there was indeed no need to rush to develop other abilities. After all, ball god coins were limited, and one had to focus on certain aspects. However, he also wanted to save some to play the big wheel, or save the ball god coins to buy skill points to enhance penalty area ghost. The ball god skill was just too useful. It can instantly enhance his strength significantly. But here comes the problem. Whether it's the big roulette that requires 50 ball god coins for 1 spin or a skill point, Both need 50 ball god coins. If he wants to keep playing with either of these options, he still needs to accumulate an additional 40 ball god coins. Don't be fooled by the fact that he seems to be scoring a lot recently. Even counting all the matches, his current goal tally is only 32. Although this number is already quite substantial, scoring another 40 goals would take at least more than 5 months, which is a bit too long. It seems that obtaining such an opportunity through regular means is simply impossible. Chapter 68. The Way Money Makes Money. Halftime behind, after discussing the transfer for buying a house with Nangong Feishua, Su Yun took the opportunity to ask this question. Nangong Feishua smiled and said, "Don't you think you're underestimating yourself a bit? Just look at the recent months. Is there anyone in the football world more popular than you?" Su Yun replied, "Even if they are popular, it's still not for long. Aren't they afraid I might just be a shooting star? They dare to find me for endorsements so boldly. There is something he didn't say, which is that they're giving him money. To him, these businesses are just willingly giving him money. The money is coming so easily that Su Yun is feeling a bit dazed. It seems you still don't understand yourself. Let me help you analyze this." Nangong Feishua patiently explained. "First, your personal image is excellent. Appearance is very, very important, and this applies everywhere, which makes you more favored by businesses. Second, you're on a big stage like Manchester United, performing explosively, and you're gaining notoriety rapidly. They're willing to take the gamble. It's only for a year anyway. Even if you become a shooting star, they can still bask in your glory. Third, the endorsement from Ferguson and Mendes is also a powerful credit endorsement, as they are both considered golden signs of whether a player can succeed." Chapter 69. Good news from the big brother. Flourishing in many areas, it's no wonder Ferguson is thinking so much. The trends of these two matches have forced him to ponder this issue. However, he finds it quite unbelievable. Even he has to admit that although Su Yun is progressing rapidly, his personal strength is still insufficient. Is it just because he can score goals? And most of the time, as long as he plays, he can score, which leads everyone to have a psychological dependence on him. Ferguson plans to observe a bit more. If that is the case, well, he thinks carefully it doesn't seem particularly bad. It's just necessary to consider what impact Su Yun's impending absence will have. It seems that in using Su Yun, he must provide as much protection as possible. Being a substitute right now is quite good. As he was thinking, he heard the cheers again. Ferguson looked at Su Yun, who was joyfully running on the field, and quickly raised his hands to celebrate, muttering to himself that in terms of scoring efficiency, Su Yun seems to be the most efficient he has ever seen. It seems that David Gill will soon receive a call from Mendes. £50,000 a week? One can only say that this price is somewhat unworthy of Su Yun. The Portsmouth fans, including the general public, are now dumbfounded. Chapter 70. Well known. Rooney's agent now reporting a piece of news. In the 14th round of the Premier League held yesterday, Manchester United faced Portsmouth away. Our player Su Yun came on in the second half when Manchester United was trailing and scored 2 goals, leading the team to a 5-1 victory over Portsmouth. Continuing to top the standings, Su Yun has scored 24 goals in 14 league matches, remaining at the top of the scoring chart. Please see the detailed report. In the morning sports news led by CCTV and various local stations and online media quickly followed suit, reporting on the match between Manchester United and Portsmouth. Su Yun scored again. Wow, he is simply a goal machine. What does scoring like crazy mean? This is it. Su Yun is amazing. Su Yun is amazing. China is finally going to have a superstar. When will Su Yun join the national team? I can't wait to see Su Yun in the national team jersey, scoring and running in every street and alley. Any Chinese football fan interested in football is basically talking about Su Yun. Even some people who aren't interested in football now know about Su Yun because of recommendations from those around them. Chapter 71. Long-term planning. League Cup restart. Stretford understands Rooney's thoughts very well. After so many years of cooperation, he knows what kind of person Rooney is. Because he understands, he thought long and hard before saying these words to Rooney. "So," he said, "so Wayne, do you have no thoughts on personal honors at all?" Rooney paused slightly. He naturally knew that Stretford meant personal honors, not as championships, but as that damned European Footballer of the Year and World Footballer of the Year. This is the highest honor for a professional player. However, he has always had nothing to do with this honor. It's impossible for him not to have any thoughts. "But Paul, have you considered how far we could go this season without Su?" Rooney said in a low voice. Stretford was taken aback. When Cristiano was around, Manchester United only had one chance to stand at the pinnacle of Europe. Now that Cristiano is gone, Giggs, Scholes, Gary Neville, and others have all aged another year. And aside from signing Owen on a free transfer, there have been no major moves this season. Chapter 72, Defensive Response. Soo-Yun's changes as the League Cup has reached this stage. Even if Ferguson didn't value it before, he must now do his utmost. Of course, there are also some objective factors. That is, the Champions League group stage has already been locked in first place, and they have a considerable lead in the league. Under these circumstances, it is completely reasonable for Ferguson to shift his focus to the League Cup, where they only need to play 4 more matches to win the championship. Soo-Yun is still a substitute. According to the assessment of fitness coach Tony Stradwick, Soo-Yun's stamina is better now than before, but he can still only sustain about 50 minutes of high-intensity play. Therefore, Ferguson thinks it's better to keep Soo-Yun as a substitute for now. However, he has decided to give Soo-Yun a bit more playing time later. For example, the entire second half could be his. More games will lead to faster improvement. Ferguson's approach to using Soo-Yun is both bold and cautious. Tottenham's strength is not to be underestimated. They have a large number of good players, such as Modric and Gareth Bale. They are currently 4th in the Premier League, firmly keeping Liverpool behind them, which has proven the fighting spirit of this team. Chapter 73, Divine Skills, Not Invincible, Signing Endorsements. Brother, great pass. After scoring, Soo-Yun celebrated with a chest bump with Rooney, and then they embraced with laughter. You ran well, Rooney said with a smile, still looking a bit silly. He is increasingly looking forward to this season. Soo-Yun's movement and breaking tactics are simply clever. This shows that Soo-Yun is a player who plays with his brain. With Soo-Yun, this season really has great potential. Truly great potential. Even if his goals aren't as many as Soo-Yun's, as long as his assists are plentiful, his performance will definitely be explosive. Or rather, he is the real key player. Therefore, he is now eager to get more assists. Soo, you're really too smart. Giggs patted Soo-Yun on the shoulder. Although Soo-Yun wasn't tightly marking in the Spurs penalty area and wasn't involved in passing, seemingly losing the previous threat, his every run was extremely distracting for the Spurs defense. This alone demonstrates Soo-Yun's contribution to the team. Soo-Yun chuckled, feeling that everyone in the team was very nice and friendly. What? At first, they were all very indifferent? Chapter 74, Growth in Division, Chinese Market. China is truly a magical place. In Manchester, in a 5-star hotel, a presidential suite, Mendes led the team to celebrate a little. He also found the opportunity to have a good chat with Nangong Feishiue. We should take some time to explore. It's an ancient land with endless charm, Nangong Feishiue said with a smile. Definitely. Mendes smiled. Mendes has his own company with a very large number of employees. He doesn't personally handle many players. But why is he personally managing all of Soo-Yun's business? Even because of this, he has often not personally handled some of Cristiano's business. Why? Isn't it because he sees the commercial potential that Soo-Yun has shown in such impressive performances? And this commercial potential basically comes from the Chinese market. Moreover, many global brands also value the Chinese market. So now he can't even predict how high Soo-Yun's commercial value will be. Mendes clinked glasses with Nangong Feishiue and took a sip of red wine, saying, I see your influence in China and your own abilities, and I see Sue's extreme trust in you. Chapter 75, Luck arrives, even the butt can score. When Soo-Yun came on the field, the score was already 0-2. Yes, this is West Ham's home ground. Therefore, Manchester United was leading 2-0. After Soo-Yun came on, he first marked tightly in the penalty area. However, he soon realized that West Ham's defensive strategy was almost identical to that of Spurs. Thus, Soo-Yun had to abandon the tight marking in the penalty area and, like against Spurs, began to make unpredictable runs both inside and outside the box, trying to find opportunities. It can be said that others have studied to this extent, and they have cracked the tactics that Ferguson specially arranged for Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun has also lost his position and role as the tactical core. But can we say that the previous tactical arrangement was in vain? Certainly not. Not to mention how many goals Soo-Yun scored and how many matches he won before others fully understood this tactic. Just having this precedent, Soo-Yun's deterrent power and ability to draw the opponent's defense away are no longer comparable to before. Therefore, even if the tactics centered around Soo-Yun are cracked, his contribution to the team has increased significantly. Soo-Yun remained very calm. In fact, any forward will be closely guarded by the opposing defenders on the pitch. Chapter 76, Journalists Digging Pits, Busy. The final match ended with Manchester United winning 5-0 against West Ham. Soo-Yun continued his explosive goal performance. relying purely on 3 lucky goals. One long shot from Scholes was blocked, and the ball conveniently came right in front of Soo-Yun. A simple block resulted in the ball hitting his butt and scoring. A pressing action on the goalkeeper led to a direct gift from the keeper. These 3 goals all showcase Soo-Yun's characteristic, good luck. Therefore, when the reporters finally found an opportunity to interview him after the match, they immediately asked Soo-Yun for his thoughts on these 3 goals. "I had good luck today. These are all lucky goals." Soo-Yun has now actively labeled himself as lucky. After all, this is a fact. Denying it is useless. The single-season goal record in the Premier League is 31 goals, and so far you have scored 27 league goals. Do you have confidence in breaking the record? A reporter eagerly asked. Other reporters, "No, are you foolish? There are still 23 rounds in the league, and with Soo-Yun's current scoring form, isn't it as easy as eating and drinking to score 4 more goals?" Asking if he has confidence in breaking the record is simply ridiculous. Chapter 77. Wolfsburg's determination. Being pressed. In the final round of the Champions League group stage, it was inconsequential for Manchester United. Having won all 5 matches, they had already secured first place in the group. However, for Wolfsburg, there was still a slim chance of finishing second. Wolfsburg had 7 points. Although CSKA Moscow lost both matches against Manchester United, they had performed well against Besiktas and Wolfsburg, earning 9 points. Thus, in the final round, Wolfsburg had to defeat Manchester United to hope that Besiktas could take down CSKA Moscow, allowing them to overtake CSKA Moscow and qualify as the second in the group. Therefore, Wolfsburg not only fielded their best players, but also rested their main players in the league for this match, aiming to give their all to win this game. Due to their early qualification, players like Van der Sar, Rooney, Giggs, Scholes, Gary Neville, Ferdinand, Vidic, Carrick, and Evra were all left out of the squad. Even if they won, drew, or lost in the Champions League group stage, the financial distribution to the club will be completely different. Chapter 78. Rising Manchester United. Scoring Soo-Yun. Berbatov was substituted off, and Makita came on. Then, Nani and Valencia were forced by Ferguson to push up their positions, no longer participating deeply in defense. Although this weakened Manchester United's defensive strength, it effectively released their attacking power, especially after Machida came on. He was able to keep up with Nani and Valencia in terms of speed, along with Soo-Yun, who kept making runs and interjections. Wolfsburg finally dared not to press up recklessly. Indeed, the saying attack is the best defense couldn't be more accurate. However, just when Manchester United fans thought this would surely turn the tide, Wolfsburg scored. They had been attacking for so long without scoring, but now, with not many players involved in the attack, they managed to score from a simple cross, with Zeko heading it in. 2-0. The Wolfsburg fans erupted in joy. If they were still anxious when it was 1-0, now they could finally relax. The key was that Besiktas was still leading CSKA Moscow. Chapter 79. Hat-trick specialist. Recording goals. Manchester United has a tradition of flying with 2 wings, relying on this tradition to create much of the club's glory. Previously, there were Cristiano and Giggs, and now there are Nani and Giggs. However, Giggs is getting old. It's completely impossible to expect him to perform at a high level in every match throughout the season. In fact, if he can guarantee to play at a high level in over 20 matches, that is already impressive. Hence, Valencia was brought in as Giggs' substitute. Valencia's performance has indeed been very good. Of course, he cannot be compared with Soo-Yun. But aside from Soo-Yun, Valencia's performance has truly satisfied Manchester United fans, and they are full of expectations for his future. Just as Soo-Yun scored the second goal to equalize, before Wolfsburg could restart the game, the sighs of the Wolfsburg fans echoed again. The Manchester United fans translated quickly. On another field, CSKA Moscow had already taken a lead. The Wolfsburg players suddenly felt as if the sky was falling. If CSKA Moscow wins, regardless of the outcome of their match, they would lose hope of advancing. Chapter 80. Strong dialogue. Facing AC Milan. The match ended with Manchester United defeating Wolfsburg 3-2. At the same time, the results of another match were also revealed. Besiktas, having taken a lead at home, ultimately lost to CSKA Moscow, who scored 2 goals to turn the game around. Thus, the 2 teams advancing from Group B in the Champions League were confirmed. First Manchester United, second CSKA Moscow. They both advanced to the last 16 of the Champions League. Along with the results of Group B, the results of other groups were also gradually confirmed. In Group A, Bordeaux, facing Bayern and Juventus, surprisingly took the top spot with 16 points. Bayern took second with 10 points, and Juventus, with 8 points, were eliminated from the last 16. Bordeaux's strength and Juventus' elimination fully illustrated the fact that there are no weak teams in the Champions League, no matter what team it is. As long as they are slightly careless or underperform, they will be severely punished in the Champions League. In Group C, Real Madrid dominated with 13 points to take first place, while AC Milan advanced in second with 9 points. In Group D, Chelsea and Porto entered the last 16 as first and second, respectively. Chapter 81. Ancient Castle, Great Shock Hai Su. I knew you were training. Just as Su Yin was pouring countless sweat on the training field, Rooney suddenly appeared quietly. Big brother, why are you here? Are you going to train with me? Su Yin was full of surprise. Although most of the special training content he was adjusting now didn't require anyone to cooperate, and he could complete alone, having someone to practice with would definitely yield better results. Unfortunately, in the entire Manchester United first team, even though everyone seemed to admire his insistence on such high-intensity training, no one stayed behind to train with him, not even Machida. This was something Su Yin regretted. Me? What I need now is rest. I have already passed the stage of extra training. Rooney quickly waved his hand. Extra training? Train extra with Su Yin? He wasn't crazy. Isn't it nice to enjoy some rest time? Even though he didn't participate in the last Champions League group match against Wolfsburg, he still felt he hadn't rested enough. The key was Rooney knew that the devilish schedule of Christmas and New Year would soon come. If he didn't save his energy now, he wouldn't be able to last through it. Chapter 82. Dazzling and winning England is very exclusive. This is reflected in many aspects. And in Manchester United's English circle, with gigs around, it needs to expand, not limited to England but to the whole of Britain. The British circle of Manchester United has always been the club's largest force. Integrating into such a circle is very difficult. Su Yin didn't know why they were willing to include him, but undoubtedly, this move significantly enhanced his status and influence within the Manchester United first team. He didn't oppose integrating. After all, they would be playing together and for a long time. However, the way of integration was something Su Yin found hard to accept. What are you waiting for? Come on, let's play together. Ferdinand dragged Su Yin to sit on the sofa and quietly said, "Play boldly, don't have any worries. The captain has already told you. Nothing here will be disclosed to outsiders. And of course, you are also required to keep it confidential." Su Yin instinctively nodded. He certainly wouldn't disclose the situation here. He wouldn't tell anyone. But, Chapter 83. A gentleman loves wealth, but it should be obtained in the right way, Sister Shui. The situation is like this. So I was thinking, I can't take this money with a clear conscience, but I have no idea how to handle it. After returning to the base dormitory, he first trained intensely for 3 hours, clearing away the chaotic thoughts accumulated from a whole day of playing cards, before calling Nangong Feishue to ask for advice on how to handle this matter. He had gotten used to asking Nangong Feishue for her opinion when encountering things he didn't understand. As for Mendez, such matters could never be discussed with him. Su Yin didn't trust him, nor did he dare to gamble on Mendez's credibility in this regard. After all, human nature cannot withstand testing. As for Nangong Feishue, cough, she was indeed very different. He said to Nangong Feishue, "Don't get involved in things like this anymore. Gambling can quickly pull a person into an endless abyss. You have such strong self-control while winning money, which is great, but if you do it too often, even with your strong self-control, you may not be able to resist the rising desire." Su Yin quickly replied, "Sister Shui, I know, I didn't plan to go again anyway." Chapter 84. Discussion on Su Yin. Sending cars. No one doubts that Su Yin can break the Premier League's single-season scoring record. After all, the record is 31 goals. And now Su Yin has already scored 28 goals, needing just 4 more to break the record and etch his name forever on the Premier League's record monument. Moreover, there are still 22 rounds left in the league. Therefore, while everyone is looking forward to when Su Yin will break the Premier League single-season scoring record, they're also guessing how high he can refresh this record. 3 days later, the Premier League's 17th round kicked off. Manchester United continued to host at home, welcoming the challenge from Wolves. Su Yin still came on as a substitute in the second half. In the first half, Manchester United and Wolves ended in a goalless draw. It can be said that Aston Villa is stronger than Wolves, but Wolves played more aggressively, and with some rotation from Ferguson, it still affected the team's strength. The first half was a bit difficult. However, after Su Yin came on, the situation changed completely. The Wolves' dense defense actually provided the best scoring opportunity for Su Yin, who possessed the skill of ghost in the box. Chapter 85. Accepting gifts, drunk as a skunk for stars like Rooney and Giggs. Cars under 200,000 pounds may not be something they look down upon, but at the very least, they wouldn't be shocked. The reason they were so wide-eyed now is that this is a new model that hasn't even been officially launched for sale. Being one step ahead always gives a sense of face and uniqueness. So what does this mean? Gary Neville frowned and looked at Su Yun. Su Yun spoke according to the words that Nangong Feishue had long instructed him. I've been with the team for several months, and my brothers have taken care of me meticulously. My financial situation is limited right now, and I can't give my brothers great gifts. Coincidentally, Sister Shui has some connections at Land Rover, so I bought each of you a car. By the way, I bought one for myself too. The car isn't great, but it's my intention as a younger brother. So please don't refuse. I still hope my brothers can help me more in the team and club. He didn't mention that he was giving gifts because he won money from them. This was what Nangong Feishue taught him, and Su Yun thought it made sense. Chapter 86. Fight. Young man, don't drink so much in the future, especially when there are no trustworthy people around. Yes, you are already a star, and with time, you can even say you're a big star, a superstar. Many people will want to latch onto you for a chance to rise. You need to avoid being used. Yes, interacting with teammates requires attention, but there's no need to be overly cautious. You're a professional football player, and your performance on the field far outweighs ordinary social interactions. Yes, Uncle and Annie's household registration has been processed. Next, we need to move your sister and brother's registrations to the capital along with Uncle and Annie's. And of course yours too. I'll handle this, so you don't need to worry. Yes, keep up the current hot state. Even if you can't maintain it, don't be discouraged. I believe in you. You can definitely carve out your own space. Yes, go train now. I'm heading straight to the airport. I'll store the car at the airport since I'll be flying over from time to time. You need to get your driver's license quickly. The endorsement with the car company is already being negotiated with Jorge. Chapter 87. Successful defense. Luck breaks the deadlock when Su Yun came on. Not only did Fulham's fans use boos to cover their nerves, but even Fulham's defense line, including midfield defenders, felt a bit tense. Su Yun's reputation for scoring is immense. No matter how much people say that most of Su Yun's goals are due to luck and that he only benefits from other setups, the number of goals doesn't lie. It's solid. Facing such a forward, which defender can remain calm. However, the recent discussions have allowed Fulham to prepare some strategies in advance on how to defend against Su Yun. This has somewhat eased their anxiety. Thanks to those experts and fans, without such discussions, how could they formulate a comprehensive strategy to defend against Su Yun? Soon, this strategy was showcased to all the experts and fans watching the live broadcast. First, cut off the connection between Manchester United's midfield players and Su Yun. What? Is that hard to do? No. Directly preventing Manchester United's midfield players from passing to Su Yun is still achievable. Although this will lower the defensive intensity against Manchester United's other forwards, it's unavoidable. They can only gamble that the other players won't be as efficient as Su Yun. Chapter 88. Anticipating Lady Luck. A stunning breakthrough the long-range goal made Su Yun think about how to break the deadlock in such a difficult situation. If a clear scoring opportunity can't be found, then more hope should be placed on sheer luck. Just like that previous goal, even if the shot wasn't great, it was still accompanied by good fortune. Even if it takes 10 attempts to be favored by Lady Luck once, it's worth trying wholeheartedly. Therefore, Su Yun actively looked for long-range shooting opportunities. After scoring one back, Manchester United was in high spirits, continuing to bombard Fulham. From the state of the match, it's hard to believe that Fulham was leading by a large margin. But that's football. Anything can happen on the pitch. Moreover, neutral fans are very willing to see strong teams being upset by weaker ones. Just like some neutral fans, they were impressed by Su Yun's good luck, even arguing that Messi's Ballon d'Or was not deserved because Messi's performance in the second half of 2009 was not as good as Su Yun's. There were also fans who questioned the recent Golden Boy award given to Pato, even raising the soul-searching question, is Pato's performance better than Su Yun's? Chapter 89. A header lob. Ferguson fires a corner kick. This is Manchester United's last opportunity, no matter whether the ball goes in or not. The referee will definitely blow the whistle to end the match. So even Kuszczak rushed up, hoping to redeem himself. Su Yun was also in the penalty area, constantly weaving through the crowd, hoping to disrupt Fulham's defensive setup. By the time Giggs took the corner kick, the entire Fulham penalty area was in chaos. You push me, I push you. You jump, I jump too. In short, it was impossible to judge the landing point and move to a different position because there were people everywhere. He could only see if the football would land on his head. Soo-Yun initially did not plan to jump. However, when he saw the trajectory of the ball coming towards him, he jumped with all his might. His physical attributes weren't that high, so his jump wasn't very impressive. Fortunately, right in front of him was Ferdinand. Ferdinand also jumped, and he jumped very high, but Fulham's defenders also jumped. It was uncertain whether Ferdinand could gain an advantage in this aerial contest. Then, a coincidence occurred at that moment. Ferdinand and Fulham's defenders collided in midair, interfering with each other. Chapter 90. The Dust Settles. Honor Outlook Player of the Month. Soo-Yun did not expect Ferguson to help him vie for this. He had not really cared about not being able to obtain such honors. Perhaps it was because he understood that his personal ability was still lacking. Even if he scored many goals, he lacked the confidence to think about these honors. The same goes for the Golden Boy Award. Didn't he feel that he was already that capable? But now that Ferguson was helping him fight for it, Soo-Yun could indeed consider this honor. The key was that he suddenly thought of the reward given by the system when winning the Community Shield. An honor seemed to be a major option in the system. So, could it be that honors other than championships could also make the system's honor option appear again? As long as it could appear, no matter what the reward was, it would be an additional gain, and naturally, Soo-Yun had no reason to refuse. However, from December until now, only 2/3 of the time had passed. There was still 1/3 of the time left. If he performed poorly afterward, no matter how much Ferguson fought for him, the Premier League officials could ignore it. Therefore, if he wanted to make Ferguson's advocacy more convincing, he still had to base it on his good performance. Chapter 91. Dependency. Manchester United core trailing at halftime. This was not the first time Manchester United had encountered this situation this season. If it were always like this, it would indicate that there was definitely a problem. However, Soo-Yun was, after all, a player, and his perspective was still too limited. Therefore, he couldn't see more things and didn't understand why this was happening. These were all matters that Ferguson and the coaching staff needed to worry about. What Soo-Yun had to do was to work hard to score goals when he was on the field and lead the team to victory with those goals. What exactly went wrong? As usual, Ferguson got angry during halftime and substituted Soo-Yun at the start of the second half. Mike Phelan said, "There's no problem. Trailing at halftime doesn't mean we're losing the whole game, as long as we can win." Rene Meulenstein, however, said, "I think it has to do with Soo." Mike Phelan's eyes widened. "Rene, you can't just say anything. Soo has been helping the team repeatedly. How can we push the blame for often trailing at halftime onto him? You have to be responsible for what you say." Rene Meulenstein helplessly explained, "I'm not blaming Soo. I'm saying everyone has gotten used to Soo coming on in the second half and dominating, so it's inevitable that they slack off in the first half. I think it should be because of this." Chapter 92. Packed schedule. New endorsements to enhance the potential limits of various attributes, time, training intensity, and scientific training are all required. This can't be rushed. But Soo-Yun has consciously made Mike Phelan increase the intensity and time of various shooting-related practices. Although Mike Phelan emphasized that other training shouldn't fall behind, he also made appropriate adjustments and proportions. After all, Soo-Yun is a forward, and for a forward, shooting ability is always the top priority. Soon, the 20th round of the Premier League arrived one after another. The Christmas and New Year schedule was indeed very, very packed. The crowds around him were all cheering and celebrating because of the holidays, which Soo-Yun found hard to relate to. He even felt a bit out of place. In his understanding, the Spring Festival is the New Year. January 1st is merely New Year's Day. However, whether he fits in with the celebrations around him is really irrelevant. He focused on training, didn't need to worry about such matters. During these days, Ferguson seemed very busy, having individual chats with many players in the office. After each chat, everyone would glance at Soo-Yun meaningfully, making him feel a bit anxious, wanting to know what they were discussing and whether it was related to him. Chapter 93. Celebration Gesture Design. Player of the Month. The 7 new endorsements still follow a 1-year contract. Soo-Yun wants to let these businesses test the waters through this short contract. If it proves that hiring him as a spokesperson is absolutely worth it, then these businesses will have to show sincerity if they want to renew the contract afterward. Because this is not only proving to the currently contracted businesses, but also to their competitors. Even if the businesses he is currently endorsing have the right of first refusal under equal conditions, what if others offer more, or much more? You can't just give up such a large income to choose you, right? After all, at that time, the price represents sincerity. Of course, taking advantage of the boom to sign multiple years will be something most people wouldn't dare to do. Only someone who firmly believes they can become better in a year would dare to choose such a cooperative approach. When Mendez and Nan Gong-Feishue were negotiating, the phrase they repeated the most was that we sign a short contract because we believe we can become better by this time next year. This statement was also a key point for Su Yun to ultimately secure so many endorsements. Chapter 94, Desire for Competition. Lucky Explosion, the Premier League Player of the Month, comes with rewards. So, is there a reward for being selected for the season's best lineup? Is there a reward for the top scorer? What about the season's best player? There are many honors to strive for, not to mention the League Championship, League Cup Championship, FA Cup Championship, and UEFA Champions League Championship. Therefore, apart from scoring goals to earn God of football coins, it seems there are quite a few other avenues as well. It's just a pity that some of his goals are sometimes awarded as the best goal of the round. Unfortunately, this kind of honor doesn't trigger any response from the system. However, one shouldn't expect too much. The current situation is quite good. Su Yun is very satisfied. So, the next day, amidst the overwhelming media coverage when visiting Birmingham, Su Yun felt a bit eager on the bench. He couldn't wait to get on the field, score a goal, and conveniently snatch the Premier League Player of the Month trophy from January 2010. Unfortunately, he had to wait until the second half to play. However, the timing of his appearance seemed quite good. Manchester United was behind by 1 goal at halftime. If Su Yun could change this situation when he came on, it would undoubtedly give him an advantage in the race for Player of the Month. Chapter 95. Rooney gives a penalty. First career 4-goal game. Su Yun was overjoyed. It seemed that his earlier feelings were indeed correct. Today his luck was truly overflowing. So, looking at the game time, there appear to be about 5 minutes left. Including stoppage time, there should be at least 8 minutes left. 8 minutes still offered a chance to score. Speaking of which, he had participated in quite a few matches since his debut. He had achieved several hat tricks, but a 4-goal game had yet to happen, not to mention a 5-goal game. So, was a hat trick his limit? Su Yun was not convinced. Therefore, taking advantage of today's overflowing luck, not pursuing a higher level would simply be a waste. However, Su Yun also knew that the Birmingham defenders were already dissatisfied with him. So, he absolutely could not appear too eager to score. After all, if it were him in their position, thinking about scoring while already on a hat trick would feel excessive. If someone got particularly irritated and took a dirty shot at him, it would be Su Yun who would feel frustrated. Thus, in the following match, although he was still running, he seemed to give off a relaxed vibe, moving a leisurely pace, as if taking a stroll. Chapter 96. Emotional Outlet. Celebration moves. After the match, Su Yun was interviewed by reporters. He noticed that these reporters seemed to be going crazy, firing questions one after another. Su Yun naturally wouldn't indulge them, and left after answering a few questions. Moreover, he felt there was no need to be this frantic. The single-season Premier League goal record had long been broken. Now, it was just about raising that record a bit higher. Was it really necessary to be this crazy? He truly couldn't understand these reporters. However, if Su Yun looked at the fervor back home, he would know that this was no longer just about raising records. The achievement of a 4-goal game overshadowed everything, with the leading goal count towering over others, erupting like a volcano in the hearts of every Chinese football fan. That passion seemed capable of melting everything. The figure of 41 goals in the Premier League over 21 rounds brought indescribable joy to Chinese fans. They had never dared to hope that a Chinese player would stand at the pinnacle of world football, leading those superstars. But now, such a person had appeared. It was as if a dream had turned into reality. That expectation was something only those who held a deep, sincere love for Chinese football could truly appreciate. Chapter 97. Sensational Effect. 2 offside traps. Celebration move selected. He briefly discussed this endorsement with Mendez and Nan Gong-Feishue. Then they entered the formal signing process. Signing 7 endorsement contracts in a row naturally wouldn't make Su Yun feel tired of signing. If possible, he hoped to have as many signing opportunities as possible. Who would turn down money, right? After completing the signing, there was a grand press conference. Mendez led the way, with so many businesses coming together to invite reporters. Coupled with Su Yun's own popularity and topicality, the scale of the press conference far exceeded expectations. Even domestic fans numbered over a dozen. Reports came from the central media, major local TV stations, online media, newspapers, and magazines. Along with reporters from other countries, the total number of journalists present exceeded 50. It was an extraordinarily large press conference. And these reporters didn't come in vain. Su Yun signed contracts with 7 endorsements at once. This is rare in the entire football world. The key is how long Soo Yun has been in the game. In terms of commercial development, he has outperformed countless stars and even superstars. It's truly a bit unbelievable. Chapter 98, Potential Enhancement, complete, binding. So many people are studying him, discussing how to defend against him. Even though Soo Yun has been seeking change, it has also led to him facing increasingly intense and targeted defenses. If it weren't for the ghost in the box skill, if Soo Yun wanted to score, he would probably have to rely on maximum luck. Therefore, he must quickly improve himself. After handling various matters post-match, Soo Yun immediately opened the system to take a look. Due to being named Player of the Month and scoring continuously, his God of Football coins have now accumulated to 11. He can enhance his shooting potential a bit more. Without hesitation, he spent 8 God of Football coins to use it, watching the shooting potential rise from 86 to 87. Soo Yun's expression was excited. This represents that in terms of potential, shooting has officially surpassed physical to take the top position. Next, it's about turning that potential into real strength as much as possible. This requires hard training, and Soo Yun has never been afraid of hardship. However, the advertisement shooting has not completely finished yet. He still can't fully devote himself to training. Chapter 99, League Cup Semi-Final, Manchester Derby in Impression. Athletes are not very good at managing finances. The vast majority of professional athletes earn quite a lot before retirement. But after retirement, without a steady income, life can quickly fall into hardship. This is the consequence of not knowing how to manage money. Although Soo Yun has just started his professional career, he doesn't want to fall into such difficulties after retirement in the future, which is why he is preparing in advance. As for whether the real estate rental industry introduced by Nangong Feishue has a brilliant future, at least in the short term, it should be fine. In this regard, Soo Yun is 100% confident in Nangong Feishue. As for what happens later, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it and see if there are any other industries to invest in. In any case, he must make use of his money and absolutely cannot let it sit in the bank earning so-called interest, which is too low. Additionally, after signing the contract with the Agricultural Bank of China, all his subsequent financial activities must be conducted through the Agricultural Bank. This is stipulated in the contract. Of course, which bank it is doesn't matter. What matters is that you must have money. So after Soo Yun finally finished these matters, he could start training with peace of mind. The next day, Soo Yun saw Nangong Feishue off at the Manchester airport, waiting until the plane took off before returning to the base. Chapter 100, Good Brothers. Taiji Celebration. Soo Yun indeed has thoughts about being the top scorer in the League Cup. The Premier League Player of the Month can earn 5 divine coins. So the League Cup top scorer shouldn't have a lower reward than that, right? After all, this is a cup competition across the whole of the UK. Therefore, after celebrating his goal, Soo Yun secretly encouraged himself to score more goals. Didn't Santa Cruz score 5 goals? He has scored 4 now, just 1 goal short. Regardless of whether Santa Cruz has a chance to play in this match or not, even if he does, what difference does it make? Once Manchester City is eliminated, Santa Cruz will naturally have no chance to increase his goal count. And what about Soo Yun? He still has the League Cup final to play. So Soo Yun feels that his chances of becoming the League Cup top scorer are quite high. However, after the match resumed, Soo Yun noticed that the player defending against him had changed. It was no longer Company, but rather Kolo Touré. This Kolo Touré is the elder brother of Yaya Touré, and both brothers are known for their high football talent, making for quite a story in football. Compared to Company, Kolo Touré is faster, quicker to turn, and more agile. Chapter 101, Ups and Downs. Ferguson's dominance. Big brother, you've sacrificed too much for me. That last ball, you could have shot it yourself. Passing to you is just safer. Big brother, you're joking. Your shot was definitely going in. I know you're looking out for me. Do I need to say that? Ha ha ha. As your big brother, isn't it my duty to look out for you? However, your support during that counterattack was crucial. Without your timely pass to Paul, that counterattack wouldn't have worked at all. You've really improved so much. Compared to Big Brother, I'm still far behind. Big Brother, that move you made to get past Company was amazing. I'm so envious. Ha ha. That was indeed cool. Just look at Company. His face is still pale. Ha ha. Soo Yun and Rooney walked shoulder to shoulder towards the center circle, chatting casually and feeling relaxed. Meanwhile, Manchester City quickly got into position, ready to kick off. After all, they were only 1 goal down. There was still time in the match, and they definitely had the opportunity to score again or even turn the game around. Of course, the way the Manchester City players looked at Soo Yun and Rooney was really sharp, as if they were deliberately dragging out time, which was quite unprofessional. Chapter 102. Major Rotation. Hull City seizes the opportunity. Ferguson's comments were domineering, almost as if Manchester United had already secured victory in the semi-finals against Manchester City. However, in reality, Ferguson took it very seriously. He had realized that after being acquired by a Middle Eastern consortium, their neighbor's strength had changed dramatically. Therefore, even though there was a league match in 3 days, Ferguson focused his training sessions on tactics against Manchester City. He conducted concentrated analysis, study, and problem-solving of the issues that arose in the last match. Suyin also fully realized the kind of energy Manchester United had when they prepared wholeheartedly for a match. Especially the various details provided by the video analysts left Su-Yun greatly shocked, giving him a sense of enlightenment that football matches could be dissected in such a way. Do you have confidence in defeating Manchester City? After a day's training, Su-Yun called Nangong Feishue to inquire about the progress of various matters in the country. Nangong Feishue also followed the League Cup semi-finals and asked with some concern. After all, in the last match, Manchester City's attacking power in the final moments was quite terrifying. Of course, I have confidence. In the first leg, we were already leading, and in the second leg, our home ground, how could Manchester City create any waves? Sister Shui, just wait and see. We will definitely make it to the final. Chapter 103. Taiji celebration sparks a trend. Chinese fans burst into laughter 1 o'clock. Su-Yun scored as soon as he came on, showcasing his striker instincts and continuing to expand the single-season goal record in the Premier League. Dimitar, that pass was fantastic. Su-Yun first performed a Taiji celebration, then embraced the approaching Berbatov. It was your run that was great. I knew that as long as there was space, I could pass, and you definitely wouldn't waste such a pass. Berbatov chuckled. Su-Yun's positioning ability was, in his view, indeed impressive, far surpassing his own. Let's keep going. Su-Yun looked forward to the upcoming matches even more. Unexpectedly, it seemed he had activated Berbatov's innate passing talent. Of course, he knew that he had made considerable effort and groundwork to successfully break the offside trap and create the opportunity to shake off McShane. The ghost-in-the-box skill is very useful, but its level is still a bit low. Fortunately, this divine skill not only enhances positioning, but also comes with the ghost attribute, which allows Su-Yun to start suddenly with inherent stealth. However, even so, utilizing this stealth still requires a lot of preparation work. So, while the goal seemed easy behind the scenes, it was all his hard work and brain power. Chapter 104. Reporters are all traps. Sino Weibo Taiji is aesthetically pleasing. Even the Taiji used for fitness gives a sense of beauty. Su-Yun's Taiji celebration was very beautiful, showcasing the all-encompassing essence of Taiji. However, the fans were truly a mixed bag. This made the Chinese fans, who were accustomed to what Taiji should look like, unable to help but laugh. These foreigners are just too funny. Taiji has been played like this. I'm going to die laughing. Don't rush to laugh. I've noticed that recently. Su-Shan's goals have all used this celebration action, so it seems he's fixed on this celebration. It's quite good. The fixed celebration moves create memorable points for people and could even become a unique symbol of Su. The choice of Tai Chi Su is truly excellent, and this can definitely be considered a way to promote our traditional Chinese culture. Su is amazing, but are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? In this match, Su scored 3 goals again. Hasn't Su's league goal count reached 46 already? That's right, it's 46. Su is incredible. Su is really scoring like crazy. Baidu, Tieba, Hupu Forum, and various online live streams are all filled with Chinese fans discussing Su-Yun. Chapter 105. Changing the training plan. Football culture. Su-Yun is someone who understands adaptability. Since Sino Weibo is quite similar to Facebook and Twitter, once such a product matures, it may not even need anyone to endorse or promote it, and some may even be willing to pay for it. As far as he knows, there are players in Manchester United who have bought traffic on Twitter, and Twitter currently has no endorsers or ambassadors because it truly doesn't need them. Whether Sino Weibo can take off is still an unknown, but it can be confirmed that its nature is completely different from other commercial products. Therefore, strategies need to change for different products. Of course, the 50 million in 10 years, with plenty of penalties, is just a suggestion from Su-Yun, indicating an attitude. As for how Nangong Feishue negotiates and what the outcome will be, that's not something Su-Yun needs to worry about. He is now faced with the major problem of convincing the entire coaching staff. Ferguson was surprised. Su, why make such a huge change? Ferguson frowned as he held Su-Yun's newly released comprehensive testing report. The report showed that Soo-Yun's various abilities had indeed seen a tremendous improvement. Chapter 106. Manchester City scores first. Ferguson steady as a mountain in this match. Manchester City replaced some starting players. Santa Cruz, who came on as a substitute in the last match and scored 5 goals in the League Cup, replaced Adebayor. It was said that Adebayor was ill and didn't even make the squad for this match. Marcus could only rely on Santa Cruz. In fact, Santa Cruz was not a key player for Manchester City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many appearances in the League Cup and scored 5 goals. The live broadcast was also interesting. On one side was Santa Cruz from the last match, while on the other side was Soo-Yun sitting on the bench. The side note is simple. The competition for the League Cup's top scorer is most likely between these two, although there were others who scored 4 or 3 goals. They have all been eliminated. In the other semi-final, the players from Blackburn and Aston Villa, who scored the most, only managed 2 goals. No matter which of those two teams makes it to the League Cup final, the chances of overtaking Soo-Yun and Santa Cruz for the top scorer title are minimal. If Soo can secure the League Cup's top scorer, and with the Premier League top scorer basically already in his pocket and leading the Champions League with 13 goals, he could very well end up with at least 3 top scorer honors in a single season. Chapter 107. Rooney's extreme sprint. Soo-Yun's first assist. Marcus's prayers worked. In the entire first half, after Manchester United scored 2 goals, they had 5 good counterattack opportunities, but ultimately failed to convert any into goals. Some were thwarted by Manchester City players. Some are due to poor cooperation among Manchester United players, and others were simply a lack of opportunity conversion ability. But this doesn't matter too much. No one can guarantee that every attacking opportunity will turn into a goal. That's simply impossible. The key point is that Manchester City didn't score. In the overall score, Manchester United now leads by 2 goals, 6-4. One must say, every Manchester derby is a goal-scoring battle like a collision of planets. Of course, it's also a goal feast. Fans watching such matches find it very enjoyable. Before the start of the second half, Manchester United made a substitution. Soo-Yun came on, and Berbatov went off. It's a fixed routine, nothing new. However, the expressions on Manchester City players' faces were even more serious than before, because Soo-Yun can score too well. They were already 2 goals behind and had to push their attack to the limit. Now that Soo-Yun came on, it was like adding insult to injury. "Hey, nice to see you again." After coming on, Soo-Yun greeted Kolo Touré with a smile. Chapter 108. Marcus stunned. Big win against Manchester City. 1 assist, 5 goalkeeper coins. 1 goal, 1 goal coin. The value of assists is half that of goals. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. 2 assists are worth 1 goal. If he can rack up more assists, the coins earned can be quite considerable. Of course, this assist was merely a coincidence. Soo-Yun currently doesn't possess the ability to frequently gain assists. With a passing attribute of 76, it's still a bit low. What a beautiful pass. Rooney embraced Soo-Yun tightly and said, "I originally wanted to pass to you, but you were a bit too far away. You were thinking of passing to me with that ball? Come on, you're too nice." Soo-Yun was touched. "You're still 1 goal behind Santa Cruz." Rooney asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want the League Cup top scorer honor?" "How can I not want it?" "Of course I do." Soo-Yun smiled, "But this match isn't over yet. I still have chances to score, and after we reach the finals, Santa Cruz won't have any more opportunities to increase his goal count. But I still do. So, brother, winning for the team is more important. No need to pass the ball to me on purpose." Chapter 109. Ability improvement. Rampant. Charge 94. Manchester United achieved an absolute dominant victory over their city rivals Manchester City, strongly advancing to the League Cup final. As the result of the other match was already decided, Aston Villa defeated Blackburn, so Manchester United's opponent in the League Cup final was also confirmed. Aston Villa, after the match, related reports flooded the fan screens. The rivalry between the city rivals was portrayed by the media as an epic blockbuster full of ups and downs. Marcus's poor performance was shocking. Not only did Manchester City fans have extreme doubts about Marcus's coaching ability, but even neutral fans found it hard to believe how the head coach could become so flustered before the match was over. How can someone like this be qualified to be the head coach of a Premier League team, let alone one that is now financially robust? So, what is the Manchester City management doing? Why don't they hire some famous coaches? Is it because they don't like them? Of course. Soo-Yun is also being reported on prominently. Now, whenever there is news involving Manchester United, Soo-Yun is definitely a key figure that cannot be overlooked. Chapter 110. Dousing hope. Attractive fanbase. Arsenal has a glorious history. Under Wenger's leadership, they still maintain the myth of 49 consecutive unbeaten matches in the Premier League. Manchester United has gone 23 matches unbeaten this season, but they're still far from Arsenal's record. Overall, Arsenal's honors are not as substantial as Manchester United's. Moreover, the current Arsenal team is not as strong as the one that created the unbeaten record. Who were Arsenal's forwards before? Henry Bergkamp. And now, it's Arshavin and Van Persie. Previously, Arsenal's midfield featured stars like Pires, Ljungberg, and Vieira. Now, it's Rosicky, Nasri, Fabregas, and others. So, the gap is quite obvious. In this match, Ferguson fielded his strongest lineup, even though this team had just faced Manchester City 3 days prior. Playing 2 high-level matches back-to-back is still not a problem for professional players. Even away from home, Manchester United played very proactively. Ferguson and Wenger know each other well, so there was no testing. They went all out. Chapter 111, Championship Declaration. Momentum like a raging tide. Without discussing how Emperor Lee handles the massive female fanbase of Soo-Yun, let's return to the match between Manchester United and Arsenal. After Soo-Yun scored, Manchester United led 4-1, regaining a 3-goal advantage. There were less than 15 minutes left. In fact, 15 minutes is enough time to do many things. Unfortunately, Manchester United would not allow Arsenal to run rampant. Plus, they had to solidify their defense to avoid being overwhelmed. So, even though Arsenal worked hard in the remaining time, they ultimately could not change the score. Well, Manchester United didn't score again either. Soo-Yun's hope for another hat-trick was dashed. However, scoring twice is still quite good. Soo-Yun was very content. Moreover, after this double, his league goal tally had reached a whopping 48. He was on the verge of hitting 50. This goal count is enough to drive many media outlets and fans crazy. After all, the Premier League had only played 24 rounds. There are still 14 matches left for Soo-Yun. Chapter 112. Congested Schedule, Bonus Plan 50. Manchester United strongly advanced to the 5th round of the FA Cup. The opponent for the 5th round has also been confirmed, Bolton. Furthermore, starting from the 5th round, the FA Cup will adopt a 2-legged format. It won't be until the semi-finals and finals that the matches will be played at a neutral venue to determine the winner. The next match against Bolton is only about 2 weeks away. By February, we are approaching the end of the season. Many situations have already become clear or reached a fever pitch. The time to assess the results of the season is slowly arriving. Soo-Yun looked at the 75 God coins accumulated in the system and felt a bit helpless. He was just 5 God coins short to upgrade his shooting potential. If only he could get another assist or score another goal against Tottenham. Unfortunately, but that's okay. The schedule is still very tight. The match against Tottenham is on February 4th, and on February 6th, Manchester United will host Portsmouth in the 25th round of the league. There are only 2 days in between. This has caused Ferguson to criticize the English FA, wondering what kind of ridiculous schedule this is. As if they don't want Manchester United to achieve good results. Chapter 113. Welbeck excited. Ferguson's disappointment. Can you lose in the league? Of course. Although Ferguson didn't say it outright, you can tell from his lineup that he doesn't value the league at all right now. The league is just for the main players to rest. What does it matter if they go 25 matches unbeaten, as long as they can win the championship? Ferguson is a very pragmatic person. Of course, if this match were about maintaining an unbeaten streak of 49 or 48 matches, Ferguson's attitude would definitely be different. After all, being so close to Arsenal's record, he would surely want to break it. 25 matches are far from 49, so there's no need to think about it deliberately. Therefore, even if Aston Villa had a dream start, Ferguson remained unfazed. He calmly chewed gum, occasionally standing up to give some on-field instructions and adjustments. The Manchester United players, seeing Ferguson so composed, naturally settled down. This is Ferguson's magic. It's also the key reason he can always create fighting spirit and achieve good results, even with a fragmented squad. Chapter 114. Score 1, concede 1. When Berbatov came on, Soo-Yun was happy. Although he was still the focus of defensive attention, Berbatov's presence was more useful than Welbeck's incursions. The key point is that Berbatov actually passes the ball, and he prioritizes passing to Soo-Yun. This is something Welbeck cannot compare to at all. Of course, Soo-Yun knows this, but the Aston Villa defenders are not aware of it. So they also gave Berbatov special attention, especially after Tosic and Valencia increased their crosses from the flanks, greatly enhancing Berbatov's threat. Sure enough, just 6 minutes after Berbatov came on, he had 2 shots. One was a powerful turn shot, and the other was a header. although both were saved by Friedel. They had already caused Aston Villa to break out in a cold sweat. If Manchester United scores now, the momentum of the match could turn unfavorable. After all, a surging Manchester United is truly terrifying. Attack! Attack! Friedel loudly reminded his teammates during the goal kick. Now, they must keep attacking to counter Manchester United's counterattack. Chapter 115. Scoring again. First loss after Soo-Yun's shot. He fell directly to the ground due to the twisting of his body. But even while falling, he kept his eyes on the ball that had been shot out. When he saw the ball hit the net, he quickly got up and rushed into the Aston Villa goal. He grabbed the ball and ran towards the center circle. Including stoppage time, there was still at least 7 or 8 minutes left, and there was still 1 goal behind. There was a chance to equalize. There was still a chance to equalize. The Manchester United players also knew how precious the time was now, so they all followed suit. However, Aston Villa was in no hurry to kick off. They seemed to be saying something to each other, slowly making their way to the center circle. Soo-Yun immediately protested to the referee. On the sidelines, Ferguson was also furious, complaining to the 4th official. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to urge them on. Only then did the Aston Villa players quickly take their positions and complete the kickoff. But even so, more than 2 minutes had passed from the time Soo-Yun scored to when the kickoff was completed. By the time Soo-Yun took the lead and desperately trying to reclaim the ball, his teammates quickly followed. It was only after Aston Villa missed a high shot that they finally regained possession. But now it was already stoppage time. Chapter 116. No movement. Just good luck. Is Soo-Yun someone who can be easily knocked down? Definitely not. It's not just because he comes from a rural background that he possesses a resilient quality. Rather, he himself is not someone who can be easily defeated. If a single loss could crush him, then what would be the meaning of more than 6 months of intensive training and sweat from morning to night? Therefore, during the recovery training session the next day, it was evident to anyone that Soo-Yun's adjustment was very quick and effective. He had completely shed any frustration or regret from being defeated once. However, this loss made Soo-Yun focus even more on training. Even if he could only improve his shooting ability now, he would give it his all. He thought about it. When his shooting potential was fully developed, his training would lose all meaning. Because no matter how he trained, without an increase in potential, there could be no further progress. He wasn't a masochist. At that time, he would definitely slow down a bit. He would learn to enjoy football and enjoy life. But right now, his shooting ability was only 82 points. Still a full 6 points away from the current potential limit of 88 points. Chapter 117. Shining Stars. AC Milan scoring again? Isn't that normal? I've already scored 6 goals in the FA Cup, ranking first in the scoring list. I really haven't paid attention to that. Of course, I hope the team can go further in the FA Cup. I also hope to win the top scorer, but I hope even more to win the FA Cup Championship. You all know we are Manchester United. Our goal in any competition must be the championship. AC Milan? That is a great club, very strong. But I believe that in the end, we will be the ones laughing. The match against Bolton has ended. Manchester United won 5-0 away, basically making the second leg lose its suspense. Soo-Yun scored 2 goals in this match. The second goal was almost identical to the first. It was just a change from Rooney's long shot to Scholl's long shot, with Jääskeläinen saving twice, and Soo-Yun scoring twice on the rebound, effortlessly getting the goals. In a post-match interview, Soo-Yun declared his ambition to win, clearly showcasing his aspirations to everyone. Moreover, the next day, he received good news from Nan Gong-Fei Shui. Chapter 118. Another quick strike, unanswerable pass Manchester United has scored. Rooney received a pass from Scholes, made a diagonal run into the penalty area, held off Thiago Silva, and took a low shot that slipped through Dida's legs and into the net. Soo-Yun jumped up from the bench, raised his arms in excitement, and applauded enthusiastically. Rooney is amazing. This opportunity wasn't easy at all. It was entirely a reflection of Rooney's individual strength. Whether it was the timing of his run into the penalty area, holding off Thiago Silva, maintaining his balance while controlling the ball, and accurately shooting through Dida's legs. Without exceptional individual skill, it would have been impossible. If it were Soo-Yun, he might have been able to position himself as perfectly as Rooney. But holding off Thiago Silva would be a bit difficult. As for the subsequent shot, he would need to rely on a full dose of luck. Of course, Rooney is a superstar that is widely acknowledged. It's completely normal that his personal strength is currently unmatched. The game continued. Just like Manchester United didn't lose their composure after conceding a goal, AC Milan also didn't get flustered when the score was equalized. The Milan players were all battle-hardened. What kind of scenes hadn't they seen? Their mentality was as steady as a rock. However, Rooney's performance was not over yet. And in the 43rd minute of the first half, Chapter 119, controlling the rhythm, Rooney becomes a passing master. How can one not let Beckham take the spotlight? Only by scoring. However, what made Soo-Yun feel a bit awkward was that if he wanted to score, he could only rely on his teammates to create opportunities for him. His ability for independent attacks. Well, it can't be said that he has no independent attacking ability, but right now, his ability to independently attack is simply not enough to challenge the experienced defenders of AC Milan. So, Soo-Yun didn't think about humiliating himself. Instead, he actively ran to find opportunities that belonged solely to him. Moreover, Soo-Yun discovered that under this speed-focused attacking tactic, there were far more gaps than usual. However, not every gap could be seized. Either he wasn't fast enough to exploit the space, or his teammates didn't see it or delivered an inaccurate pass. But even so, Soo-Yun continued to run actively, integrating his understanding of pulling the defenders into the game. He constantly created better attacking environments for his teammates. Just a few minutes later, when Scholes pretended to pass to him, but suddenly passed to Rooney instead, Soo-Yun didn't complain at all. He quickly made a diagonal run towards where Rooney was about to dribble. Chapter 120, the jersey of the Ninth Master. A legacy across space, the Tai Chi celebration reappeared at the San Siro Stadium. The scene of Soo-Yun and Rooney embracing each other was promptly recorded by many reporters. Manchester United's new twin stars, based solely on their goal and assist data, had already completely surpassed the combination of Cristiano Ronaldo and Rooney. The live camera focused on Ferguson, who had his hands in his pockets, chewing gum, and remained unfazed, marveling at his eye for talent. Although he has faced a lot of criticism for his signings, he has discovered a gem like Soo-Yun. Just this alone can completely offset all his previous failed signings. A discerning eye. Besides this phrase, I really can't think of any other adjectives to describe Ferguson's signing this time. However, while Soo-Yun and Rooney were celebrating, there was someone on the AC Milan side with a somewhat dazed look. This person is Filippo Inzaghi. As a man who walks the offside line, he has a wealth of experience in counter-offside runs. Now, seeing Soo-Yun's performance in counter-offside play leaves Filippo Inzaghi very puzzled. That kind of movement, although it looks quite good in his eyes, is still far from perfect. Chapter 121. Forced to lie, Ferguson's disciple the next day. After drinking almost a bottle of red wine, Soo-Yun was woken up by his biological clock. He felt refreshed and was not affected by the alcohol at all. However, his roommate, Gary Neville, was not so lucky. He not only had a slight headache, but also occasionally felt nauseous. Well, this should be related to the fact that he drank about 2 bottles. After getting ready and going out, he saw Rooney and Ferdinand, whose conditions didn't seem to be much better than Neville's. Hey, you shouldn't drink so much. Look at me, I know I can't handle that much. So I don't let myself drink too much. You need to learn to control yourselves. Soo-Yun sighed, but the schadenfreude on his face was quite annoying. Sure enough, Rooney, Ferdinand, and Gary Neville rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Soo-Yun couldn't stand the tickling and quickly begged for mercy. Who would have thought that these 3 big guys would resort to tickling when dealing with someone? Who can bear that? He decisively surrendered. Aren't you guys resting? When Ferguson boarded the bus with the coaching staff and saw that Rooney and the others were not in good spirits, his face immediately became serious. It's all my fault for going over yesterday's game with the captain and them, and I lost track of time. Soo-Yun immediately raised his hand. Chapter 122. Close attention. Score difference. Berbatov felt that his efforts were paying off. When has Rooney ever been substituted? What? A busy schedule, allowing Rooney to rest more? Ha ha. During busy schedules in the past, has Rooney ever been substituted? No. But why now? Clearly, this is because Ferguson saw how well he and Soo-Yun worked together, as he could pass the ball to Soo-Yun. Right? Welbeck was already aware that he had to take on his own responsibilities because he didn't pass to Soo-Yun. How many games has he not been on the squad for now? So, if you can't recognize that Soo-Yun is Ferguson's absolute favorite, how can you survive in Manchester United? Meanwhile, Berbatov saw through all of this. Off the pitch, he built a good relationship with Soo-Yun. On the pitch, he willingly played as Soo-Yun's supporting player. Look, the results are already showing, right? After hardship comes sweetness. So, after Soo-Yun came on, Berbatov, although he remained calm, was always closely watching Soo-Yun's runs. Moreover, he was now very clear about how strong Soo-Yun's movement ability was after entering the penalty area. Therefore, sometimes, Even if the opportunity didn't seem great, Berbatov resolutely passed the ball to Su Yun, just for the attitude. Chapter 123. Su Yun's thoughts? Owen's choice the league is a long marathon, testing a team's ability to fight persistently. Manchester United's performance this season has already been impressive. However, they still can't shake off the second place by more than 10 points, which shows how fierce the competition in the Premier League is. The day after the match against Everton, Su Yun looked at the changes in the system, shooting 82, 83, 89, and his shooting ability finally improved a little again. Calculating carefully, it had been half a month since the last ability improvement. Improving shooting ability by a bit in half a month shows how hard Su Yun has been training during this time. Keep it up. On February 24th, the 28th round of the Premier League, at home against West Ham United, even though the league lead wasn't too large, Ferguson still sent out most of the substitute lineup. There was no choice. On the 26th was the second leg of the FA Cup 5th round against Bolton. And on the 28th, they had to play the League Cup final against Aston Villa. Ferguson needed to save the main players for these two matches. Su Yun still sat on the bench, learning attentively and absorbing all the nutrients related to the game to enrich himself. Chapter 124. Ultimate Defense. Penalty breakthrough. Su Yun was unaware that Owen was contemplating his career. He was even less aware that Owen was at a crossroads in his own destiny. He was now fully enjoying the joy of scoring, watching so many fans at Old Trafford perform Tai Chi together in celebration, listening to the DJ cheer for him, and hearing the fans sing the song written for him in perfect unison. At this moment, he was the center of Old Trafford, the true focus of attention. He enjoyed and even became obsessed with such moments. Even if that goal, just now, was purely a lucky goal he was most familiar with. Su Yun could celebrate openly without any embarrassment. Moreover, without his pressing, West Ham's goalkeeper Green wouldn't have passed the ball to his feet. So, it seems like a lucky goal, but in reality, this is the result of his hard work, diligence, and the pressure he naturally brings. It can't be considered pure luck. Didn't someone say? The so-called luck is a reward for your hard work. Without effort, luck cannot possibly come to you. Therefore, after the restart, Chapter 125, Mendes Performance. David Gill gets anxious, 55 goals. What is Su Yun's limit? Goals galore, 55 goals analyzed. Unprecedented. The rise of Su. What is Su's limit? The next day, all major newspapers and television stations across the UK were filled with reports about Su Yun's goals. In the sport of football, scoring is indeed the most eye-catching thing. Therefore, Su Yun's explosive number of goals is hard not to attract attention. For the media, this is a festive feast. You can gain the love of fans simply by reporting on relevant content or even commenting and interpreting it. This is the market. Therefore, the media is currently extremely fond of Su Yun. No media person would dislike a player who continuously generates news for them. However, Su Yun has become accustomed to all of this. Even now, he actively searches for some reports to read, rewarding himself with a delightful mood, but he always remains clear-headed, knowing that his personal strength is still far from sufficient and does not match his current achievements. Therefore, the pace of training cannot stop. Chapter 126. Endorsing Sina Weibo. League Cup final. Sina Weibo has been secured. 6 years, 30 million. Nangong Feishua wanted to negotiate for 10 years. However, Sina Weibo was unwilling and only wanted to stick to the previous 5-year term. After some back and forth, and with Su Yun's increasing popularity, Sina Weibo finally agreed to extend it by 1 year. Due to the unique nature of social media platforms, after requesting some other hidden benefits, Nangong Feishua ultimately agreed to this plan. Of course, the speed was also related to Mendes' plan to launch Su Yun's accounts on Facebook and Twitter after the League Cup, which required coordination with Sina Weibo. 3 different social media platforms would go live simultaneously. Sina Weibo was also happy about this and expressed their willingness to fly to Manchester as quickly as possible to finalize the contract with Su Yun. After all, with Tencent determined to enter the Weibo field, how much first-mover advantage Sina Weibo can maintain and how many users it can attract is directly related. According to the analysis from Sina Weibo's marketing department, given Su Yun's popularity and fan base in the country, once he settles in and endorses, he will definitely become a calling card for Sina Weibo. Chapter 127. Coach Gao has arrived. Ultimate Bus European football coach Gao felt the atmosphere at Wembley Stadium and was quite emotional. Although every match of the Chinese national team has many fans and is almost always full, it seems to lack that certain something in terms of atmosphere. Of course, This is also related to China's lack of professional football stadiums. The difference between professional and non-professional stadiums may seem slight, but the experience is completely different. They have developed for so long, and we have just begun. There's no need to rush, as long as the national team's performance can satisfy the fans. I believe the entire environment will gradually improve. You should know that Chinese fans are the most lovable and passionate in the world. They just lack a channel and opportunity to express their enthusiasm. Nangong Feishue was sitting next to Coach Gao, smiling as she spoke. Coach Gao nodded and then focused his gaze on the figure on the Manchester United bench. He had watched 2 mini-match videos and highlights of Su Yun, and together with the coaching staff, they had already devised plans on what tactics to adopt after Su Yun joined the national team, how to create goal-scoring opportunities for him, and so on. But it was his first time watching Su Yun play live. Chapter 128. The Amazing Friedel. The amazing last-minute goal. Su Yun had been waiting for an opportunity. In situations where he couldn't find space to showcase his ghost-in-the-box characteristics, he could only rely on constant running to gamble on luck. Previously, his luck hadn't seemed very good, as the ball had not entered a controllable range for him. This time, during a free kick opportunity, he was just routinely running to pull Aston Villa's defense, creating opportunities for his teammates to shoot. Unexpectedly, Dunn won the header against Ferdinand, but directed it toward his own goal. It would have been one thing if he just headed it into his own goal. But the key was that Su Yun realized the ball was very close to him. As a result, his ghostly characteristic was instantly activated. He took 2 quick steps forward and jumped with all his might, trying to reach the ball and hoping to slightly alter its trajectory. After all, he could see clearly that although Friedel was caught off guard by this ball, due to his good position, the probability of him saving it was still above 95. If he couldn't change the ball's flight path, then it was unlikely to pose any threat. Fortunately, Su Yun was in a good position, and his jump was high enough. Chapter 129. Heroic Essence. Draped in the 5-star red flag last-minute goal. Su. It's Su again. He scored the winning goal against Aston Villa. A brace. Su has become Manchester United's hero. Aston Villa performed exceptionally well today, showing great resilience. Whether it was their aggressive opening goal or their subsequent ironclad defense, they had pushed Manchester United into despair. But unfortunately, Manchester United had Su. At critical moments, the true hero shines. Su first equalized the score and now scored the winning goal. Undoubtedly, this was a game belonging to Su. However, there were still 3 minutes of stoppage time, and Su's goal happened in the 2nd minute of stoppage time, which means Aston Villa still had a chance. This is football, as long as it's not the final moment. No one can predict who will win or lose. The Sky Sport commentator was passionately narrating, making even fans who weren't on site feel the atmosphere of the scene. In the stands, Mendes, Nangong Feishue, Coach Gao, and the Sina Weibo team all stood up to applaud. Each of them wore smiles, even showing signs of shock. Chapter 130. Lottery, Steel, and Iron Bones. The interview with Su Yun continued until the championship trophy was to be awarded. Of course, at the same time, the best scorer trophy of the League Cup was also awarded, and he won this honor with an absolute advantage by scoring 9 goals in the League Cup. As for the best player of the final, those were secondary. When he received the best scorer trophy and raised the League Cup trophy with his teammates, Su Yun's smile was extraordinarily radiant. He had grown fond of the feeling of winning. It was simply too wonderful and addictive. He wanted more. Of course, the rewards from the system were also a key factor in his addiction. Honor, 2010 English League Cup champion. Reward, 1 big lottery draw opportunity. Honor, 2010 English League Cup top scorer. Reward, 1 big lottery draw opportunity. Look at the rewards given by the system. Su Yun was truly overjoyed. 2 big lottery draw opportunities, worth 100 Goal God coins. This is equivalent to directly rewarding him with 100 Goal God coins, equivalent to 100 goals or 200 assists. Chapter 131. Meeting Coach Gao. Adjusting the training plan again. Winning the championship is always noisy. After finishing a call with his parents and taking care of all the trivial matters, when Su Yun finally stepped away, it was already 2 hours after the official end of the match. Su Yun met with the head coach of the Chinese national team, Coach Gao, at the hotel where the team was staying. Su Yun, congratulations on winning the League Cup championship. Those 2 goals were beautiful. You are undoubtedly the hero of this match. Coach Gao smiled and shook hands with Su Yun, offering generous praise. Hello, Coach Gao. Su Yun shook hands with him, feeling very excited. Although Nangong Feishue had said that he could join the national team at any time, would the head coach trust him? Would he think he was getting special treatment? Would he have any aversion or opinions about him? These were all uncertain factors. However, now that he was meeting Coach Gao, many of Su Yun's earlier worries had mostly vanished. After all, if Coach Gao had any issues with him, he wouldn't be presenting such a warm demeanor now. "How's it going? Are you ready to represent the country?" Coach Gao smiled and said, "Although we don't have many tasks this year, we must prepare for the Asian Cup early next year, so we have arranged some warm-up matches." Chapter 132. 3 major accounts, guilt time, slightly rewinds. While Su Yun was busy celebrating the championship, Mendez, Nangong Feishue, and others had already prepared and quickly helped Su Yun set up his Facebook, Twitter, and Sina Weibo accounts. On Facebook, they posted highlights of Su Yun's 2 goals in the League Cup final, along with a video of him raising the League Cup trophy and the top score trophy after the victory. Mendez's earlier negotiations with Facebook also showed results. Facebook provided significant traffic, allowing fans worldwide to follow Su Yun's latest updates. At the same time, Twitter released Su Yun's first external message, "League Cup champion. This is just the beginning." Similarly, Twitter promoted Su Yun's account to a certain extent. On Sina Weibo, the efforts were even greater. They not only held a press conference in the country, boldly declaring that Su Yun would become the spokesperson for Sina Weibo for the next 6 years, but they also created a trending topic for his championship victory at the moment his account was activated, shooting straight to the top. This was clearly cheating. Chapter 133. AC Milan arrives. Noisy neighbors. On March 7, 2010, both the Premier League and FA Cup quarterfinals kicked off simultaneously. Therefore, the 29th round Premier League match between Manchester United and Wolverhampton was postponed to wait for a rescheduled match. Manchester United focused on the first leg of the FA Cup quarterfinal against Fulham. On this day, Su Yun also received good news. Shooting 83-84, dribbling 73-73, passing 76-76, defense 68-69, speed 85-85, physical 86-86. Shooting ability has finally increased to 84. Defense ability also improved slightly to 69, not far from its potential limit. In terms of physical, although the potential limit has been unlocked, the training time is still short. So there hasn't been an improvement yet. But Su Yun was already very satisfied. As long as he could steadily improve, that was enough. This represented that his efforts were not in vain. After resting long enough, even away at Fulham, Ferguson fielded a full-strength lineup for this match, hoping to lay a solid foundation for advancement in this match. Chapter 134. Player of the Month. Always a Chinese in February 2010. The Premier League Player of the Month award went to Su Yun. The Premier League officials came to present him with the award. This was Su Yun's 3rd consecutive time winning the Premier League Player of the Month award. He also made history in the Premier League. Before Su Yun, no player had ever won the Player of the Month honor for 3 consecutive months. After all, maintaining a high level of performance and outperforming other competitors is incredibly difficult. But Su Yun did it. Apart from the first few months when the Premier League officials deliberately did not present Su Yun with an award, they completely overcame their psychological barriers and treated Su Yun's achievements fairly and justly, because this was beneficial for the Premier League. A star player who attracts public attention can bring many advantages to the Premier League. Not to mention, the broadcasting contracts from Asia mid-season had frighteningly high amounts. Why is all of this happening? It is obvious that it is all because of Su Yun. Therefore, in the eyes of the Premier League officials, Su Yun not only represents China, but can also represent the vast Asian market. Su Yun is their cash cow. So, is there any problem in treating the cash cow fairly and justly? Chapter 135. Crazy slaughter. Real Madrid upset. How is Manchester United's form? Just think about their last FA Cup quarterfinal against Fulham to find out. It's exceptionally good. The impact of winning the League Cup has not dissipated and continues to influence Manchester United. As for AC Milan, to be honest, although they seem to have a star-studded lineup, they are all too old. They cannot keep up with Manchester United's pace. Although Manchester United also has veterans like Giggs, Scholes, and Gary Neville, Ferguson's use of them is very scientific. Unlike AC Milan, which relies on these veterans to deliver results. Over an entire season, playing so many matches, they are too tired. Also, Ronaldinho is often seen in nightclub news, partying all night long. His indulgence has not come to an end. What does this reflect? It reflects a lack of motivation. At Barcelona, he has won all the honors he could, including the World Cup, and is truly without desires. To put it nicely, he has started to enjoy life. Beckham's professionalism is indeed very high, but he is now basically a case of having the heart but lacking the strength. Chapter 136. Sharp and decisive. The noise before the big battle. Football is round. Seeing the news of Real Madrid being eliminated, Soo-Yun was filled with emotion. This made him very alert. Manchester United has indeed become very strong this season because of his joining, and this is beyond doubt. However, Soo-Yun has also encountered many matches where he felt powerless. So, one must never relax, let alone say that they are certain to win championship. Even in the league, it is the same. Now, after 29 rounds of matches, Chelsea has narrowed the point gap with Manchester United to 5 points. Although this is partly because Manchester United has played one less match, it is still enough to make everyone at Manchester United feel tense. After all, there will be a direct confrontation with Chelsea later on, and if they can't win that match, the outcome of the Premier League Championship will truly be in suspense. However, matches need to be played one by one, and his ability needs to improve gradually. Having accumulated 4 skill points, Soo-Yun decisively invested them in dribbling. The potential of dribbling rose from 74 to 75. So, after the match ended and returning to the base, while other teammates might have already started playing at home. Chapter 137. The fiery National Derby. Rooney's penalty saved. Ferguson fielded a full-strength lineup this time. With ample rest time, Ferguson naturally wouldn't team make any rotations. Liverpool was the same. Moreover, Liverpool set up an aggressive 4-3-3 formation, demonstrating their confidence in winning this match. Because Liverpool still has hopes of competing for a top 4 finish. They must give their all in every upcoming match to secure all 3 points. Otherwise, they will truly miss out on the top 4. For a big club like Liverpool, failing to make the top 4 and not participating in next season's Champions League would not only be a loss of prestige, but also a huge loss of income. Participating in the Champions League guarantees at least millions in revenue. Thus, modern professional football is all about money. However, in football matches, wanting to win doesn't guarantee victory. After the start, both sides were aggressive, with waves of attacks. Manchester United showed no signs of holding back, as Ferguson also wanted to win this match decisively. In just 20 minutes after the start, both sides managed a total of 15 shots, with Manchester United taking 8 and Liverpool 7, making it evenly matched. Chapter 138. Sticky plaster. Be careful, brother. Upon seeing Rooney's penalty saved by Reina, everyone, including Soo-Yun, felt a jolt in their hearts. But soon, Old Trafford erupted in celebration, and Soo-Yun jumped from the bench, cheering with raised arms. Because he scored, Rooney cleverly followed up with a rebound, completing his redemption. It could be considered a narrow escape. Of course, Chelsea was not satisfied with this outcome. Reina is still not good enough. With a shot like Rooney's, handing it to Cech would have never given Rooney a chance to follow up. It's fine, Liverpool still has opportunities. They will definitely defeat Manchester United. But Soo-Yun is coming on in the second half. This one statement silenced the Chelsea players who had gathered to watch the match. Soo-Yun was like a sword hanging over their heads, giving a chilling feeling. Because in the 29 Premier League matches Soo-Yun participated in, he had already scored 56 goals, and all of them were achieved as a substitute. It was simply terrifying. Therefore, without Soo-Yun, Liverpool couldn't take the lead. What changes would occur once Soo-Yun was on the field? Chapter 139. A clever leak, a shot at goal. Mascherano was incredibly cunning. Originally, Soo-Yun was supposed to disrupt Liverpool's defense and attract enough defensive attention to create more opportunities for his teammates. But now, Mascherano decisively abandoned him to block Rooney's shot. This was partly due to Mascherano being in the right area, but more so it showcased his judgment in defense and decisive execution. After all, if he didn't do anything, it couldn't be blamed on him. Because he neutralized Soo-Yun, he had perfectly completed the task assigned to him by Benitez. However, now it seemed that Mascherano wanted more. Mascherano smiled slightly. With Ager's pursuit and his own block, Rooney's attack was destined to fail. Who said he couldn't do other things while closely marking Soo-Yun? No, he was Mascherano. He could do more. But soon, Mascherano's expression froze. Because Rooney, although he had made the shooting motion, it was just a feint. He let the ball go through. The ball passed between his legs. Mascherano's heart sank. Chapter 140. An acrobatic strike. David Gill's wry smile. Being active doesn't mean one can score. Liverpool is not a soft target. This must be clearly recognized. Even when Soo Yin was sitting on a bench, he had already analyzed and studied Liverpool's defense, knowing where to exploit the breakthrough. However, due to his lack of independent offensive capability, he needed to find the right moment to fully utilize the information he had observed. Therefore, the dribbling attribute must be improved quickly. As long as he can dribble and break through, his threat level would be far beyond what it is now. He would evolve to another terrifying level. However, even so, as Liverpool struggled to score and time slowly passed, the Liverpool players became impatient. Soo Yin still found an opportunity, an obvious gap in the penalty area. It all depended on whether the ball-carrying Scholes could see it. But regardless of whether Scholes saw it or not, he had to run. Soo Yin absolutely would not allow a situation where he didn't reach the spot when the ball was passed. It was just that when Soo Yin reached the position, the ball did arrive. Chapter 141. Reina's gift, capsizing in the gutter. Ha, what luck. Soo, you make me envious. Reina was about to faint. On the pitch, Soo Yin was celebrating with his teammates. He had completed his third goal of the match, achieving another hat trick. However, this goal had a bit of luck involved. Originally, after a Manchester United attack ended, Soo Yin was returning to defend. Reina was also thinking about which teammate to throw the ball to, or was simply booting it long since time was running out, and he needed to look for more attacking opportunities. They, Liverpool, would absolutely never surrender before the time is up. But Soo Yin never expected that, as he turned to see who Reina was going to pass the ball to, the ball would come right to him. In fact, Reina even fell to the ground while throwing the ball. Faced with such a gift, even though this was outside the penalty area, Soo Yin had no reason not to accept it. So, he aimed at the goal, slightly lifted the ball with the instep of his foot, and it flew over the flustered Reina, precisely landing in the net. Therefore, this goal was 99. 9 credited to Reina. Chapter 142, Daily Training. Good news the next day. Soo Yin was awakened by his biological clock. While it was still dim outside, he went for a light jog to warm up, then began practicing dribbling. After more than an hour, he started shooting practice. Once he completed all of this, he finally went to the dining hall for something to eat. After greeting teammates who had arrived early and chatting for a bit, he dove back into the gym for some strength training before the team's collective training began. When the team gathered for training, he joined them. But most of the time, he still trained alone, only participating during team scrimmages. This was the routine of Soo Yin, which was completely incomparable to the daily life of Rooney or other first-team players. Take Rooney as an example. His daily routine was to arrive at the training base around 9 in the morning in his luxury car, then go to the dining hall to eat and prepare for training. After training for about 2 hours, he would rest and wait for lunch, then take a short nap. In the afternoon, he would train for another hour and a half or 2 hours, and then clock out. Comparing Soo Yin's routine to Rooney's, one utilized every minute, while the other was filled with enjoying life. Chapter 143. The bench is not weak. Team backbone Mendes greatly appreciated this aspect of Soo Yin, because a grateful person is someone he can trust to cooperate with. Even though he was in a world filled with money, Mendes placed more importance on a player's personal character. At first glance, this might seem a bit off, but this was the fundamental reason for Mendes' success. By adhering to this principle, he was able to grow from obscurity to become a big player among football agents worldwide. Only by working with such people can one avoid the worry of being backstabbed for profit one day. If you have any thoughts, we can communicate anytime. I support you staying at Manchester United, even if the transfer is less and my commission is less. I am not an agent who encourages players to transfer just to get a commission. I just hope you don't be foolishly loyal. Mendes affirmed and offered his advice. Soo Yin smiled. Jorge, you don't need to worry about this. I am very clear about it. Mendes smiled and changed the subject. I heard you have a business in China? It was Sister Shui who mentioned it, right? I just followed her advice to invest a bit. It's nothing significant. Soo Yin replied with a smile. Chapter 144. Crazy goal count. Naturalization? 61. Who can stop the miraculous Soo? How high will Soo raise the single-season scoring record in the Premier League? Alan Shearer stated that Soo is a phenomenal forward. He cannot imagine how Soo can score so many goals. Thierry Henry remarked that he is not as good at scoring as Soo. The next day, media outlets across the UK were heavily promoting Soo Yin's goal count. The reason? Quite simple, because of his double against Bolton. Soo Yin's league goal count had reached 61. This is a jaw-dropping number, almost inhuman. Moreover, this number shocked not only the British media, but also media worldwide. They eagerly spread this news to fans around the globe. Soo-Yun's social media team also promptly released related information and started self-promotion. Furthermore, some media made another statistic: Soo-Yun's total goal count, from coming off the bench to score a last-minute goal in the Community Shield to now. He has scored 61 in the Premier League, 18 in the Champions League, 9 in the League Cup, and 8 in the FA Cup, totaling 97. Chapter 145, Facing Bayern. Soo-Yun is up, brother. There's no need to consider this. I will not change my nationality. Just as you deeply love your motherland, I feel the same way. That is the country that gave birth to and raised me. It's like my mother. How could a child betray their mother? Don't you agree? Soo-Yun responded seriously to Rooney, just as he had instructed Mendes to convey to those inquiring about this issue, and as he stated on social media. On this matter, there was no room for negotiation. This is a matter of principle. Rooney felt Soo-Yun's determination. Although he expressed regret, he did not dwell on the issue further. Continuing to press would only harm the friendly relationship between him and Soo-Yun. Amid such turmoil, March 31st arrived quickly. The highly anticipated Champions League quarterfinals were about to kick off. Besides Manchester United and Bayern, who were set to face off, the other matchup in the upper bracket was Lyon, who eliminated Real Madrid, and Bordeaux, who triumphed over Olympiacos. This was a League One internal battle. Chapter 146. Lost the game. Frozen Soo-Yun. The match is over. 2-1, Bayern defeated Manchester United at home to win the match. However, the Champions League quarterfinals are two-legged. And losing this match is not the end of the world for Manchester United. They have an away goal and returning home. They only need a simple 1-0 to eliminate Bayern and advance to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Soo continued his good form, scoring Manchester United's only goal in this match. Unfortunately, this goal did not bring a victory. So, Soo is not omnipotent. Van Gaal's defense against Soo is worth learning from. Throughout the match, apart from the initial chance he took, Soo was completely neutralized. This is an impressive achievement. Of course, Soo still leads the Champions League scoring chart by a wide margin. He has now scored 19 goals. This is a remarkable, even terrifying achievement. Currently, the second place on the Champions League scoring chart, Cristiano Ronaldo, has only scored 7 goals. The gap between Soo-Yun and others is truly enormous. Chapter 147. Solutions, Fearless on the Field. Soo-Yun also saw the reports from the Times. Not only the Times, but many newspapers, radio stations, and television stations reported on him. It seemed that after Bayern froze him out, no one believed in him anymore. It felt like everyone thought his true colors had been exposed. Even on social media, many fans who disliked him or were hostile to Manchester United were leaving various mocking comments. For a moment, it seemed like the world was going to celebrate his downfall after he was frozen out. Of course, all of this is an illusion. Outside the Carrington training ground, hundreds of fans gathered, holding banners in support of Soo-Yun and various encouraging slogans to tell him that everything is not as bad as it seems. They're just jealous of how many goals he scores. So even if he only scores 1 goal in a match, they dare to belittle him. It's simply unreasonable. Therefore, he must not be affected. On Weibo, the term Soo-Yun is strong directly soared to the top of the trending searches. And it was achieved without any behind-the-scenes manipulation, purely due to the enthusiasm of the fans. This not only further proves Soo-Yun's appeal among Chinese fans, but also highlights how fast Weibo has developed during this time due to his endorsement. Chapter 148. Another blow. A long-range shot. Soo-Yun indeed felt that this match was hard to play, because with his appearance, there was no change in Manchester United's situation on the field. Chelsea still aggressively suppressed Manchester United in their half, preventing them from even crossing the halfway line. In other words, Manchester United was being thoroughly dominated. And for a player like Soo-Yun, who relies on support from teammates, there was no room for him to make an impact in such a match. He even had to retreat to his own half to participate in defense a bit. To some extent, he could contribute, but changing the situation on the field would be quite difficult. If he could hold the ball and had strong breakthrough ability combined with super speed, then there might be a chance to break through. But in the current situation, there was no possibility of breaking the deadlock. Soo-Yun's appearance, looking at it now, was just looking for trouble. He was well aware of this, but he still worked hard, because he had something to rely on. Full luck. He possessed full luck. As long as he was on the field and could keep looking for opportunities, luck might just come upon him again at any moment. After all, how could fate let down someone who is full luck and works so hard? Chapter 149. Perfect long shot. Anderson's charge. Czech jumped with full confidence. His abilities were indeed strong. Even in such unfavorable circumstances, he still had a precise judgment of the ball's landing point, and his jump height, stretching ability, and arm extension were all perfect. However, no matter how perfect the save is, it is still completely passive. When the originally well-judged landing point was slightly altered by the ball's direction, Cech's face turned dark. What the hell is going on? It can change direction continuously? Unfortunately, reality would not change just because Cech was shocked. Jumping Cech, facing the suddenly changing ball, still desperately tried to block it. Unfortunately, he was just a little short. The ball nearly grazed his fingertips past his interception and then hit the bottom edge of the crossbar, directly entering the goal and settling in the net. When the ball hit the net, Cech fell heavily to the ground. But now, no one cared if Cech's fall was a bit harsh or what his emotions were, because the focus had completely shifted to Su-Yun. The moment he saw the ball hit the net, Su-Yun immediately started practicing Tai Chi on the spot. Chapter 150, Narrowing the Gap, Winner Takes All. Anderson is undoubtedly a genius. Manchester United put in a lot of effort to get Anderson. Moreover, he is the type of talent that is visible to the naked eye. However, he doesn't like training much and is somewhat detached from hard work. Perhaps joining Manchester United has reduced his pursuit. In short, Su-Yun feels it's quite a pity. Of course, this feeling of pity has happened many times. Really, whether at Manchester United or against some opponents, there have been too many visibly talented geniuses encountered. But these geniuses seem unable to fully realize their talents. And Su-Yun? Diligent and hardworking. But unfortunately, his talent ceiling isn't very high. So, thinking about it, it's quite a sentiment. However, players like Anderson, even if their growth doesn't meet expectations, still have distinct characteristics. First, they have a high lower limit. They generally do not perform poorly. Whatever their strength is, that's what it is. Second, they occasionally have standout performances. Now, it belongs to Anderson's moment of brilliance. While Lampard was contemplating how Anderson should handle the ball and listing some options for him, Anderson chose none of them. Chapter 151, Long-Distance Charge, Spectacular. Su-Yun did not give up on the match. The Manchester United players on the field also did not give up. They were still fighting, because Chelsea hadn't given up. They had to lift their spirits to fend off Chelsea's attacks, striving to prevent Chelsea from scoring a fifth goal. Winning or losing, it no longer mattered. What mattered was to concede fewer goals. Chelsea's scheme, no, it should be said their open scheme, they could all feel it. Therefore, they must not let Chelsea have their way. And football is round. Although Chelsea was putting on very strong pressure and Manchester United was defending very awkwardly, and many times, Manchester United players were unable to accurately find their teammates. But it was this kind of blind long clearance. Once, twice, three times, finally, the ball happened to come to Su-Yun's side. And because it was Chelsea's attacking phase, Lampard was not nearby, and only Terry was not far away, but still more than 10 meters away. Opportunity. Su-Yun instantly saw the chance. But this opportunity couldn't be played as a long-range shot anymore. Even though Cech was positioned quite forward, after having suffered a loss once, it would be hard to make Cech make the same mistake again. The key is that if he really chose to shoot, it would entirely depend on luck. Chapter 152, Total Goals Exceeding 100, Reporters Went Crazy. The Manchester United players on the field were so inspired that they were about to explode. The difficulty of this match is clear to them. Yet, in such challenging circumstances, Su-Yun still completed a hat trick, giving them hope to equalize. How could they let Su-Yun's efforts go to waste? So let us fight, burn with all our might, seize these last few minutes, and give Chelsea a proper lesson. Therefore, when Chelsea restarted the game and decided to take their time rather than rushing to attack, Manchester United players began their frantic pressing. Actually, Ancelotti's choice right now is not wrong. First, the goal of crushing Manchester United is no longer achievable, and the attempt to undermine their confidence has also failed. So there is no need to continue a reckless attack at this time. After all, Su-Yun's ability to seize opportunities makes him a player who operates outside the norm and can repeatedly create miracles, so they cannot be careless. Secondly, Chelsea is still leading. So the most important thing now is to secure these 3 points. Then, they can narrow the gap with Manchester United and keep their title hopes alive. Chapter 153, A Dream Start. A sudden change, Sue? A hat trick? That was just because he hadn't team-met me. I will show the world at Old Trafford that freezing Sue is really simple. The team that will definitely reach the Champions League semi-finals is Bayern. Manchester United is destined to be eliminated by us. Reporters quickly reported Van Bommel's related statements. Bayern fans applauded and cheered. As a Bayern player, one should be this domineering. They're the Bundesliga champions. After all, unafraid of anyone. Anyone can be beaten. Moreover, reporters were eager to interview Soo-Yun. After all, it was a bit lacking in excitement for just Van Bommel to shout like this. If Soo-Yun could respond, the topic would be directly ignited. However, the reporters were met with a closed door. Not only did Soo-Yun refuse interviews, but even other Manchester United players were prohibited from accepting any interviews. Even during training, Ferguson had closed sessions. They hurriedly practiced how to counter Van Bommel's freezing after Soo-Yun came on, as such news must not be detected by Bayern. Otherwise, Van Gaal might come up with a new way to deal with Soo-Yun, although the reporters were disappointed. Chapter 154. Bayern scored again. Manchester United fell into the abyss. Football is round, and anything can happen. Just when everyone expected Manchester United to extend their lead, it was Bayern who scored. It was Thomas Muller again, connecting with Alec. It was supposed to be a chaotic opportunity. Thomas Muller cleverly seized the ball, feigning a shot to trick Vidic into diving to block. But unexpectedly, his shot was a fake, and the pass was real. He directly passed to Alec, who was lurking at the back post. By the time Alec appeared, he had completely shaken off Manchester United's defenders and blasted a shot at the goal. Van der Sar had no way to stop this goal and could only watch it go in. 2-1. With Bayern scoring a goal, the aggregate score was now completely level. Furthermore, it negated Manchester United's earlier away goal advantage. The key point is, now it's Manchester United's home ground, and if they concede again, Bayern would have the away goal advantage. Ferguson quickly signaled for the players to steady themselves. First, there isn't much time left in the first half. It's better to safely enter the second half. Secondly, with this goal, Bayern's momentum has risen. Chapter 155. Super difficulty, screen, and scores super hellish difficulty. This is the situation facing Manchester United. Don't concede a goal and score 3. Many Manchester United players on the field have already hung their heads. They feel this is an impossible task, let alone facing Bayern, even against mid to lower tier teams in the Premier League. They wouldn't dare say they could definitely beat them 3-0. Soo-Yun also felt the heavy pressure. Indeed, they're already on the edge of a cliff. The taste of failure? He has tasted it a bit too much lately. Must he continue to taste it? It's just 3 goals, isn't it? Just play. As long as the match isn't over, they cannot give up. Just as Soo-Yun wanted to encourage his teammates, Ferguson began shouting from the sidelines. In such a noisy environment, no one could hear clearly what Ferguson was shouting. They only knew he was very angry, extremely angry, and gesturing for an offensive. That's right. There's no time to consider what to do if they concede again. The primary task now is to score, and score again. Not scoring means death. Ferguson doesn't want to die. Manchester United doesn't want to die. Therefore, the players on the field cannot adopt a dead mentality. Chapter 156. Veteran gigs, screen, and score again, pass and move. This is the most common and harmonious form of cooperation on the football field. It is also one of the charming characteristics of football. Undoubtedly, Soo-Yun is now using the team's screens and completing instantaneous pass and move cooperation, which is undoubtedly more challenging. Therefore, opportunities are not always available. They need to be sought, stumbled upon, and created. However, Soo-Yun's contribution to the attack is not just about attracting Van Bommel. Wherever he runs, it pulls and shifts the attention of Bayern's defenders in the area. In the first leg, the reason it was said that losing while Soo-Yun was frozen was due to his teammates not performing well, is that after Soo-Yun attracted a large part of the defensive attention to himself, his teammates failed to score. Now, Soo-Yun's teammates have stepped up. This is an attack where Soo-Yun did not participate in the passing, but continuously pulled Bayern's defense. Scholl's first pass to Rooney, who was dropping back to receive the ball. Under Van Buiten's marking, Rooney forcibly turned and pretended to break through, but suddenly passed to the position where Soo-Yun had just run. Chapter 157. Breaking free for the second time. Scoring again, how dare he? Van Gaal now has only one thought. From calling his teammates to set screens for him to break free from Van Bommel, to keenly running into the open space. And also needing Rooney's timely passing cooperation, he even requires Bayern's defense to really offer an opening. Such an opportunity can be described as fleeting. So, how did he manage to seize this opportunity? Van Gaal is truly at a loss. This cannot even be explained by how many goals are scored. It reflects a combination of observation, tactical ability, synergy with teammates, timing control, and personal skills. Such qualities appearing in an 18-year-old player is simply incredible. Unfortunately, Van Gaal can only watch helplessly. He sees Soo-Yun strike the ball without facing it, with no unnecessary movements, just a powerful shot. But, Van Gaal mutters the name of the goalkeeper. But indeed, leaped immediately. The ball Soo-Yun struck was not a ground ball, but a shot that was a bit higher, requiring but to dive for the save. At this moment, but also understood the critical nature of the ball. Therefore, he gave it his all. Chapter 158. It's Soo-Yun again, always Soo-Yun. Thomas Muller receives the ball and passes it to Robin on the wing. Under Gary Neville's defense, Robin skillfully controls the ball, constantly feinting, ready to cut inside or go to the byline at any moment. Neville, experienced in battle, is not overly tense, but he still feels like he is facing a formidable opponent. He can clearly feel that his stamina is depleted, his legs feel as if they are filled with lead, and there is even a slight pain. Experience tells him this is a sign of potential cramping in both legs. So, he decisively gives up the defense against the byline and focuses solely on defending Robin's cut-ins. Everyone knows that as long as Robin is prevented from cutting inside, his threat is at least halved. However, Robin has already seen through Neville's intentions, so he has no desire to go to the byline. The two central defenders of Manchester United are too strong in aerial defense, and Bayern cannot gain any advantage here. Moreover, the more critical the moment, the more Robin believes in himself. So, knowing there is danger ahead, he boldly moves forward. After a confusing feint, he fiercely cuts inside. Chapter 159. The applause fills the stadium. The stars are watching. Bayern resumes play. However, counting the time for celebration, there is less than a minute until the end of stoppage time. The most critical aspect is not how much time is left, but that Soo-Yun's third goal, completing his hat trick, has severely impacted Bayern's morale. It makes them realize that this match is completely over, and they should let go of any illusions. Although Bayern still made an offensive push under such circumstances, the referee continued to add time to over 7 minutes. Finally, after Ribery's long-range shot went over the bar, the final whistle was blown. In an instant, the Manchester United players at Old Trafford erupted in joy. Everyone at Manchester United celebrated as if they had won the championship. This match was incredibly hard-fought, and now they finally achieved victory, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Only the Bayern players wore looks of despondency. For them, this season is already over. Bundesliga? Their pursuit has never been the Bundesliga title. Failing to win the Champions League is a failure for Bayern, as they rarely face challenges domestically. However, the Bayern fans who traveled from afar, after their sadness, still gave a round of applause to the Bayern players. Chapter 160. Must reach the finals, March's best player. Back in the locker room, Soo-Yun celebrated wildly with his teammates for a while before heading to shower. While showering, Soo-Yun eagerly opened the system. Naturally, there were no rewards for winning this match. He saw that he had accumulated 6 God coins. Without any hesitation, he directly spent 4 God coins to upgrade his dribbling potential, seeing it rise from 77 to 78. Only then did Soo-Yun satisfactorily close the system. The feeling of continuously getting stronger is really great. It's addictive, although the upcoming schedule is still very packed. Ferguson still ordered a break for the players who participated in this match, while the other players would continue training tomorrow, especially for the veterans Gary Neville, Giggs, and Scholes, who had pushed themselves too hard and needed a long time to recover. After returning to the dormitory, Soo-Yun, unusually, did not train but chose to rest and relax, only to receive a message from his parents congratulating him on another victory. The couple, who previously knew nothing about football, are now enthusiastic football fans and experts. Chapter 161. Almost a starter, comprehensive improvement. With the 5 God coins from being named Player of the Month, Soo-Yun's total God coins increased to 7. No saving for the new year. He immediately spent 4 God coins to raise his dribbling potential. Watching dribbling potential rise from 78 to 79, Soo-Yun was as happy as a child. As long as dribbling reaches 80, he will have a certain degree of autonomous offensive ability. At that time, he would face a completely different world. What? A dribbling potential of over 70 can also have autonomous offensive ability? That could be said in the absence of defenders. But unfortunately, Soo-Yun currently faces the most extreme defensive intensity, so his autonomous offensive ability under no defense is completely inadequate. There's nothing more to say. Time to train. This kid just doesn't know how to take a break. Ferguson stood in front of the office window, watching Soo-Yoon monotonously practicing various dribbling drills, full of emotion. Of course, while feeling emotional, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Who wouldn't be thrilled to have such a disciple? As a coach, seeing players waste their talent by not working hard is a pain, the most extreme kind of torment. Chapter 162. Complete victory and advancement, the Red-Blue Showdown. Is Portsmouth strong? Compared to Manchester United, there is definitely a gap in strength. However, Portsmouth's journey to the FA Cup semi-finals shows they have some skill. Manchester United's rotation isn't too extensive. So after the start, it was evident that the Manchester United players were not as active as those from Portsmouth. After all, Portsmouth had the advantage of resting. Ferguson, being experienced, did not rush to raise the tempo at the start, but focused on control, especially with Anderson, who has changed completely compared to before. Last season, Ferguson's requirement for Anderson was basically to be a workhorse. Just like Park Ji-sung. Since Soo-Yoon emerged, Ferguson has changed his approach to nurturing Anderson. In certain matches where key players are absent and more playmakers are needed to support Soo-Yoon, Anderson's role has shifted. Over the course of the entire season, Anderson has changed significantly, to the point where Ferguson has privately admitted that his previous assessment of Anderson was somewhat misguided. This is also related to the changing circumstances. Last season, Cristiano Ronaldo was still in the team, and Giggs and Scholes were still going strong. So there was no need for Anderson to take control of the ball and organize the attack. In the first half, Chelsea quickly led Bolton 2-0. They completely dominated the game, leaving Bolton with no hope of scoring. It must be said that Chelsea is terrifyingly stable at times. On the other hand, Manchester United ended the first half at 0-0. If the match ended with this score, Chelsea would narrow the gap to 2 points. The key point is that, according to feedback from Chelsea's representatives at the Blackburn-Manchester United match, United was at a disadvantage. Blackburn was very aggressive and could score at any moment. It seems that Blackburn also does not want to be just a backdrop for Manchester United. They want to be disruptors. If Blackburn can win against United, the gap would only be 1 point. Therefore, many Chelsea players and fans have already begun to pray for Blackburn, hoping they can perform better at home and take down Manchester United. However, in the second half, Soo-Yoon came off the bench. Can Blackburn really take down Manchester United as they wish? Would Soo-Yoon agree? The answer is that Soo-Yoon definitely would not agree. Because Soo-Yoon still needs a lot of divine coins, he still maintains a strong desire to score goals. After the match, Soo-Yoon returned to the training base after a series of trivial matters. Since the game was held in the afternoon, he planned to work a little extra that evening, practicing shooting, dribbling, and physical training for an hour and a half each. It couldn't be more than that, or would delay asking Nan Gong Fei-Shue about the progress of many matters. However, before the extra practice, Soo-Yoon looked at the 6 divine coins he had accumulated again and chose to spend 4 divine coins to improve his dribbling potential. He watched as dribbling potential rose from 79 to 80. While Soo-Yoon was delighted, he also felt a bit melancholic. To raise it from 80 to 81 requires not 4 divine coins, but a direct double of 8 divine coins. The difficulty has skyrocketed. However, the potential of the 2 attributes, shooting and physical, has also risen all the way up like this, right? No problem. As long as he scores more goals and earns more honors, the potential of dribbling can also reach 90. As for needing 16 divine coins to improve a little after reaching 90, well, that has something to think about later. The boat will reach the bridge when it gets there. After finishing the match against Blackburn on the 15th, due to it being a rescheduled match. According to the Premier League schedule, they would have to play against Manchester City on the 17th. Transfer fees can be filled out casually. Weekly wages of £200,000. David Gill felt a bit dizzy. Isn't this just driving up prices? If Manchester City continues to dig players using this strategy, the entire Premier League salary structure will be completely disrupted. For example, a player who can start at Manchester City, but isn't performing particularly well, might earn much more than a player in the same position who performs significantly better. Even double the salary, who can maintain a calm and composed mindset in such a situation. As for transfer fees, they will explode. Who knows how many players' market values will be inflated? Because the worst thing is comparison. It's all messed up, completely messed up. In fact, after Abramovich acquired Chelsea, it already brought about a major change in the football world. Now, with Manchester City's emergence, it seems to have made this change even more thorough. Money football? Is having money impressive? Well, it is indeed impressive. The key is that while Manchester United's owner also seems to have money, he is a vampire. He operates on a completely different path compared to Chelsea and Manchester City. Jorge, what do you think? David Gill needs to know what Mendes thinks. Mendes smiled and said, David, I will truthfully convey Manchester City's sincerity to Sue. As for what Sue truly thinks, I don't know, but I will respect Sue's opinion. I am just an agent, not a puppet master controlling players. The first half was dull, and Suyin got injured. Inter Milan won at home. However, Barcelona also had opportunities. After all, they had an away goal. But undoubtedly, Inter Milan now has the upper hand in advancing to the finals. The next day, April 22nd, Manchester United welcomed Lyon's challenge at Old Trafford. Without a doubt, Lyon this season has been a pure dark horse. They came out as second in the group and faced Real Madrid, winning both legs 1-0, leaving Real Madrid completely speechless. They then eliminated Bordeaux with a large score, proving their dark horse status is quite strong. Moreover, looking at Lyon's lineup, one will find that it is a relatively civilian team, but their overall strength is very strong. They're also very balanced, with strong defense and decent offense. Therefore, everyone in Manchester United dared not slack off. No one wanted to be eliminated by Lyon. From the end of the match against Manchester City on the 17th until now, the coaching staff and players have been preparing for this match. They have thoroughly studied Lyon inside and out and made detailed arrangements regarding tactics, defense, and offense. Ferguson did not know that Soo Yun was pretending to be injured. So, at the moment Soo Yun was carried off the field, he immediately rushed over to ask what was going on. Soo Yun finally found an opportunity to wink at Ferguson. He was really afraid that Ferguson, just to be safe, would directly substitute him. After all, with the coach's affection card in play. When it comes to the match outcome and Soo Yun's health, Ferguson would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Seeing Soo Yun wink, Ferguson was a bit at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Soo Yun to play like this. To him, it seemed completely unnecessary. The foul committed by Touré was already a definite yellow card, and the referee could not change the decision. However, since Soo Yun was playing this game, he couldn't just expose it, right? So, Ferguson cooperated well and waited for a full 2 minutes before Soo Yun slowly stood up, then moved around a bit. And after another minute, he finally stood by the sidelines again, signaling to the referee that he wanted to enter the field. Soon, the referee indicated that Soo Yun could come on. Instantly, the entire Old Trafford erupted with thunderous applause. From the fans' perspective, Soo Yun's previous injury must have been serious. But now that he could re-enter the field, it indicated that it was just a minor injury. Chapter 168. The young man in fine clothes easily takes the enemy's head. This season's UEFA Champions League top scorer was already in Soo Yun's bag. This was already determined, and no one could threaten his goal tally. However, Soo Yun now wanted to score more goals, completely disregarding the matter of being the top scorer in the Champions League. He just wanted to score more goals, earn more Goal God coins, and ensure that the team could advance to the UEFA Champions League final. After all, he had promised his parents and younger siblings that he would let them watch the match live. How could he go back on his word? Moreover, the value of the Champions League title was unmatched by that of the Premier League title. The reward from the system, father, must be very generous. This reward was something he had to obtain. So, when Claude Puel finally made adjustments to attack appropriately to alleviate defensive pressure, Soo Yun told him 5 minutes later just how wrong his decision was. Nani's cross saw Soo Yun, like a ghost, arrive before Rivera to make a flick shot. Although Loris made a save attempt, he could not stop the ball from entering the net. 4-0. Soo Yun once again completed a hat trick on the Champions League stage. Lyon was directly overwhelmed. The Lyon players' mentality had basically collapsed. Chapter 169. A total collapse. 5 goals in a row. Fans were very interested in listening to Shuren and teacher Sue chat about these gossip topics. The key was that they were still replaying Soo Yun's 4th goal, and the match had not really restarted yet. So it was completely fine to listen to some gossip to relax a bit. Teacher Sue did not keep them in suspense. Many martial arts schools in the country hope that Soo Yun can perform their moves. For this, they even contacted Soo Yun's agent in China, Shuren. It seems that Soo Yun's promotion of traditional culture is indeed quite powerful. Teacher Sue, that's right. To be honest, a week ago, I signed up for a Tai Chi class and learned a bit. It was indeed quite good. Shuren, it seems I should give it a try too. At Old Trafford, after celebrating with the team, Soo Yun returned to his half of the field, waiting for Lyon to kick off. Well, Lyon's kickoff was quite slow. Looking at the time, there were less than 10 minutes left. Their delay was somewhat understandable. Soo Yun and the other Manchester United players, including Ferguson, had no intention of urging them. It was the referee who saw that Lion was delaying too much and had to blow the whistle to remind them. Chapter 170, Championship Declaration, Exploding Worldwide Championship Declaration. Soo-Yeon's Championship Declaration. It was very domineering and full of the vigor and aspirations of a young player. Moreover, Manchester United could now completely issue a championship declaration. After all, they had just won 6-0 at home against Lyon, and judging by Lyon's performance in this match, unless all Manchester United players, including Ferguson, collectively fell asleep, Lyon had no possibility of turning the game around in the second leg. So, this meant that Manchester United was basically guaranteed to enter the UEFA Champions League final. In that case, wanting to win the championship was not a very normal thing, right? If they made it to the final, but were not thinking about winning, that would indeed be strange. Therefore, although Soo-Yeon's declaration was very domineering and had a lot of highlights, the reporters were somewhat unsatisfied. Soo, scoring 5 goals in a single Champions League semi-final. Do you have anything to say? The reporters' questions were quite standard. I'm very happy and excited, but these are all thanks to my teammates' support. I appreciate my teammates. Without them, I wouldn't have scored so many goals. Soo-Yeon answered quite normally. Soo, scoring 6 goals against others in one match, isn't that too much? One reporter asked with a not-so-friendly tone. Chapter 171, Ferguson's Fury. Chelsea's expectations. Money isn't easy to earn. It seems like picking up money, but in reality, Soo-Yeon has paid quite a bit as well. However, this could be considered a bittersweet experience. Soo-Yeon was still very determined to make more money. He wanted to give his parents a worry-free life for the rest of their lives. He wanted to provide the best for his younger siblings, and similarly, he wanted to ensure that his future children would not have to suffer the hardships of life. Of course, Soo-Yeon planned to let his children stay in the countryside for a period each year. Experiencing a little hardship and understanding the difficulties of life would help them appreciate it more. However, he currently didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone children, so those things were still quite far away from him. There was no need to fantasize about them now. After warming up, Soo-Yeon opened the system. He looked at the 10 accumulated gold god coins and smiled. He immediately spent 8 gold god coins to continue increasing the potential of dribbling. When he saw the dribbling potential rise from 80 to 81, entering a new range, he smiled with satisfaction. Continue training. However, the team's busy schedule continued. On April 22nd, they played the UEFA Champions League semi-final against Lyon, and on the 24th, they had the Premier League's 36th round home match against Tottenham. Chapter 172, just 1 point away. Refusing to be turned around, Anderson truly has great potential. On the Manchester United bench, Mike Phelan looked at Anderson sprinting on the field, full of emotion. Ferguson felt both happy and melancholic. Anderson's passing was indeed imaginative, but it was just too unstable. However, this match could be something to look forward to. Perhaps they could equalize the score? As for the current situation of trailing, Ferguson had already lost his temper during halftime, but the 4-goal deficit in the first half was just too big to fill. Even though Soo-Yeon had already scored 3 goals, the other players had not stepped up at all, so Ferguson had already given up on winning this match. However, it seemed there was still hope to equalize, because the more critical the moment, the more Soo-Yeon could turn the tide. Unfortunately, as the referee blew the final whistle, the score was ultimately fixed at 3-4. Manchester United lost at home. Tottenham solidified their advantage in the race for the top 4, while Manchester United faced their 3rd league defeat of the season. The key point is that once Chelsea wins against Stoke City tomorrow, the gap between the two teams will only be 1 point. Chapter 173, just a little bit. Advancing to the Champions League final. Lyon has actually worked very hard. However, this effort gives the impression that the players are clearly lacking spirit. It's obvious that the first leg's 6-0 loss, along with Manchester United fielding their full squad in this match, has made Lyon's players feel deep down that this series is doomed. There's no hope, especially when fighting on the field. They sensed the serious attitude of the Manchester United players. The morale of Lyon's players was gradually worn down. Seeing this, Soo-Yeon felt relieved. The less fighting spirit Lyon has, the better it is. This means Manchester United can advance steadily. So, even when Ferguson told him that he wouldn't be substituted in the second half immediately to avoid being targeted by Lyon's players, Soo-Yeon had no objections. Therefore, after the second half began, he remained on the bench. This scene surprised Claude Puel and even the reporters and fans following the match. Soo-Yeon is Manchester United's ace, a true weapon. Usually, Soo-Yeon would be substituted in before the start of the second half. But in this match, well, everyone can understand. First, the Manchester United players on the field weren't performing poorly today. Chapter 174, Simultaneous Kickoff, Same Victory. Finally entering the Champions League final. Soo-Yin found that even though many teammates have reached the Champions League final for 3 consecutive years, they still showed great excitement. Indeed, this is the charm of the Champions League. It is the highest level and most valuable competition in club football. No player can ignore it. Soo-Yin was naturally very excited, thinking about what kind of rewards he would receive from the system for winning the Champions League title. He was really looking forward to it. However, even after confirming their place in the Champions League final, Ferguson's requirements for everyone became stricter than usual. That night, everyone had to stay in the hotel and were not allowed to go anywhere. Additionally, gathering for drinks was also prohibited. Everyone understood that they had reached the critical sprint period of the entire season, so they also recognized the importance of this time. There were no objections to such strict management. However, Rooney and others came to his room to chat for several hours. Although they didn't drink, they felt a bit unsatisfied but still restrained themselves. Early the next morning, Soo-Yin returned to Manchester with the whole team, and the team's focus from now on was only on the league. Chapter 175, Chelsea's Mood Swings, Soo-Yin's Championship. The intense championship race undoubtedly attracted a lot of fan attention. Coupled with the fierce battle for 4th place and the relegation battle, by the end of the season, the appeal and charm of the Premier League were fully displayed. The number of fans who love the Premier League is also increasing. Because of Soo-Yin, not only is Manchester United actively developing the Asian and Chinese markets, but the Premier League itself is also personally getting involved in actively developing the market. According to statistics from professional agencies, just in China, the number of fans who have become accustomed to watching the Premier League and liking the high-paced competitive matches because of Soo-Yin has increased by at least 10 million compared to previous years. The increase in fans across Asia has exceeded 20 million. Therefore, the Premier League's fair treatment of the awards Soo-Yin should receive is also to avoid disappointing these Asian fans, or rather, to prevent Asian fans from feeling that there is any unfair attitude towards Asians. Of course, the increase in fans is just one aspect. The broadcasting rights are the real big deal. According to rough calculations, next season, the entire Asian contribution to the Premier League broadcasting rights will increase by at least £1 billion, and this is just the increase. Chapter 176, Cautious and Unexpected. Soo-Yin was very disappointed, not because the championship was won a round early, but because they would have to wait until the last round ended to present the championship trophy. It was because there was no response from the system. It was clear that the event hadn't completely ended, and even though they had confirmed winning the Premier League title, they still needed to wait for the last round to finish. There was no way around this. The rules are like this, and one can't blame the system for it. However, he was so anxious that these days might not be easy. But even without an awards ceremony, celebration was still necessary. In fact, David Gill even came directly to the locker room to announce that the club would immediately calculate each player's bonuses and strive to have the bonuses credited to each player's salary account within 3 days. This immediately led to cheers. Money is something no one dislikes, especially when it is earned through hard work towards achieving a goal. Soo-Yin felt the same way. Any income here, when converted back home, could buy a lot of real estate. Moreover, in recent months, housing prices in the capital have already risen. The overall value of the previously purchased houses has increased by about 7%. Chapter 177, Driving License Under Watch, Itchy all over. Please make me the ambassador for the Premier League in Asia, and I just need to shoot some print and TV ads. Soo-Yin was a bit stunned when he heard Mendez's news. Indeed, he had previously expressed to Nangon Feishua that he wouldn't take this job. That was because he didn't have enough time to participate in the activities required of an ambassador, the trivial matters. But now that there are no such activities or trivial matters, it seems like the obstacles have been cleared away. That's right, but the ambassador fee isn't very high. It's a 3-year contract worth £600,000, with 5 sets of print ads and 1 TV ad each year. Besides that, you don't need to participate in any promotional activities. If you really need to make an appearance, any event will have an additional appearance fee negotiated. Mendez smiled and said, "So do you think such an ambassador can be accepted? £600,000 over 3 years is really not much. It's even lower than his current market price. But at the same time, the commitment is also less. After all, the demands from those businesses are much more than those from the Premier League. Why can they agree to such terms?" Soo-Yin found it hard to understand. After all, they're not just playing in the Premier League in Asia. Chapter 178. Troublemaker? Completely crushed. On May 9th, 2010, the match between Manchester United and Stoke City was taking place at Old Trafford. Today, Old Trafford was packed to the brim, and all that could be seen was a sea of red. The VIP seats were also star-studded. The FA, the big shots of the Premier League, Manchester United, and even the legends of England, along with many stars from the UK, all gathered in this dazzling dream theater. Additionally, Mendes, Nangong Faishua, and many agents of Manchester United players were also present to witness this match together. Of course, the outcome of the match was no longer important. What mattered was the award ceremony after the game. However, today was not without its highlights, because Su Yin started. After being a substitute throughout the season, Su Yin surprisingly started in this match. It must be said that Ferguson knows how to create excitement. With the championship already secured, was there really nothing to look forward to? No. Su Yin starting counts as a highlight, right? Moreover, before this match, Su Yin had already scored 77 goals in a single Premier League season. Whether this number would remain at 77 or change, isn't that worth paying attention to? Chapter 179. Wearing the 5-star red flag, that brightest shade of Chinese red, a quadruple. Su Yin completed a quadruple. Thus, Su Yin's single-season goal tally was firmly set at 81. Su Yin broke unprecedented records by scoring 81 goals in a single Premier League season, completely shattering all previous records. In fact, the match did not start off so intensely. Manchester United had no intention of a massacre. They were eagerly awaiting to lift the Barclays Cup. However, Stoke City, for reasons unknown, wanted to be a party crasher, and they indeed took advantage of Manchester United's complacency at the beginning. But this also angered the Manchester United players, who ultimately, under Su Yin's leadership, completed a dramatic, thrilling comeback and massacre, adding a touch of victory to their championship celebration. We could see the referee blow the final whistle, and all Manchester United players rushed onto the pitch, embracing each other with smiles on their faces. This was the best reward for their nearly perfect performance this season. As we all know, the league is long and tests a team's ability to sustain its performance. And without a doubt, Manchester United excelled in this regard. This was their 4th consecutive Premier League title, and it was also Su Yin's first Premier League trophy. But I believe this is not the end. Su Yin's career has just begun, and this is merely a starting point. Chapter 180. Honor Moment. Double rewards. Su Yin looked at the system. Besides seeing that his God coins had increased to 10 due to the 4 goals in this match, the championship rewards had not yet been calculated. Did he have to wait until the trophy presentation? Well, he would wait a bit longer. First, he answered the reporters' questions. It wasn't until the awards ceremony was about to begin that Su Yin finally broke free from the crowd of reporters. Being too much in the spotlight wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, soon the exciting moment arrived. Before the championship trophy was awarded, Su Yin first received the honor of Premier League top scorer, a golden shoe-shaped trophy. His lead was incredibly vast. He had 81 goals. The second place on the scoring chart, it was Drogba with 29 goals. To be honest, 29 goals is quite a lot. In previous years, it would definitely have secured the top scorer title. But who could have predicted Su Yin's emergence, making Drogba's 29 goals seem insignificant? Rooney also scored a considerable number, 26 goals. The Manchester United duo is not just a name. The key point is that Rooney won the Premier League Assist King for the first time. Chapter 181. Emotional novice, continuous draws. Nangong Faishua gently pushed Su Yin away, jokingly saying, "I know you must be tired, but my body can't support you." Su Yin realized he had lost his composure, and Nangong Faishua's words made him unable to suppress his thoughts. What did she mean? Did Sister Shui know his feelings? Was she rejecting him? For a moment, he felt confused. Well, after a whole season, he had experienced a lot, and over the past year, he had made significant progress in many aspects, including mentally. However, when it came to emotions, he was still a pure novice. Just now, he couldn't control his feelings, which is why he was reluctant to let go of Nangong Faishua. Her reaction made him anxious. Fortunately, they were still on the pitch, surrounded by people. There were many ways to distract himself and eliminate the awkwardness. After Su Yin and his teammates moved to the locker room, Mendes and Nangong Faishua left. Before leaving, they reminded Su Yin that he would sign relevant agreements with the Premier League the next day. The final price had already been determined. 3 years, £7 million as an ambassador fee. with responsibilities remaining the same as before, but an additional £100,000 was added, along with a new clause. Chapter 182. Pentagon Warrior. Increased charm, not sure how to choose. Then don't choose at all. The potential for shooting, dribbling, and physical is already sufficient at 90 points for now, especially with the ghost in the box and the soon-to-be-activated Iron Bones skills. There is no need to rush for a potential boost above 90 right now. Instead, speed and passing need some attention. At Manchester United, his teammates are very strong and can provide effective support, so his ability to attack independently is insufficient, although it is a weakness. It doesn't hinder Soo-Yun's explosive performance on the pitch. But what about the national team? It's not that Soo-Yun looks down on the national team players, but he has to admit that there is definitely a gap in personal ability compared to his Manchester United teammates. This means that once he joins the national team, he can hardly expect the same strong support as he does at Manchester United. Therefore, whether he possesses the ability to attack independently becomes very crucial. The potential for dribbling has increased, which can develop his independent offensive capability, but it's still a bit insufficient. Speed and passing also need to be improved. He wants to be a flawless hexagonal warrior. Chapter 183. No one is perfect. The real Sister Shue Soo-Yun was very cautious. He didn't dare to casually agree to Richards and Scudamore. What if the club had other arrangements? During collective club activities, he was a part of the club, not an individual. This point must be clearly recognized. Otherwise, a careless mistake could lead him down the wrong path, bringing countless troubles upon himself. Richard Scudamore's response to Soo-Yun was also quite satisfactory, maintaining a friendly demeanor with a smile. However, what he really thought in his heart, Soo-Yun found it hard to discern. Compared to these seasoned veterans, Soo-Yun felt like a pure-hearted novice. Following that, the press conference was filled with reporters, not just from Asian countries, but also many from England and various European nations. This was the first time the Premier League had invited an active player as a promotional ambassador, and to have someone as popular as Soo-Yun was definitely a news highlight. For example, did this indicate a change in the Premier League's promotional strategy? Could players from smaller football nations also become ambassadors for the Premier League in their own countries? Furthermore, what exactly would Soo-Yun's responsibilities entail? And how much was the Premier League willing to invest? Chapter 184. Entertainment Circle Fantasies. The eve of the FA Cup final on the night he returned, Soo-Yun threw himself into the gym for over an hour. The next day, with the team gathering for normal training, Soo-Yun took the time to officially start shooting print and television advertisements for the Premier League. In this area, his talent once again amazed the filming crew. This made Soo-Yun realize that, with photographers and directors both domestically and internationally recognizing him, he seemed to have a remarkable talent for acting, perhaps even surpassing his football talent. After all, most of his footballing abilities were forcibly enhanced by the system. Well, it seemed that, after retirement, it wouldn't be impossible to venture into the entertainment industry. However, no matter how great the talent, filming still requires time. Soo-Yun didn't take any leave, just squeezed in time for the shoots. So it wasn't until the 14th that everything was finally settled. As soon as it was done, Soo-Yun followed the team to London. The FA Cup final was set to kick off tomorrow at Wembley Stadium. This was Manchester United's second-to-last match of the season. As for other teams, they were already on holiday. Those selected for the national team were gathering to prepare for the World Cup. Chapter 185. The final begins. Chelsea's frenzy on May 15th, 2010. Wembley Stadium was completely transformed into red and blue. Manchester United and Chelsea fans filled all the stands, leaving no room for neutral fans. Long before, Manchester United and Chelsea fans had begun scrambling for tickets. Even if neutral fans managed to get tickets, they would be bought at a high price by fans of both teams. It cannot be understated how great the football atmosphere in England is. One manifestation of this is that fans are willing to enter the stadium to watch matches. Don't underestimate this point. Throughout the season, Manchester United's home ticket sales and associated revenue totaled tens of millions. This is one of the key reasons why Manchester United often has substantial financial resources. Similarly, it's one reason why Premier League teams have strong purchasing power and reflects the maturity of Premier League commercial development. Regardless of the pre-match hype or how journalists analyze the situation, everything would be proven on the pitch. In this match, Soo-Yun was once again named in the starting lineup. After the last round of the Premier League against Stoke City, it seemed Ferguson was determined to elevate Soo-Yun to the starting lineup. Chapter 186. Quick counterattack, double goals, damn. Ancelotti's face was dark with frustration. He knew very well how extreme the formation and approach of this match were. He also understood how passive the situation would be if they conceded first. But he truly realized how difficult it would be for Manchester United to win under normal circumstances, so he had to take risks. Otherwise, he would end the season without any trophies. His plan was for his side to score first, allowing him a series of adjustments to counter Manchester United. But now, Manchester United had scored, and it was Soo-Yin who scored. Ancelotti looked at the slow-motion replay on the big screen because even he wanted to know what had just happened. In the Manchester United attack, Soo-Yin ran out of the penalty area to receive the ball, Scholes passed, and Soo-Yin returned it to Scholes before quickly making a forward run. Scholes played a through ball. How did the ball get through? The slow-motion replay provided the answer. Terry was nutmegged. Terry failed to intercept the ball and was left behind by Soo-Yin. Soo-Yin decisively shot, leaving Czech with no chance. Ancelotti let out a frustrated sigh. This goal had too much luck involved. Scholes' pass, while penetrating, should have resulted in a nutmeg. Chapter 187. Chelsea went crazy. The blade has not rusted. Soo-Yin beamed with joy as he practiced Tai Chi, then embraced the rushing Rooney and Nani. This was Manchester United's counterattack, rehearsed countless times during training, fully utilizing Nani and Rooney's speed, along with Soo-Yin's movement to pull defenders. Originally, the role of the passer should have been Giggs or Scholes, but this time it was Nani who sounded the horn for the counterattack. However, it didn't matter who initiated it. What mattered was that they scored, now leading 2-0. Manchester United had completely seized control of the match. Soo-Yin scored again. It was 2-0. Ancelotti paid the price for his extreme tactics. We could watch the replay of that goal from Nani's pass to Rooney's dribble and timely pass. Then Nani's cut inside, forcing Terry to intercept, leading to Soo-Yin getting a clear shot at goal. This was Manchester United's counterattack. Speed, technique, timing, all were perfect. And this was what they excelled at. Chelsea found it hard to play, even though it was still the first half. It was already foreseeable that Manchester United would have more counterattack opportunities. Chapter 188. Valencia's assault, locking in the result. Watching the lightning-fast Giggs, Soo-Yin was truly envious. If he could possess Giggs' skills, his threat level would definitely rise several notches. It was just too impressive. However, Giggs had also taught him a lot, especially about the control of rhythm. Many people said this was an innate talent, but Giggs told Soo-Yin that while there is a talent component, it is more a reflection of one's mentality and situational control, a skill developed more through effort over time. So far, Soo-Yin has not yet fully learned and understood what Giggs has said. So in terms of rhythm, he cannot compare to Giggs at all. But there's a reason for this. Rhythm is basically reflected when the ball is at one's feet. However, Soo-Yin is spending almost all of his time without the ball at his feet. Therefore, there's simply no way to demonstrate rhythm. The game continues, and Chelsea, 3 goals behind, has no other choice. They can only continue to attack wildly. In fact, they're playing even more directly. Originally, Chelsea fans had already lost hope. Chapter 189. Aiming for the Champions League, 2 draw opportunities. The goal is in. It's Soo-Yin again, yet again Soo-Yin. A hat trick. Soo-Yin has scored 4 goals. This is the FA Cup final against Chelsea. 63. Manchester United has taken a 3-goal lead, and there are only a few minutes left in the match. Time is running out for Chelsea. The excited voices of the commentators cannot be suppressed. Teacher Sue's voice is also very high-pitched. Chelsea's previous attack had huge risks, and once countered, the chances of conceding a goal are very high, especially since Manchester United is very skilled at counterattacking and is extremely fast. Valencia is incredibly fast. Ashley Cole is already old and far from his peak form. An unrestrained Valencia is unstoppable. However, it is indeed very selfless of him to choose to pass in that situation. Now, it can basically be confirmed that the FA Cup champion belongs to Manchester United. Commentator there's still time. Teacher Sue. Commentator you're a bit too conservative. Chelsea has no chance left. In fact, that is the case. Chelsea's players are also human. When there are only a few minutes left and there are 3 goals down. Chapter 190. Luck explodes. 2 godly skills. London. Manchester United's hotel. After a preview of the Champions League and some arrangements with Ferguson for the upcoming Champions League final, everyone has completely lost the desire to celebrate winning the FA Cup. They all honestly return to the hotel to rest and adjust themselves. preparing adequately for the upcoming Champions League championship. Everyone has become very disciplined. Even the playful Rooney is honestly staying in his room to rest. And he hasn't even thought about drinking because everyone knows how difficult it is to reach the Champions League final. Last season, they lost in the Champions League final. Therefore, they must win it back this year. Soo-Yun is also resting well. He takes a careful shower. Then he silently offers the most sincere prayers to the countless gods. He also earnestly spends half an hour in his heart praising the system. Only after he can no longer find words to continue praising does he stop. Then, under this full preparation, Soo-Yun initiates the lottery. The pointer spins and finally stops, the designated area, and the fog disperses. Then, a look of ecstatic joy appears on Soo-Yun's face. Chapter 191. Ability Upgrade. Activates steel bones the next day. The team returns to Manchester. However, the usual one-day holiday is cancelled. Instead, there's a half-day holiday, and there will be appropriate training in the afternoon. As for Ferguson and the coaching staff, they enter Champions League final mode since last night, having reached the Champions League final 3 times in a row. Ferguson is already very familiar with the process of the final, but the opponent is entirely new. Therefore, careful study is necessary. Mourinho is Ferguson's old rival. They have faced each other too many times and are very familiar with each other. Although there are rumors that Mourinho will officially take over Real Madrid after the season, Ferguson can even confirm that this is not just a baseless rumor, but a fact. Mourinho becoming the head coach of Real Madrid next season is already 100% confirmed. Only the official announcement is pending. This seems to be a piece of news that could shake the morale. However, in reality, it is not. It instead gives Inter Milan the determination to fight to the death. Of course, Manchester United is not lacking in fighting spirit either. Having reached the Champions League final 3 years in a row and only winning once, Ferguson does not want to be a loser. Who the hell likes to be a runner-up? He is only interested in the championship. Chapter 192. The night before the final, family arrives. Speaking of which, Inter Milan also has former Real Madrid player Sneijder. Previously, Sneijder was adamant about not wanting to leave Real Madrid. But unfortunately, Sneijder was an old servant, not to Florentino's taste. So when Inter Milan expressed their sincerity, Sneijder decided to transfer to Inter Milan, leaving Real Madrid. Ironically, after leaving Real Madrid, Sneijder made it to the Champions League final, while Real Madrid, even though the final venue was at their home ground, they initially expressed hope to reach the final and lift the trophy at home. Unfortunately, they were eliminated by Lyon in the round of 18 and only achieved a top 16 finish. This can be said to be a complete failure for Real Madrid, who underwent a major overhaul last summer and bought stars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká. Because of this, Florentino tried every means to sign Mourinho, believing that Real Madrid's current lineup needs a good manager. So even though Sneijder's success at Inter Milan feels like a slap in the face to Real Madrid, the Real Madrid fans still warmly welcomed Inter Milan. Chapter 193. Family Recharge. Excited to the max, Mom. I'm now 188 meters. I've grown a bit. Soo-Yun let his mother hold his hand, smiling. I'm also stronger than before. His father looked at Soo-Yun from head to toe with a satisfied expression. Watching their child become more and more excellent is an unparalleled honor for parents. Exercising all day must have made you stronger. Soo-Yun smiled. Brother, is training hard? His younger sister, Su Fong, asked curiously. She had seen reports about her brother, the training maniac title, which sounded very touching and moving. But she had always wondered how much hardship her brother had to endure with such high-intensity training day after day. Not hard. Soo-Yun smiled. How about it? How does high school in the capital compare to back home? The teachers are better, but the requirements are much more relaxed than back home. Brother, my goal is Tsinghua or Peking University. Do you think I can get in? Su Fong said cautiously. Back home, she never even thought about Tsinghua or Peking University. As long as you dare to think and work hard for that idea, I believe you can definitely do it, Soo-Yun said with great confidence. Chapter 194. Brilliant Stars. Opening long shot. Mike Phelan and Renee Muhlenstein smiled helplessly. Well, Ferguson really has no complaints about Soo-Yun. He is spoiled to the core. But if we talk about spoiling not being comprehensive, it's about the concern from Soo-Yun's family. For example, during the holidays, wouldn't it be better if the club invited Soo-Yun's family? Don't underestimate these small gestures of human concern. They're still very important for players' sense of belonging to the club. So, Ferguson's seemingly indulgent self-blame actually does make sense. Alex, isn't Sue's birthday the day after tomorrow? Mike Phelan said. That's right. Ferguson replied. I've already talked to David, and he said there would be arrangements, even 2 plans. One for winning the championship, and one for not winning. I told him to get rid of the one for not winning and just keep one plan. This time, we must succeed. Renee Muhlenstein said. Did you see? Sue's physical condition has undergone a transformation. It seems that his long-term commitment to the fitness plan has finally paid off. Ferguson also noticed that just now, in the confrontation with Vidic, Soo Yoon surprisingly did not fall behind at all. Chapter 195, Shocked Crazy, Zanetti's marking. Not only did he sure not expect it. It should be said that apart from Rooney, no one knew Soo Yoon would shoot at the start. The other Manchester United players on the field also had no idea. After all, this was Soo Yoon's sudden idea. There was simply no time to communicate with his teammates. So, when Soo Yoon shot at the start, everyone was taken aback. This is the final, and it can be played like this? But unexpectedly, this seemingly playful long-range shot went in. It went in. That's how it is on the football field. As long as you can score, it doesn't matter whether your method is reasonable or within tactical bounds. There is not a bit of problem. Scoring is the hard truth. Not to mention that after scoring, Soo Yoon ran directly to the stands where his parents and siblings were and started doing Tai Chi. Nor to mention how Rooney and the other Manchester United players crazily chased after Soo Yoon. The fans and those watching on TV all looked at the slow-motion replay. There was no way to see what had just happened, and very few people really saw it clearly. Therefore, it was necessary to watch the slow-motion replay to see how this goal was scored. Soon, everyone saw it clearly. Chapter 196, Mutual Offense and Defense. Zanetti can't stop Soo Yoon. Mourinho also saw Soo Yoon's handling of the ball. He felt something was wrong. According to his previous plans and research on Soo Yoon, he understood that under Zanetti's entanglement, Soo Yoon would be completely isolated from Manchester United's attacking system. But now Soo Yoon could still handle the ball so calmly. This meant that Zanetti's marking had not achieved the best effect at all. However, was this a coincidence, or did Soo Yoon truly possess a physicality that was not reflected in the data? This needed to be observed a few more times. But soon, Mourinho realized that it was not a coincidence. Soo Yoon could indeed withstand Zanetti. No, when he saw Soo Yoon receiving the ball again, not passing it out immediately, but forcibly turning around while shouldering Zanetti aside, Mourinho instantly couldn't sit still. How is this possible? How could a person's physicality suddenly change so drastically? But no matter how unbelievable, this was a fact. His deployment had been completely disrupted by this change. If Zanetti couldn't limit Soo Yoon and continued with the previous tactics, it would be equivalent to directly losing a defensive player in that area. Chapter 197, Header Follow-Up. Unstoppable Diego Milito. Hearing Mike Phelan's complaints, Ferguson smiled and said, It's okay, as a forward, when you have a chance to shoot. The first thing you think about is definitely to attack. This is understandable. I believe Rooney will adjust. Look, Soo has already gone to communicate with Rooney, and I have no worries about their combination. The situation was completely under his control. After Soo Yoon communicated with Rooney, their positions switched. Soo Yoon was up front, while Rooney slightly withdrew to organize and link midfield and wing, acting as a bridgehead. Rooney was better at these tasks than Soo Yoon, and Soo Yoon at the front could step into the penalty area at any time, which was also more beneficial for his performance. This positional change quickly showed results. Rooney and Scholes performed a wall pass, evading Cambiasso and Zanetti. Then Rooney made a diagonal run forward, while Soo Yoon immediately made a diagonal run in the opposite direction, instantly pulling apart a gap in Inter Milan's central defense. Scholes decisively blasted a shot, even though he was quite old. Scholes' powerful shot had consistently maintained high efficiency and high standards. Chapter 198, Explosive Physicality, Hat Trick. After the halftime break, the two teams resumed play. Ferguson and Mourinho both made substitutions at the same time. Ferguson replaced the clearly out-of-form Nani with Fletcher, allowing Fletcher to work with Carrick to limit Sneijder. Then Scholes played as a lone attacking midfielder. Rooney went to the wing. Soo Yoon was in the middle, along with Giggs on the wing. Ferguson switched to a 4-3-3 formation. Mourinho, on the other hand, replaced Samuel with Stankovic. Zanetti moved to the left-back position left by Samuel, while Stankovic partnered with Cambiasso to form a double pivot. Cambiasso continued to focus on blocking and intercepting, while Stankovic was more involved in the attack, supporting Sneijder in the front line. The battle between the two teams was entirely in the midfield. This highlights the importance of the midfield. However, if we really count, Mourinho's adjustments were ahead of Ferguson's. He anticipated that Manchester United would definitely limit Sneijder in the second half, so he brought in Stankovic to continue freeing Sneijder. Mourinho also knew that Inter Milan's offensive engine must not be limited. Otherwise, there would be no point in continuing the match. Chapter 199. 3-year agreement, unstoppable Diego Milito. Jorge, I want Su Yun to appear at Real Madrid. Florentino said. He never hides his desire for any player. Even though he knows that Mourinho and Cristiano Ronaldo are both under his wing, if Su Yun comes, the Mendes imprint on Real Madrid would be too heavy. But he doesn't think it's a problem because he is the president of Real Madrid. So no matter who it is, they must be beneath him, and no one can go against his will. He can control everything. Perez, this is probably impossible. At least not in recent years. Mendes shook his head. Because of Alex? Florentino asked. Mendes nodded. That's right. It was Alex who discovered Su Yun, and Su Yun is a person who knows how to be grateful. So as long as Ferguson is still around, Su Yun will never leave Manchester United. Florentino, isn't Alex about to retire? I heard he will retire in 3 years. Mendes laughed. But as you can see, Manchester United is doing very well right now. Who knows if he will change his plans? If Alex is still around. I believe players like Giggs, Scholes, and Gary Neville are role models for Su Yun. Chapter 200. Hope just ignited, instantly extinguished the goal, is in. It's Diego Milito again. His form today is just too good. He really seems to be able to do anything. Carrick and Vidic can't stop him at all. And he is very calm when shooting. Now Inter Milan has pulled one back. The gap is only 1 goal, and the suspense is back. Ishurin's tone is a bit, not very happy. Inter Milan scoring means that Su Yun's chance of winning the Champions League title is still at risk, which is certainly something he does not want to see. He believes such a scene is definitely not what Chinese fans want to see either. Even for Chinese Inter Milan fans, their support is for the team that Su Yun likes, and that is incomparable to their support for Su Yun. In this regard, Chinese fan stance is still very firm. Family comes first. Teacher Su, Diego Milito's form is indeed very good, but Manchester United is still leading. In fact, before Diego Milito scored, Manchester United had many opportunities, but unfortunately, neither Scholes, Giggs, nor Rooney could score. Next, Su Yun can no longer continue to pull and run to create opportunities for his teammates. He must step up himself. Chapter 201. Match ended. Champions of the Champions League. The match resumes. Although the Inter Milan players still seem to not give up and are still trying to find opportunities, their morale has visibly dropped. Moreover, their concentrated efforts to focus on Diego Milito didn't produce immediate results. Giggs returned to midfield. Fletcher went to mark Diego Milito, and Vidic and Ferdinand were paying more attention to him as well. Diego Milito's few touches of the ball couldn't even lead to breakthroughs. However, Diego Milito's form in this match is really good. Even when facing pressure, he can still successfully pass the ball out. His competitive level in this match is definitely top-notch. Unfortunately, looking at the entire season, his form is far from this match. This is a flash of brilliance in a match, not sustainable. If he could maintain this level of performance consistently, that would be impressive. Diego Milito has been working hard, along with Eto'o and Pandev. But Manchester United is not a soft target. Especially after the offensive transition, it's difficult for them to regain possession of the ball. Therefore, even though both sides created some chances in the last few minutes after Su Yun scored the 4th goal, no one was able to score again. Chapter 202. The value of the Champions League. Rich rewards son. Well done. Yun are good. 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 Brother, you are amazing. Dad, Mom, and younger siblings have all come down from the stands to the field. This made Su Yun feel the warmth and strength brought by his family. However, what made Su Yun feel a bit displeased is that the Champions League top scorer trophy is not awarded immediately after the match. Even though he is undoubtedly the top scorer, he still has to wait until the next season's Champions League draw ceremony to truly receive this honor. And on the system dad's side, no rewards are given without a trophy. So the reward for being the Champions League top scorer still needs to wait for about 3 more months. However, good things are worth waiting for. Now that his family is with him, whether he gets a reward or not is not that important anymore. However, his family only accompanied him for a short while before returning to the stands. Su Yun also has to accept media interviews. Congratulations, Su Yun. You have achieved a grand slam in your debut season, creating history for Chinese players and Chinese football. Do you have anything to say to yourself and the domestic fans? Ishurin came to interview him, and he even got the privilege to be the first to ask Su Yun a question. Chapter 203. Pressure like a mountain. Sudden confession, this is the call-up list. You will participate in this national team training camp and play a friendly match against the French team on June 5th. The venue is the Stade de France, and it was the French team that reached out first and even offered an invitation fee. Nangong Feishua looked at Su Yun with a smile, feeling a lot in her heart. Previously, when the Chinese team looked for a friendly opponent, let alone a world-class team, even second or third-tier teams, it was always the Chinese side that had to pay to invite them for a match. But now, just because of Su Yun's presence, this situation has completely changed. In fact, if it weren't for the proximity to the South Africa World Cup, the Chinese team could have received many such offers. The training camp is at Carrington Training Base? Su Yun widened his eyes. This was information he completely didn't know. Nangong Feishua said, the training location was not here before. But Manchester United Club took the initiative to offer to provide the training venue for free, so we had no reason to refuse. That's great, Su Yun said. However, that's all for the future. What's important now is that tomorrow I have to go back to attend the celebration. It's going to be noisy. And I need you to take care of my dad, mom, younger siblings for a while. Chapter 204. Dominant Wall Slam. You have to be responsible for me. Love knows no age. Although Su Yun is a pure rookie, he has seen a lot of information related to love consultations. Moreover, he also has teammates like Rooney and Anderson to consult. Well, although Su Yun always feels that his teammates are not particularly reliable when it comes to love, after all, can you expect someone who often hangs out in nightclubs to give you correct love guidance? It's unlikely. However, after saying this, Su Yun suddenly realized the implicit message in Nangong Feishua's response. Without waiting for her to respond, he hurriedly asked, is it just because of the age difference that you dare not face it? You also like me, right? I don't like you. It's impossible for us. Don't think too much. Nangong Feishua forcibly controlled her emotions, pretending to be calm, and even to maintain this calm, she made herself appear indifferent. After saying that, she even wanted to leave. Su Yun knew that he absolutely could not let Nangong Feishua leave. If he missed this opportunity today, would he still have the courage to express his feelings to her? Even he himself didn't know. So, he directly blocked her path. Whenever Nangong Feishua stepped back, he moved forward. Whenever she retreated, he advanced again. Chapter 205. Good fortune continues. Moderation is key. Su Yun's heart was filled with joy. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Although Nangong Feishua had not given him any chance to act after expressing her feelings, the mere result made Su Yun feel like he had fallen into a honey jar, giving him a taste of the sweetness of love. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided not to. The fact that he had successfully confessed to Nangong Feishua made Su Yun realize that in anything he did, he could not be indecisive or hesitant. Only by being proactive and brave could he hope to succeed. Always worrying and hesitating, not daring to take action, yet still dreaming of success, that was simply foolish. Therefore, in the world of football, with the support of the system father, if he did not actively strive to improve his skills, would he expect everything to be accomplished by the system father? Impossible. The system father only enhanced his potential and had never actively improved his abilities. Thus, he needed to train, intense, rigorous, and scientific training to absorb the gifts from the system father and convert them into his true strength. So, system father, what do you think? Are you satisfied with these praises? Chapter 206. Potential skyrockets. Ferguson's assurance plan, looking at the total amount of football god coins in the system. Su Yun's face was beaming with joy. He was incredibly wealthy, truly wealthy. He had never been this rich. Checking his passing potential, it was now 84 points. To increase it to 90, he needed to improve it 6 times, costing 8 football god coins each time, totaling 48 coins. A small number. Without hesitation, he directly spent it. Immediately, his passing potential skyrocketed to 90. Next was the speed potential, which was currently at 85. To raise it to 90, he needed to improve it 5 times, costing 40 football god coins. He continued to invest. Soon, his speed potential also soared to 90. Thus, among the 6 main attributes, except for the pitiful 71 points in defense, the other 5 attributes had all risen to a potential of 90. Of course, it was just potential. He still needed to train hard to fully realize this potential. Now, only his physical ability value had reached 90, and a physical ability of 90 had already allowed Su Yun to taste the sweetness. Of course, this sweetness was very small. There was no overwhelming advantage. He could only withstand a bit against muscular opponents. Chapter 207. Fan Celebration. 2 honors the next morning, bright and early. The powerful biological clock woke Soo-Yun up. Even though he had slept late yesterday and didn't get much sleep, he still felt energetic upon waking. Soo-Yun guessed that this was likely related to the football god skill, Dragon Spirit, Tiger Might. After all, he had activated this skill before going to bed yesterday, as the activation condition was a physical ability value of 90. He met this activation condition. Mom, Dad, big sister, little brother. Did you all sleep well last night? Soo-Yun asked concernedly at the hotel restaurant. Very well, his mother replied with a smile. It's just that everything here is a bit unfamiliar. I can't understand this and that. It's not as good as being at home. When will you come back? Soo-Yun replied. I can't go back to the country for a while. I'm going back to Manchester today for the championship celebration. After that, our national team will come to Manchester for training until we finish the friendly match against France on June 5th. Then I can return home. It's fine. You just focus on your work. His dad frowned while eating breakfast. Without soy milk, fried dough sticks, or tofu pudding, he felt uncomfortable. Chapter 208. Birthday Surprise. Nangong Feishue's gift. After a brief interview with the official Premier League, Soo-Yun boarded the championship bus with his teammates. This was a specially customized bus that allowed for close interaction with fans. At the same time, this championship celebration parade had been purchased by Sky TV, and the price sold by Manchester United was conservatively estimated to be over £1 million. Of course, Sky TV would definitely earn more, as fans loved watching such championship parades. There were many interesting segments, such as interactions with fans, fan questions, autographs, jersey giveaways, games, and playful banter between players, all of which fans wanted to see. In fact, it was indeed so. The distance from the training base to the town hall square was less than 10 kilometers. Yet it took a full 2 hours due to the overwhelming number of fans and the various activities. By the time they reached the town hall square, the sky had darkened and the neon lights began to flicker. Here, the main event of the celebration commenced, reminiscing about the team's glorious season. Chapter 209. Dragon Spirit. Tiger Might. Lack of confidence. Some people, once they break free from their shackles, become passionate and fiery. Some people, once they let go of their concerns, will act without hesitation. Some people, once they find love, will give their all. Nangong Feishue was such a person, born into a wealthy family, yet at 25, she remained a pure lotus flower. It is clear how high her expectations and requirements for a partner are. In her social circle, there was no shortage of excellent men, and these men were genuinely outstanding, not pretentious. Yet, Nangong Feishue simply did not find him appealing. It was only when she met Soo-Yun and fell for him that she truly understood her own heart. When she first attended a live football match as a child and hopelessly fell in love with the sport, choosing to pursue a career related to football, she didn't fully realize that she had already labeled her partner as someone who must be connected to football. In her circle, there was no one like that. Therefore, once Soo-Yun met the football-related requirement and, over time, emotional accumulation led to Soo-Yun's boldness, it completely opened Nangong Feishue's heart. Chapter 210. Shocking Teammates. Facing France, Soo is simply terrifyingly strong. Now I understand why he scored 134 goals in a complete season. With Soo-Shun around, our strength will definitely be upgraded several levels. I wish I could be as strong as Soo-Shun. Soo-Shun trains really hard. Have you noticed that after our regular training sessions, Soo-Shun is always practicing extra, as if he never knows what fatigue is? Doesn't he find it boring? I want to train as hard as Soo-Shun. I strive to go abroad to play football, because only in high-level competitions can I truly improve myself. Soo-Shun is my idol, and that will never change. Do you know? Soo-Shun encourages me to break through boldly and not to fear mistakes. I was so touched that I felt I could break through anyone, day by day, in the training camp. Soo-Yun's image has become more concrete in the minds of these national team players, and Soo-Yun's strength, self-discipline, hard work, and effort have deeply shocked and inspired this group of national players. Especially for some younger players, they quietly establish goals that they didn't have before. This is the power of role models. Chapter 211. A brand new national team, both offensive and defensive. This is Soo-Yun's first time participating in a national team match. So he has never heard the national anthem on the field. When the national anthem played, it felt like countless electric currents surged into his mind. a feeling that is hard to describe in words, making him tremble with excitement. This is fighting for the country. This is fighting for the country. Then, handshake, and go to toss the coin. Su Yun is the captain appointed by Coach Gao, a 19-year-old captain. However, no one opposed it. Age was not an issue for Su Yun. Hello, football fans. We are about to bring you a friendly match between the Chinese team and the French team. We see the new captain, Su Yun, talking to the referee and Evra from the opposing team about the coin toss. This is Su Yun's first time representing the Chinese team, and undoubtedly, this is a brand new historic moment. I believe many viewers in front of the TV, just like me, are looking forward to seeing what kind of performance Su Yun can deliver in the national team. The national team under Coach Gao is not old. They are very malleable. And with Su Yun just turning 19, let's see what kind of national team they can bring us. Chapter 2:12, Quick Counterattack. First goal for the national team. Shui Peng's shot was ultimately held directly in the arms of Loris. The speed and power of that shot were quite good, but the angle was a bit too straightforward. However, this served as a reminder to the French team that even if Su Yun didn't have many chances, the Chinese team was not without threatening attacks. Of course, from the game perspective, the Chinese team's offense could only be considered occasional. Most of the time, possession was controlled by the French team, but despite their many attacking attempts, they just couldn't create absolute scoring opportunities. The most dangerous attack occurred at the end of the first half. Henry dribbled the ball and directly broke through Wang Chong, and he succeeded. However, the indefatigable Shui Peng and Du Wei timely returned to defend, forcing Henry to have no passing gaps and could only shoot forcibly. But Zheng Cheng held the ball firmly in his arms. Just as the French team lamented this attack, Zheng Cheng kicked the ball forward with a big kick. Gao Lin, under Gala's tight defense, jumped high and headed the ball to the flank. Zhu Ting chased the ball like a little motor, rushing forward. Because of the transition from defense to offense, the French team's defense was completely out of position. Chapter 2:13, Deng Zhuoxiang's pass. Su Yun scores again after the halftime break. Both sides changed sides to continue the battle. Coach Gao also made detailed arrangements for the situation in the second half. Focus on defense and then counterattack. With a one-goal lead and already at a disadvantage in strength, it makes perfect sense to focus on defense first. Moreover, even without emphasizing defense, the French team's offense was equally fierce. They would automatically suppress the Chinese team's formation in the backcourt. So, it was better to retreat proactively. For this reason, Coach Gao made 2 substitutions during halftime. Zhu Ting and Yu Hanxiao were substituted off, and Zhang Linpeng and Zhao Shiri came on. Zhang Linpeng would join Wang Chong and Du Wei to form a 3 center-back line. Zhao Shiri would pair with Shui Peng as double defensive midfielders. As for the problem of missing 2 wingers, Coach Gao would let Rong Hao and Li Xueping, these 2 fullbacks, make appropriate forward runs. Such substitutions would definitely weaken the attacking power. But as long as Deng Zhuoxiang and Gao Lin still remained and could connect with each other, the Chinese team still had a chance to score again. Sure enough, in the second half, the French team launched a fierce attack. The offensive waves were stronger than in the first half, and the players in the Chinese team's backline felt what suffocating pressure truly meant. Chapter 2:14, Lob Shot Scores. Hat-trick. Su Yun knew what his abilities were like right now. His speed wasn't particularly fast, and Gala wasn't slow either. Moreover, without shaking off Gala, forcing a dribble breakthrough was simply not going to cause any threat. So, bringing the ball forward or controlling it would most likely lead to a steal. The best outcome would be to force a foul from Gala. But this attacking opportunity would be wasted. Therefore, he decisively took the shot. Although he had just crossed the center circle, Loris was positioned quite forward, something Su Yun had already observed. After all, the French team had completely suppressed the Chinese team in their half. How could Loris stay obediently on the goal line in such a situation? This was a great opportunity for a lob shot. With his strong attributes in body and shooting, Su Yun had the confidence to attempt a lob. Well, naturally, there was also a full measure of luck involved. Don't think that Su Yun's recent goals seemed unrelated to luck. No matter how high his shooting ability was, it couldn't guarantee that every shot would result in a goal. In fact, the underlying reason is still that luck has always been in play. Now it was the same. Chapter 2:15, Commercial Activities. World Cup situation. The role of a role model is undoubtedly huge. However, just a victory in one match cannot completely change anything. It's important to know that this national team defeated South Korea to ultimately win the East Asian Cup, but the lack of confidence can still be seen in them. Therefore, It takes time to thaw the ice, and it won't be done in a short while. Su Yun is very patient. Coach Gao is too, as is the new football association team. Even Chinese fans are the same. They are waiting patiently for hope, waiting for the true dawn. After this match, the national team will fly directly back to Beijing from Paris and will disband on-site upon arrival. The domestic Chinese Super League is still ongoing, and these national players will return to their respective clubs to participate in matches. Su Yun looked at the 16 football deity coins he had accumulated in the system. Well, in national team matches, even if it's a friendly or a non-international A-level event, scoring still earns football deity coins, which is quite nice. He checked his attribute values. Both shooting and physical potential have reached 95. To upgrade these two attributes to 96, it would require 32 football deity coins for just a slight increase. It's a double increase again. Chapter 2:16. Envying to tears, award prospect Su Yun was indeed very envious. Spain made history by officially entering the Hall of Fame for World Cup champions. Previously, only Uruguay, Italy, West Germany, Brazil, England, Argentina, and France were in this hall. Now, Spain has joined. In the 19th World Cup, there are 8 champions. At this moment, Su Yun has an unparalleled desire for the Chinese team to also be in this hall, wishing he could lift the World Cup trophy, the highest honor in the world. Envious? Nangong Feishue lazily lay in Su Yun's arms. She noticed the longing in Su Yun's eyes as he stared at the World Cup trophy in the hands of the Spanish players. Su Yun gently looked at the woman in his arms. I'm almost crying from envy. However, meals must be eaten bite by bite, and paths must be walked step by step. He aims to participate in the next World Cup first, to accumulate experience, with the ultimate goal of lifting the World Cup trophy during his career. Football is a team sport, even if all his attributes reach full value. And even if he gets something like a shooting card that can provide extra attribute boosts on top of full values, he will still become the strongest football player in terms of individual strength. Chapter 2:17. Pregnancy, engagement, marriage. Sister, are you okay? It's been almost 2 months since he confirmed his relationship with Nangong Feishue, and their titles for each other have changed. For instance, Su Yun now likes to call Nangong Feishue sister. As for Nangong Feishue, she calls him brother. Well, sister and brother are just nicknames. A little playful banter between the two. The key is, what's going on now? Su Yun was baffled. He hadn't eaten anything unclean for dinner. It's nothing. Just wait a moment. Nangong Feishue replied, and after a long while, she came out of the bathroom. When she came out, she looked at Su Yun with a complicated expression and handed him a pregnancy test stick. Su Yun looked at the 2 lines on the test stick, feeling a bit dizzy. Sister, does this mean pregnant? Well, when he was intimate with Nangong Feishue, he didn't use protection because he felt a barrier, making it impossible for them to fully merge. But he truly hadn't thought about pregnancy at all. It wasn't even on his mind. It's about 99%. Nangong Feishue said, I've been feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit more and more these days. I bought a pregnancy test. She asked, what should we do? Chapter 2:18. Manchester City's big moves. Premier League Asia Cup. Manchester United didn't make many moves in the transfer market. Besides Michael Owen, who left the team, there was also Welbeck. The two transferred to Fulham and Wigan Athletic, respectively. At the same time, Ferguson also sent away the substitute goalkeeper Foster. The rest were just loan agreements for some fringe players with no significant actions. In terms of incoming players, besides defender Smalling, there was also a forward, the Little P. Hernandez. Meanwhile, Makita and Obertan were discussing the possibility of being loaned out or even transferred. After all, Manchester United already had Su Yun, Rooney, and Berbatov as forwards, and with Hernandez joining, even though Owen and Welbeck left, Makita and Obertan seemingly still had no chance to play. Additionally, Ferguson brought in a forward named BB. It can be said that Manchester United's forward line is unusually crowded for the new season. Ferguson didn't want to make big signings. Unfortunately, the support from the American owners wasn't enough. Fortunately, he had backups. Rafael and Fabio were options for fullbacks that could be developed to replace Gary Neville. On the midfield side, Scholes had Anderson, while Hargreaves was also back from injury, along with Carrick, Fletcher, and Park Ji-sung, providing ample personnel. Chapter 2:19. Hasty wedding. Return for physical check. Su Yun was quite hurt, but there was also some comfort. For example, his engagement happened to coincide with the day before Manchester United played against Chelsea in Beijing. Players from both Manchester United and Chelsea attended Su Yun's engagement banquet and offered their blessings. Moreover, when the training match was about to end, his wedding began. Major players from 6 teams came to participate. It can be said that during the Premier League Asia Cup, Soo-Yun was the busiest. Your engagement and wedding are too close together. What's going on? Are you pregnant? Rooney teased Soo-Yun with a wink at the wedding banquet. Because aside from this reason, Rooney couldn't think of any other explanation. Moreover, marrying someone from his own management team is a nice story in the industry. However, despite the rush, there was one thing that Rooney also envied, because whether on Facebook, Twitter, or China's Weibo, Soo-Yun's fans were already shouting blessings wildly. Unlike actors who are afraid to go public with their relationships, a football player like Soo-Yun didn't have such worries. Chapter 220: Substitutes versus Starters. Community Shield Cup Battle. Soo-Yun's physical examination report certainly had no issues. Not to mention that throughout the off-season, Soo-Yun had been sticking to his training, which was specifically monitored by club staff. During the Premier League Asia Cup, Soo-Yun spent most of his time with the team. It can be said that they were very clear about Soo-Yun's condition. The reason for the physical check now was that they were afraid Soo-Yun might indulge himself after getting married. Don't underestimate the 8 or 9 days. If one indulges, even such a short time can lead to significant changes in one's physical condition. However, it turns out that even after getting married, Soo-Yun maintained excellent physical condition. In fact, he was even in better shape than last season. If only the team had more players as disciplined as Soo. Tony Stradwick's side. Due to the World Cup and the Premier League Asia Cup, plus the extremely high intensity of last season's matches, players were practically in back-to-back games. And now many players were showing warning signs concerning their physical condition. Tony Stradwick has also submitted a relevant report, suggesting that these players must have sufficient rest time. Otherwise, they are prone to injuries, even serious ones. Chapter 221: Efficient Counterattack. The shadow of Chelsea-Manchester United's counterattack is very fast, with passing and receiving being concise and quick, without any hesitation. Anderson is well aware of this. So, just when everyone thought Anderson was going to drive the ball straight forward, he received the ball and instantly passed it. It wasn't passed to Berbatov or Soo-Yun, but to the other side. Raphael, like a bolt of lightning, directly bypassed Ashley Cole and successfully received the ball. Then, he charged forward. As a Brazilian full-back, quick forward runs to assist have become second nature or instinct. Although Ferguson's primary requirement for Raphael is defense, he still has the freedom to participate in attacks occasionally. Just like now, Raphael assisted and faced Alex, who had abandoned Berbatov. He showed no signs of hesitation or fear, just a few simple step-overs to deceive Alex's balance, then decisively went to the byline, directly shaking off Alex. Compared to Raphael, Alex seemed unusually clumsy at this moment. Subsequently, Raphael did not carry the ball further and sent in a cross. Berbatov rushed towards a near post. Chapter 222: Michael's red card foul. Is Soo-Yun injured? During halftime, Ferguson praised the players on the field. However, after the praise, he reminded everyone that Chelsea would definitely not back down and could not be underestimated. They would attack even more determinedly in the second half. Chelsea's attacking ability is beyond doubt. Just because they successfully kept their opponents scoreless in the first half does not mean they can take them lightly. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding. However, even knowing this, when the second half began, Manchester United's goal was breached by a reinvigorated Chelsea in less than 10 minutes. Drogba exemplified what it means to be a beast. Neither O'Shea nor Evans could stop him. He charged through and found an opportunity for a powerful shot. Cusack had no way to respond to such a strike and could only watch as the ball hit the net. Chelsea successfully pulled one back, boosting their morale. Drogba ran towards the center circle holding the ball, continuously waving his arms to rally the fans for even louder cheers. From his determined and even fierce gaze, one could tell how strong his belief was in winning this match. Chapter 223: Applause and Encouragement. Another championship. Why isn't Soo-Yun seriously injured? Why is Soo-Yun back on the field? Mikel's foul was unacceptable. Either he shouldn't have fouled, or if he did, he must take Soo-Yun out. Now, it's fine. He's off the field, leaving the team one man down, while Soo-Yun seems unaffected. What huge loss. Soo-Yun's return to the field is undoubtedly good news for the Manchester United players. When they learned that Soo-Yun was injured and they had to face Chelsea alone, even though they knew they had the advantage in numbers, they were still quite anxious. But now, with Soo-Yun back, they immediately calmed down. Soo-Yun is their anchor. The feeling of having Soo-Yun versus not having him is completely different for them. Ancelotti had no choice but to make substitutions, taking off Anelka and bringing in Ramirez, who had just joined the team this season. He maintained a double pivot formation. They absolutely cannot relax their defense. Even though they are still 1 goal down, they must focus on defending first. If Soo-Yun continues to score, he doesn't believe his forwards can keep up with him in terms of goals. Chapter 224. A rampant Chelsea, an off-form Manchester United on August 14, 2010. The new Premier League season reignited. However, the matches involving the traditional top four were all scheduled to start on the 25th. But the match between Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester City on the 14th was still very attractive. Tottenham has always maintained a strong team presence, consistently ranking around 5th or 6th, occasionally breaking into the top four with strong performances. And Manchester City? They have been the true disruptors in the summer transfer market. The clash between these two teams was highly anticipated. In the end, the two teams drew 0-0, a result that neither side was particularly satisfied with but could accept. The next day, on the 15th, Chelsea took the field first at home against West Bromwich Albion. After suffering a painful defeat in the Community Shield, Chelsea displayed an even more ferocious state and posture in this match, ultimately slaughtering West Bromwich Albion with a score of 6-0, achieving their first victory of the season. Drogba scored a strong hat-trick, seemingly declaring that Chelsea not only aimed for the league championship this season, but also had their sights set on the top scorer award. Chapter 225. Refusing to lose. Champions League award ceremony. The second half against Fulham was full of ups and downs, thrilling and emotionally charged. As Ferguson brought on several key players to find their form, he didn't expect Fulham to completely abandon their previously defensive posture at the start of the second half. Instead, they launched a furious and sustained attack. Taking advantage of Manchester United's unsteady position, they scored another goal, leading Manchester United by 3 goals. Subsequently, they began to withdraw like a tide, continuing to play a compact defense. This situation took Ferguson by surprise and made the Manchester United starters feel a bit embarrassed. What's going on? The substitute lineup won the Community Shield and the first round of the league. Now, when it's their turn to play, they're being beaten 3-0. Doesn't that mean they are worse than the substitutes? Anger brewed and burned in the hearts of Manchester United players. They ran more actively, quickly searching for their form. However, before they could fully find their rhythm, Soo-Yun pulled 1 goal back. This goal had a lot of luck, or could be said to be very characteristic of Soo-Yun. Chapter 226. A bountiful harvest. Group stage results. Soo-Yun is amazing. Soo-Yun has gained a lot this time. A barometer, brothers, a barometer. The possibility of winning the Champions League Best Player and receiving the grand prize is very high. Brothers, don't rush. Their SA World Cup this year, it's not stable. Not stable. If there was no World Cup, Soo would definitely be stable. But now, let us not ruin Soo's reputation. I'm so excited. Soo is so handsome. During the summer vacation, I was lucky enough to see Soo in Shanghai once. He was very approachable, had no airs at all, and even gave me an autograph, picture. By the way, I have to say, Soo looks much more handsome in real life than on TV. So envious. However, I also have picture. This is an autograph I got when Soo was in Xi'an. I agree with the original poster. Soo in real life is indeed much more handsome than on TV. Even the handsome guy in the advertisement can't compare to the charm in reality. I also have picture. I love Soo so much. So envious. Just as domestic fans were cheering and even showing off because of Soo's award, the draw ceremony for the new season's Champions League group stage has already begun. First, the 4 tiers of teams were introduced. Chapter 227. The European King. The draw begins. Ferdinand's defense was actually completely fine, but Aguero's strength is indeed strong enough. He managed to get past Ferdinand with just feints and explosiveness in such a small space, facing Van der Sar directly. Moreover, his shooting accuracy was also very high. Van der Sar had no way to deal with such a shot. However, the 41-year-old Van der Sar was maintaining a good condition. It's just that his explosiveness was not as good as before. If it were Van der Sar's true peak, he might have been able to save Aguero's shot just now. However, conceding just 1 goal did not cause any panic among the Manchester United players. The momentum from last season's dominance had already given these players an extraordinary psychological safety net, along with the type of confidence that others simply cannot understand. So after the game resumed, Manchester United continued to play at their own pace, as if they weren't behind at all. In terms of overall strength, Manchester United still held an advantage over Atletico Madrid. Therefore, they quickly created multiple threatening attacks and successfully scored a goal in the 25th minute, equalizing the score. Chapter 228, Gains and Losses, Upgrade, Ghost in the Box. Warm reminder, 10 consecutive spins on the big wheel lottery. The chance of winning the jackpot is increased by 50. Seeing the System Dad's prompt. Then looking at the big wheel lottery page, the option for 10 consecutive spins appeared. Sue's eyes instantly lit up. The winning probability increased by 50. That's a significant increase. It seems that the earlier lack of engagement with this rule was simply because he hadn't accumulated 10 chances for the big wheel lottery. So why hesitate? Let us spin. 10 consecutive spins. He immediately pressed the button for 10 consecutive spins and then stared intently at the big wheel. He wanted to see how the pointer would stop. The result was that it seemed no different from a single draw. It also landed in a certain area. Only after the mist in this area dissipated did the results of the 10 draws appear. However, after looking at the revealed results, Sue's face darkened a bit. He really wanted to ask System Dad if that 50 increase in winning probability for the 10 consecutive spins was for real. 5 draws resulted in 30 divine coins. That meant that out of 10 draws, half had completely collapsed. The remaining 5 draws resulted in 2 winning 50 divine coins, just enough to break even. Chapter 229, Ghost in the Box Strikes, Sliding Tackle from Behind. August 29th, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the third round of the Premier League, Manchester United faced West Ham United at home. Manchester United, which urgently formulated a new tactic, although still a bit rough in execution, had already begun to show its power. Just 7 minutes into the match, Sue managed to escape the encirclement like a ghost in the penalty area, receiving a pass from Giggs and scoring with a shot. This also marked the beginning of Sue's rampage in this match. The West Ham players' impression of Sue was still stuck in the past. Even from the previous match against Atletico Madrid, they had no idea that Sue had now evolved to a level they could not even imagine, especially in the penalty area. With the boost from Ghost in the Box, enhancing all attributes, along with divine cards like Shooting Card and Speed Card, plus the core element of his ghostly positioning, it was just like the skills of a divine player carrying the word ghost. He truly moved like a ghost, leaving the West Ham team utterly defenseless. In the 15th minute, Sue took advantage of an offside trap opportunity, received Rooney's pass, and blasted the ball into the net, completing a brace in the match. Chapter 230, Rooney's Complicated Feelings, Heavy Fine. Sue, are you really okay? Sue, don't push yourself. The concern from his teammates warmed Sue's heart. He smiled and said, "The team doctor checked me and left. What are you all worried about? Big brother, how about you let me take this penalty?" He wanted this penalty. There wasn't too much time left in the match. To score a 5th goal, this penalty was the best opportunity. Sure. Rooney waved his hand, looking somewhat dismissive. "Big brother, just this once." Sue chuckled. He knew that because of the coach's favor card, his tactical position had already surpassed Rooney's. And his performance was also not something Rooney could compare to. The only thing that could slightly maintain his status within the team was the right to take penalties. If Sue took that away from Rooney too, then no matter how much he called him big brother, it probably wouldn't matter. Rooney would definitely feel uncomfortable. But like now, occasionally asking for the right to take a penalty from Rooney wasn't a problem at all. Sue walked towards the penalty spot with the ball. Rooney and the others were also ready to rush into the penalty area for a follow-up shot. Chapter 231, National Team Training, Max Level, Ghost in the Box. After the match, Sue rushed to the airport immediately to fly back to the capital. Even so, he didn't get home until about 10 hours later. Not long after arriving home, the Premier League announced the punishment decision for Gabadon. Meanwhile, West Ham had not yet responded. But since they hadn't responded immediately, it probably meant they wouldn't choose to contest it. Of course, if they couldn't see the bigger picture, that would be another matter. After spending some time with Nangong Feishua, the two families came together for a meal. In the evening, Sue simply hugged Nangong Feishua and took a good sleep, not doing anything else. There was no choice. Both his mom and mother-in-law had privately warned him not to mess around, saying that this was the most dangerous period, and he absolutely couldn't engage in any intense activities. Nangong Feishua still felt quite guilty about it. With her small hands and mouth, she helped Su Yun, which slightly alleviated the excessive secretion of male hormones in him. The next morning, Su Yun drove to the Shangshan base. The national team's training camp was held here. The training lasted for a week. After all, the Chinese Super League was still ongoing, and the club had to play in the AFC Champions League. Given that there were no major international matches, squeezing out a week for training was already the limit. Chapter 232, Training Ends, Rooney's Inner Thoughts After 7 Days of Training. The national team gained a lot. especially the national players, who truly had their horizons broadened, realizing just how strong the world's top players are. Although Soo Yun's performance inside and outside the penalty area seemed a bit different and strange, it was only a curiosity. No one thought much of it. After all, even if they thought about it, how could they have imagined that Soo Yun had the support of a system dad? Instead, Soo Yun inspired many players, prompting them to think about further improving themselves, with some even planning to go abroad to play no matter what. Overall, the influence was mostly positive. As for any negative impacts, Soo Yun was unaware and wouldn't care if he knew. If some people had dark thoughts, so be it, as long as it didn't affect the bigger picture. However, Soo Yun believed no one would be so blind. After all, when he got married, his national team teammates were there, and they were quite aware of his in-laws' family conditions. Even if they had 100 more guts, they would not dare to act recklessly. Nevertheless, during the training, Soo Yun specifically set aside a day to host a banquet for his national teammates. Chapter 2:33. Rooney steps aside. The apprentices blitz when Soo Yun left Rooney's house. He felt a bit dazed. He didn't expect Rooney to have such thoughts, willing to assist him. Such words weren't said lightly. In fact, once it was confirmed that he wasn't Manchester United's top star, even his commercial value would be affected. In simple terms, he would lose quite a bit of money. Under such circumstances, he still made this choice. The core reason was that he had always called Rooney Big Brother. Even Soo Yun didn't expect that the title he casually used would ultimately have such a magical effect at this moment. However, Soo Yun felt he shouldn't let Rooney suffer. He immediately called his wife to discuss the possibility of having Rooney endorse some products domestically. Nangong Fei Shue. Actually, your teammates have already caught the attention of some domestic brands, and they have benefited. But to make Rooney stand out, it's simple. Just have more interaction at ordinary times, and then I will market your relationship. And I believe some brands will automatically seek out Rooney. I didn't expect him to talk to you about this. It seems this person has quite a personality. It's worth getting to know more. However, I heard his private life isn't great. Chapter 2:34. Soo Yun explodes. A stunning turnaround during halftime. Ferguson was furious. Soo Yun was also a bit frustrated. He originally thought that with the max-level penalty area phantom, he would be able to dominate the game. However, throughout the first half, he didn't even get a chance to receive the ball in the penalty area. In fact, for the majority of the time, he was forced far away from Everton's penalty area. There was no way, without effective attacks from his own side, he couldn't just stay in Everton's penalty area, could he? So he was quite annoyed. However, during these days of training, Rooney had already shown his willingness to step aside, and the whole team was aware of it. Therefore, although Soo Yun didn't stand up to take all the responsibility during Ferguson's rage, he secretly vowed to change the situation in the second half. When the second half resumed, Manchester United's state clearly changed. Moyes was decisive. Seeing Manchester United's revival, he immediately ordered the team to fall back and play defensively. With a 3-goal lead, Manchester United had to go on the attack, which would leave many counterattack opportunities for Everton. Moyes' calculations were sound, and he also focused on marking Soo Yun, with Jagielka and Distin constantly monitoring Soo Yun's situation. Chapter 2:35. Champions League flames rekindle. Soo Yun's record ends. We had a wonderful start, once leading 3-0. We played a perfect game, but all of this was ruined by Soo Yun. My tactics had no issues. We lost for only one reason, and that is Soo Yun is just too strong. We didn't lose to Manchester United. We only lost to Soo Yun. After the match, Moyes' sour words during the interview were quite amusing. Soo Yun truly is a phenomenal player, and the key is that he is a training fanatic. I believe everyone knows this, and you can see that Soo Yun has undergone a transformation through long-term training. He has become stronger, more aggressive, and a more qualified tactical core. In this match, Soo Yun scored 3 goals and assisted 2, orchestrating this incredible comeback, and his performance was impeccable. What? Dependence? When you have a player like Soo Yun, why not rely on him? What if Soo Yun is absent? Soo Yun belongs to Manchester United. How could he be absent? Don't make assumptions. Reality doesn't allow for assumptions. Compared to Moyes, Ferguson was in high spirits after the match, unable to stop smiling, looking as if he had aged several years younger in such a good mood. Chapter 2:36. National Derby, Goal Fest after the Champions League match. Soo Yun welcomed a special group of guests. Led by teacher out.An, the filming team from Tianxia Football came to interview Soo Yun. They would conduct a series of exclusive interviews with him, editing 3 episodes to be broadcast in a special section of Tianxia Football. Soo Yun had known about this for a long time, personally agreed to it, and Manchester United also approved this interview shoot. They would also request some video materials from last year of Su Yun at the training base and before and after regular matches. Of course, there would also be a one-on-one interview with Su Yun. The entire shoot would cover a lot of content, striving to introduce Su Yun in the most comprehensive, authoritative, and detailed way to the vast number of Chinese fans, especially Su Yun's training routine, which would be a key focus. With Su Yun's current superstar status, he still insists on such tedious specialized training, and with such high intensity, it deeply moved the entire filming team. Even though I've heard about Su Yun's reputation as a training fanatic, hearing about it and seeing it with my own eyes are two completely different concepts. The entire shoot will last for a week. Chapter 237. Equalized? Surpassing again. Rooney's cross was not a high ball but a low ball. Even when he passed, Su Yun was not at the forefront, but Rooney believed that Su Yun could definitely get into position. As expected, after he passed the ball, Su Yun suddenly appeared like a ghost, swiftly outpacing Carragher to gently flick the ball before he could clear it. The ball instantly changed direction and flew directly towards the goal. Reina reacted quickly, but unfortunately, the ball was too fast. By the time he reached the ball's flight path, it had already crossed his territory and entered the net. Su Yun. Again, it was Su Yun in the momentum of Liverpool equalizing. When the team needed a hero to step up, Su Yun once again emerged. This is the ability of a striker. We can see that Carragher had no idea Su Yun would suddenly appear, and he was completely unprepared for the ball. Su Yun's positioning was truly ghost-like, elusive, and unpredictable, making it difficult for defenders to cope. The excited voice of commentator He Shuren once again rang out. Whenever it involves a match with Su Yun, He Shuren's emotions become animated, and his passionate commentary has become a favorite among Chinese fans. Chapter 238. The strong Chelsea volunteers to fight. The Liverpool players were confused, but it did not affect the high morale of the Manchester United players. After the restart, Liverpool wanted to control the ball a bit, hoping to draw out Manchester United's players to create more space for their forwards. However, Manchester United suddenly pressed forward with all players, launching a frenzied high press against Liverpool. Even though Liverpool players have rich experience in dealing with high pressing, they were still startled. After briefly passing the ball around in their own half, they kicked the ball forward as if passing the buck. However, Liverpool's backline forgot that there were hardly any aerial threats up front. Relying on Torres to contest high balls against Ferdinand or Vidic, wouldn't that just cripple Torres' abilities? Therefore, this handling naturally led to a turnover of possession to Manchester United. Manchester United quickly launched a storm-like attack. Ferguson absolutely would not allow any mercy when playing against Liverpool. He only demanded his players to take advantage of the situation and go for the kill. And indeed, Manchester United players did just that. With Su Yun not yet in Liverpool's penalty area, they looked for Berbatov as a pivot. Chapter 239. Always behind, always turning the tide. Scunthorpe is a small town located in the northeast of England. The entire town has a population of just over 62,000. Yet in this small town, there is a team, a championship-level team, Scunthorpe. This is Manchester United's opponent in the third round of the League Cup. The match is scheduled to take place at Scunthorpe's home ground, which is also a gesture of care from the FA towards lower league teams. After all, teams like Manchester United attract many fans to watch the game. However, this match is a bit unusual. The stadium, which can accommodate 8,000 people, has at least 9,000 fans today, with even the aisles filled with supporters. The fundamental reason for this situation is that Su Yun is going to play. This has made Scunthorpe's fans extremely excited. It is so rare to see a match featuring Su Yun up close. With over 62,000 people in the small town, having 9,000 fans come to support is an incredibly high ratio. The key is that after Su Yun appeared, nearly half of Scunthorpe's fans directly cheered for him. Therefore, even though Manchester United fans did not have the opportunity to support the team on site, it seemed that this small town had already become Manchester United's home ground. Chapter 240. Stumbling against Valencia. As of the sixth round of the Premier League, Manchester United ranks first with 5 wins and 1 draw for a total of 16 points. Chelsea follows closely with 5 wins and 1 loss, accumulating 15 points. Arsenal ranks third with 3 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, totaling 11 points. Some media have stated that with Manchester United's successful ascent to the top, Chelsea may not have any more opportunities. Just like last season, they struggled to catch up, ultimately watching Manchester United ascend to the championship throne. Meanwhile, Some media even pointed their criticism directly at the Premier League official. They questioned why Soo-Hyun was not awarded the Premier League Player of the Month in August. Drogba led Chelsea to continuous victories, and his goal and assist stats were excellent. But compared to Soo-Hyun, his stats still fell short, right? Is it really fair to strip Soo-Hyun of the Player of the Month honor just because Manchester United drew in the second round against Fulham? This instantly resonated with Soo-Hyun's fans. Yes, Premier League, what are you thinking? Isn't it obvious who performed better? How could Drogba even be compared to Soo-Hyun? This uproar has angered Drogba. He directly posted on Twitter, "Why don't I deserve the Premier League Player of the Month?" Chapter 241. In a dire situation, accelerated cohesion. 0-0. At halftime, both sides entered the break without any breakthroughs. Just when Manchester United players thought Ferguson would explode with anger, they unexpectedly found that aside from discussing tactics for the second half, Ferguson did not scold them at all. This left the Manchester United players, who were prepared for a storm, feeling a bit unaccustomed. So, as the second half began, Manchester United quickly got into the rhythm. They targeted Valencia's tendency to commit fouls and play dirty, implementing specific strategies to create opportunities through quick passing and reducing individual dribbling and breakthroughs. They aimed to deny Valencia players any chance to disrupt their rhythm. This approach quickly paid off. In the 53rd minute of the match, after more than 20 rapid passes, Giggs delivered the ball into the penalty area. It was a quick low cross. Soo-Hyun ghosted into position, absorbing Matthews' challenge, and with a flick of his foot, he scored past Caesar, who was guarding the goal. Such a close-range flick was impossible for Caesar to stop, no matter how skilled he was. However, upon seeing Manchester United's tactical change, Emery quickly made adjustments, urging Valencia's players to run more actively and strive to cut off Manchester United's passing routes. Chapter 242. The national team's first defeat. Ferguson's headache. How many official matches has Soo-Hyun played with the Chinese national team? The answer is that this match against Uruguay is Soo-Hyun's third match for the national team. The first match was a friendly against France before the World Cup, and the second was a previous friendly against Syria. And the current match against Uruguay is the third. How much time has Soo-Hyun spent training and integrating with the national team? Adding up the scattered time together, it hasn't exceeded a month. Moreover, during this time, Soo-Hyun's strength has improved, and his personal changes have led to the need for constant adjustments in the targeted tactics from the coaching staff. Thus, this has increased the difficulty of integration. When facing teams that are not particularly strong, the problems may not be evident. But now, facing Uruguay, due to their strong capabilities, all the hidden issues have been exposed. In fact, this is a good thing, because only by exposing the problems can we address them specifically. This is the value of friendly matches. It is not simply about pursuing victory or defeat. What is there to fight over in the outcomes of friendly matches? Even if friendly matches are considered part of A-level international competitions. So what? Chapter 243. Marching forward. Manchester Derby after a tough win against Stoke City. Manchester United maintains its lead in the league. However, Chelsea is closing in tightly, now just 1 point behind Manchester United. Manchester United has 8 wins and 1 draw, while Chelsea has 8 wins and 1 loss. The competition is fierce. Arsenal has now fallen behind by 6 points. Liverpool and Manchester City are still behind Arsenal, posing little threat to Manchester United and Chelsea. Soo-Hyun's life remains monotonous. Of course, in Soo-Hyun's eyes, this monotony is called improvement. He aims to raise his dribbling to 90 before the Asian Cup starts, and then activate the natural genius skill. For this reason, he hasn't used any of the accumulated skill points. The potential of various attributes is sufficient for him to digest for a while. Therefore, there's no need to continue spending skill points on potential for the time being. The key is still to improve skill level. Soo-Hyun has already experienced the benefits of a fully leveled ghost in the box, so he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. And he has a good idea of the quickest way to do this. Improving natural genius will allow him to control the ball well outside the penalty area, regardless of the defense, which is crucial. Chapter 244. Ultimate Defense. Thankfully, Soo-Hyun has participated in the Derby more than once. The Manchester Derby. The National Derby of England, the new National Derby. Soo-Hyun now has a clear mindset about how to approach Derby matches. In fact, the matchups depend on performance under pressure and the execution of tactics, as well as specific arrangements targeting each other. However, there's a cheating presence on Manchester United's side. That is Soo-Hyun, as no one dares to ignore his presence, and Manchester City is the same. They must invest enough defensive intensity and attention to limit Soo-Yun's performance. This limitation reduces the defensive strength in other areas. If the forwards drop back to participate in defense, it will lower the offensive intensity. It can be said that anyone facing Manchester United will have a headache regarding Soo-Yun. This is also the impact brought by superstars. La Liga teams feel the same way. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi are also difficult to defend. Heavy investment in defense is necessary, but such investment inevitably reduces defensive strength in other areas, leading to neglect in other aspects. After all, Manchester United is not a weak team. The other players besides Soo-Yun are not weak either. Each of them has the ability to change the course of the game. Chapter 245, Goals Galore. Final 3 candidates for the Ballon d'Or. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the Sports News. Here is a report from the Premier League, where Manchester United, the team that our player Soo-Yun plays for, faced Wigan Athletic at home. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, Manchester United won decisively with a score of 7-0, with our player Soo-Yun scoring 5 goals, making him the biggest contributor to the match. Now, let us look at the detailed report. The central media's reports are always timely, or rather, any news coming from Soo-Yun is always timely. Even if the sports channel hasn't yet reached the news reporting time, it will still be broadcast on the news channel in real time. There's no choice. The speed of information dissemination on the internet is too rapid. Although the central media also has online channels, its main focus remains on television media, and many people are used to obtaining the information they want through television. Therefore, the central media must make some appropriate changes to adapt to the current changes and meet the needs of its loyal audience. Reporting on Soo-Yun is also akin to broadcasting highlights, satisfying many fans' thirst for match information on television. Chapter 246, Breaking Data Shocking. Crazy public opinion vortex. Any candidate is concluded through a combination of votes from national team coaches, national team captains, and media representatives from various countries. We have dedicated supervision and notarization to witness this, with no violations whatsoever. Everything is open and transparent. We ask fans to remain rational and believe in us. We have always adhered to fairness. Fairness. Still fairness. The UEFA website's explanation is quite official. In a nutshell, there are no issues with this result procedurally. Subsequently, many media outlets began to explain the differences between the awards for European Footballer of the Year and World Footballer of the Year under the combined Ballon d'Or criteria. Firstly, the number of countries voting has expanded from the previous 96 countries that participated in the World Cup to 200 countries globally. Secondly, before the merger, each eligible voter could select 5 people to vote for, but after the merger, they can only choose 3. Thus, with this change, no one can accommodate all. They can only choose the 3 best. As for who each person considers the best player, that's hard to say. But regardless, the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or have been confirmed. Chapter 247, Dominating Arsenal. Advancing to the Club World Cup final, the second half of the match has begun. Arsenal kicks off. After a series of passes, Arshavin breaks into the penalty area and passes to Van Persie, who shoots directly without stopping the ball. It is timely blocked by Vidic. The ball is deflected out of the penalty area and falls at Carrick's feet. Carrick quickly passes to the winger Nani and also timely changes his position, ready to receive the ball at any moment. In Ferguson's movement system, there are always at least 2 support points for Manchester United players on the field, no matter the time or situation. This system of off-the-ball movement is fundamental to Manchester United. However, Nani's dribbling quickly met resistance, and the Arsenal players also quickly took their positions, making it impossible to launch a fast break, forcing them into a positional battle. After a series of passes, a ball intended for Berbatov was interfered with by Koscielny, landing outside the penalty area. Nasri and Soo-Yun both rushed towards the ball's landing spot. Soo-Yun was closer and slightly quicker, but Nasri remained calm. Outside the penalty area, Soo-Yun's threat would significantly decrease. He didn't compete with Soo-Yun for the ball, but focused on his movements. He anticipated that Soo-Yun's touch would likely be a bit heavy, and as long as he could predict the direction of Soo-Yun's touch, he could easily reclaim the ball. Chapter 248, King of World Clubs, Shocking Annual Goal Count on December 19th. The eyes of football fans around the world were mostly on the Club World Cup. At a time when various national leagues were in full swing, the birth of a world-class champion naturally attracted attention, especially with the involvement of Soo-Yun, a rising star in the football world. Manchester United fielded their strongest lineup this time. After several days of rest, They shook off their fatigue and appeared full of energy. As for Mazembe, many countries and fans were unfamiliar with this team, including those from Manchester United, who had only recently learned about them. However, the fact that this team could stand out in Africa and eliminate Internacional from Brazil indicated that they had some strength. Being unfamiliar, yet possessing certain strength, increased the likelihood of an upset. Therefore, despite fielding their strongest lineup, Manchester United did not rush to attack at the beginning, but instead took their time to probe the opponent's formation, positioning, and tactics to gather intelligence. Suyin also noticed that the players on the Mazembe team were all strong, all black, and very fast, with fierce physical confrontations. Although their technical skills were somewhat rough and their tactical discipline was lacking. Chapter 249, Red and Blue Showdown, True Heroism. Recently, there have been rumors of a winter transfer in the Premier League. Chelsea is looking to buy Torres. Torres is Liverpool's star striker, the strongest weapon in their offensive arsenal. How could he possibly transfer to Chelsea, especially during the winter transfer window? It seems impossible. However, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Since such rumors have emerged, it seems there is a high probability that there is some truth to it. Suyin did not know whether this matter was true or false. But one thing was certain. The match against Chelsea on the 23rd in the 18th round of the Premier League would still feature Chelsea's original lineup for the season. Ancelotti placed great importance on this match, fielding what he deemed to be his strongest lineup. The goalkeeper was, of course, Czech. The defense consisted of Ashley Cole, David Luiz, Terry, and Ivanovic. The midfield included Ramirez, Eschen, and Lampard. Up front was the iron triangle of Maluda, Anelka, and Drogba. The 4-3-3 formation was the most suitable for this Chelsea team, allowing them to fully showcase their strength in midfield and defensive capabilities. Ancelotti aimed to take advantage of Manchester United's fatigue from their trip to the Club World Cup to seize this opportunity to defeat them and overtake them in the standings. Chapter 250, Charging Forward. Arriving in Doha, Suyin was the focus of the match, not because he had scored 2 goals earlier, but because the player defending him was Drogba. In fact, under Drogba's defense, Ramirez, David Luiz, and others were free to focus on other Manchester United players, showing great confidence. It was understandable why they felt secure. Drogba's defensive ability was definitely not up to par. After all, he was a forward. However, when it came to defending set pieces or corners, in tight spaces, there were no defensive techniques involved, only physicality and jumping ability, where Drogba had a significant advantage. Suyin was physically strong, had great jumping ability, and was powerful, but compared to Drogba, no one thought Suyin would win against him. That's right, no one. Even Suyun's teammates didn't think he had a chance to win. However, Suyun's ability to draw Drogba, a strong point in defending corners, was already a huge contribution. They still had Vidic, Ferdinand, and Berbatov as aerial threats. Corners posed a formidable threat as well. Suyin remained undeterred. Chapter 251, Massacre of Kuwait. Ballon d'Or award ceremony. The Asian Cup, while not insignificant in the world of football, tends to attract attention primarily from Asian fans. Its influence rarely extends beyond Asia, especially since the Asian Cup is held in January, coinciding with the peak of major world leagues. It naturally receives even less attention. However, with Suyun's arrival in Doha, the profile of the Asian Cup instantly rose several notches. Not only was there a noticeable increase in fans from within Asia, but even beyond Asia, many fans turned their attention to the tournament. The most obvious change was that, after Suyun's arrival, over 100 sports journalists from outside Asia began to arrive. This had never happened at the Asian Cup before, and it was all thanks to Suyun. It could be said that wherever Suyun goes, he becomes the center of attention, the darling of the media, and an object of interest. Not to mention, Suyun was now participating in a continental-level football event. The AFC couldn't hide their smiles. Chapter 252, Overwhelming Votes, Golden Lottery. At this moment, the eyes of football fans worldwide were focused on Zurich on Guardiola. The live broadcast showed the expressions of Suyun, Messi, and Xavi, all of whom were fixated on Guardiola. Even Xavi, who usually had the lowest expectations, had a visible look of desire in his eyes. At this crucial moment, who wouldn't hope that Guardiola would call out their name? As Guardiola opened the envelope while joking, he asked, "Xavi, do you think you will win the award?" Xavi smiled and said nothing. "Messi, do you think you will win the award?" Guardiola turned to Messi without expecting Xavi to respond. Messi shyly smiled. This scene prompted Chinese fans to raise their middle fingers. Previously, in the pursuit of the Ballon d'Or. He personally went out to tear apart Su Yun, but now he pretends to be harmless. How hypocritical. However, just when everyone thought Guardiola would throw the same problem at Su Yun, he suddenly opened the envelope and directed the final answer at the live camera. Smiling as he said, Su Yun, Chapter 253, Unsolvable Heavy Artillery, Early Qualification, Unsolvable Heavy Artillery, Golden Ball God Skill, within a 40-meter area on the field, anywhere and anytime. As long as there is no interference, the ball will definitely be thunderously shot into the opponent's goal, can be triggered once per match. As the mist cleared and the golden lottery result emerged, Su Yun's eyes widened in shock, almost suffocating him. It turns out that the skill drawn from the golden lottery is so extraordinary. Not only does it bear the mark of the golden ball god skill, but its performance is also ridiculously strong. As long as there is no interference within a 40-meter area from the opponent's goal, a shot will definitely score. This function is simply heavenly. Although it can only be triggered once per match, once is enough. This means that in every match, Su Yun has a guaranteed minimum of 1 goal. As for finding opportunities without interference, it's not difficult. Even if many teams assign someone to specifically mark him, outside the penalty area, creating a temporary or even momentary state of no interference through movement is not hard. Therefore, Su Yun really loves this golden ball god skill. The key is that as long as he has the ability to score continuously outside the penalty area, any team defending against him will need to invest more and consider more, thus strengthening the deterrent effect of attracting and pulling the opponent's defensive forces. Chapter 254, Overcoming Obstacles. Asian Cup Final 5 stars on the top. Su Yun assists the Chinese team to qualify early from the group. The Chinese team powerfully advances to the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup. The unbeatable Su Yun. This is the strength of the Ballon d'Or winner, cutting through like vegetables. A dimensionality reduction strike. Who can stop Su Yun? Who can stop the Chinese team? After the match, major media outlets in Asia and even worldwide reported on the game between the Chinese team and Qatar. Of course, all of it revolved around Su Yun. At the same time, Su Yun also proved to the world that even with such a configuration in the Chinese team, his performance can still be incredibly brilliant. Although Kuwait and Qatar are relatively weak teams, there are still teams that made it to the Asian Cup finals. How weak could they really be? Ultimately, it's still because Su Yun's strength is too strong. Su Yun didn't pay too much attention to these reports. He focused on further integrating with the team and sticking to his additional training plan. Through these 2 matches, Su Yun gained a certain understanding of the level of the Asian Cup. He has now truly begun to envision the possibility of winning the championship. Time flew by, and on January 17th, the 3rd round of the group stage began. Chapter 255, Light Injury Does Not Stop the Fight. We are champions. World Wave. A volley world wave. At the most difficult moment, when the Chinese team needed someone to step up, Su Yun unsurprisingly stood out. This goal was simply too beautiful. Without waiting for the ball to land, and without giving the 3 Japanese defenders a chance to surround him, he directly volleyed. The difficulty of this goal was incredibly high, but Su Yun controlled it perfectly, straight into the corner of the goal, 1-0. The Chinese team takes the lead. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, we will enter the phase we're most familiar with, defending and counterattacking. The Japanese team should be getting anxious. At the moment the ball went in, Ishuren's excited voice could no longer be suppressed. The situation on the field earlier had made people worried. But now it's good, we can relax. Teacher Su, I just saw a detail where Su Yun signaled his teammates to play a high ball. The Japanese team had piled up 5 players in midfield to block the Chinese team's organization and advance, cutting off the connection between midfield and Su Yun, thus achieving the goal of freezing Su Yun. They had actually succeeded in the first 30 minutes. But no matter how good the tactic is, it can't withstand a godly kick like Su Yun's. And Ishuren, did you notice that in this Asian Cup, Su Yun has already scored several super long-range shots from outside the penalty area. Chapter 256, Asian Cup Champion. Manchester United's recent situation at the moment the final whistle was blown. Su Yun raised his arms in a shout, feeling a surge of emotion. He realized that winning a championship with a national team feels completely different from winning one with the club. The excitement is the same, but there's a tremor that comes with winning with the national team, a feeling of blood boiling throughout his body, and a heavy sense of responsibility, not to mention the strong sense of national pride. However, while Su Yun was celebrating frantically with his teammates, The media both in China and around the world were shocked by Su Yun's statistics. In 6 matches, Su Yun participated in all 6 Asian Cup matches, from the 3 group matches to the knockout stage, and finally the final. He scored an astonishing 24 goals and provided 2 assists. The second place on the scoring list only had 5 goals. Compared to him, it's a world of difference. Even on the assist list, Su Yun ranks second, just 1 assist behind Japan's Yuto Nagatomo. Though he didn't become the assist king, Su Yun's statistics were enough to shock everyone. Chapter 257. Immediate results. Wife arrives at new home. The Spring Festival Gala is the highest-rated program in China, without exception. On New Year's Eve, families gather together for meals, drinks, chatting, or playing cards, while not forgetting to watch the Spring Festival Gala. This has become a habit for the Chinese people. Even overseas Chinese share this habit. It is truly a grand celebration. Many people take pride in appearing on the Spring Festival Gala, especially celebrities. If they can perform on the gala, it is a huge opportunity for their careers to take off. Many stars have risen to fame because of their performances on the Spring Festival Gala. This time, the Central Media's connection with Su Yun was not just for him alone. The entire national team was invited. Su Yun only needed to complete the connection when it was his turn, showcasing his presence with the national team. Of course, even if Su Yun wasn't on site, he was still the center of attention. After all, everyone knows how significant Su Yun's role was in the national team's victory in the Asian Cup. To be honest, Su Yun truly envies his teammates on the national team. Chapter 258. Mastering the Manchester Derby. Contract renewal. Mancini felt like his head was going to explode. He carefully studied the 2 matches Su Yun had played since his return. The more he researched, the more he felt a chill down his spine. There is no need to elaborate on Su Yun's power inside the penalty area. The world is well aware of it now. But what about now? Su Yun has also developed a powerful long-range shooting ability, and his success rate is extremely high. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of defending against him. Furthermore, after studying him, Mancini discovered that Su Yun's ball control is simply outrageous. David Silva, who is known for his technical skills, doesn't even compare to Su Yun in Mancini's eyes. The reason Su Yun had 3 assists in the last match was that he was able to control the ball effortlessly even under pressure, which led to the subsequent assists. The extreme defensive tactics of Aston Villa, the subsequent area defense, and the Wolves' combination of the two have all proven to be ineffective. So, in order to completely freeze Su Yun, Mancini couldn't think of any effective methods. Sometimes he even contemplated simply going all out against Manchester United and seeing who could score more goals. Chapter 259. Contract renewal impact. Strange schedule. Su Yun has renewed his contract. This thrilled Manchester United fans, especially the $150 million buyout clause, which gave them peace of mind. With such a high buyout fee, as long as the club doesn't let him go, other clubs won't be able to take Su Yun away. They can rest easy now. However, although Manchester United hasn't disclosed Su Yun's weekly salary, the media is quite resourceful. They discovered that his weekly salary should be above 200,000. As for how much more, that is still unknown. Although this number isn't precise, it falls within a reasonable range. Instantly, it was like a hurricane, influencing other Manchester United players and star players from other teams who began to ponder. If Su Yun could earn such a high weekly salary, shouldn't their salaries also be raised, even if they're not as good as him? Su Yun remained calm. He is a Ballon d'Or winner, and getting a weekly salary that matches his status is quite normal. Isn't it? Moreover, no matter how high the weekly salary is, it can't compare to his endorsement income. His annual endorsement fees exceed 150 million. Even converted into pounds, it's over 100 million. Chapter 260. Blood-boiling comeback. Last-minute goal. Liverpool has indeed changed a lot. Now in Liverpool's midfield, Gerrard is still there, along with Mirallas, Lucas, Mascherano, and Xabi Alonso, but the others are nowhere to be seen. From the perspective of squad changes, Manchester United seems to be more stable. In this match, Liverpool's form was excellent, especially Quit, who seemed to have returned to his prime in the Eredivisie. Throughout the first half, he scored twice, breaking through Van der Sar's defenses. Meanwhile, Manchester United failed to score. Particularly for Su Yun, despite having the unstoppable long shot, he couldn't find the opportunity to shoot. Either he ran into open space, but the ball didn't reach him, or he couldn't shake off Lucas's tight marking. Lucas is much smaller than Su Yun, but he is strong and very agile, making his defense against Soo Yun quite effective. Coupled with Liverpool's special treatment of their defense and teammates wasting opportunities. The first half ended with Liverpool leading 2-0 at halftime. Ferguson didn't coddle the players and erupted in anger in the locker room. Even Soo Yun received a scolding. Chapter 261. Who can stop Soo Yun? Comeback, last-minute goal. Is there anything Soo Yun can't do? Liverpool, though defeated, still held their heads high. Quit was seriously underestimated. Who can stop Manchester United? Who can limit Soo Yun? With consecutive assists, Soo Yun is becoming more and more versatile. This is the Ballon d'Or winner. After the match, major media outlets were filled with reports about this national derby. Soo Yun's name frequently appeared in the reports. A hat trick assisting Rooney's goal, and the final last-minute goal. Especially the last-minute goal, Soo Yun's positioning and jump height were repeatedly mentioned, and related videos flooded the internet. However, Soo Yun was feeling a bit unhappy. Why? Because after the match against Liverpool, the next game wouldn't be until March 16th against Marseille in the Champions League second leg. The next league match wouldn't be until March 19th. The recent schedule was so relaxed that Soo Yun, who was used to a packed schedule, felt a bit empty. Although he was idle during the break and could focus on training and handle more business obligations, he could also spend more time with Nangong Fei Shui. However, having a break of 10 days for the third time felt excessive. Chapter 262. Champions League begins. Dog Ramirez, Soo Yun watched the match between Schalke 04 and Inter Milan. After the Asian Cup, Hao Junmin transferred to this club. It's just a pity that he didn't see Hao Junmin play in the Champions League. As a national team teammate, Soo Yun really hoped Hao Junmin could shine. However, as a midfielder for the national team, Hao Junmin was assigned to play as a full-back at Schalke 04, which Soo Yun found hard to understand. For this reason, he had a phone call with Hao Junmin and gave him some advice. But looking at it now, those suggestions didn't seem to have helped him change his status in the team. However, it's a good thing that he can play. He'll always learn something. Soo Yun also clearly told Hao Junmin that if he wasn't comfortable at Schalke 04, he should find a way to change clubs, at least to a place where he could play. If he couldn't even get on the field, then it wouldn't make much sense to be there. April 7th. The Champions League quarterfinals continue. Today's matches are Chelsea at home against Manchester United and Barcelona at home against Shakhtar Donetsk. Manchester United, Barcelona. The two matches are on the same day and are both in the Champions League. So everyone's attention was naturally focused on Soo Yun and Messi, wanting to see who could perform better in this unique indirect competition. Chapter 263. Gary Neville old. Teacher Soo was right. Soo Yun has been improving, and he is doing so at a visibly rapid pace. This point has been clearly felt by fans who have been paying attention to Soo Yun. It's just too obvious. This is actually one of the reasons why everyone likes Soo Yun, especially after Soo Yun won the Ballon d'Or. Originally, winning the Ballon d'Or already represented that Soo Yun is one of the top players in today's football world. In this situation, not to mention taking a break, he still maintains the rhythm of a training fanatic, constantly urging himself to improve. Such spirit and resistance to becoming complacent after achieving honor is something very few people can achieve. Therefore, the more fans pay attention to Soo Yun, the more they feel his growth, and they have a sense of personal development, a sense of closeness that has surpassed mere liking. Some media have conducted related statistics, showing that Manchester United's match viewership is the highest, both domestically in the UK and abroad. Among the fans who pay attention to Manchester United, those who particularly focus on Soo Yun account for a large majority, although there are doubts about where the data comes from and the usefulness of such surveys. Chapter 264. Dominating the game, advancing to the semi-finals. Ferguson was extremely helpless. Gary Neville, Gary Neville. He really is getting old. Or rather, if someone else were in his place, Gary Neville wouldn't be so passive and easily beaten, but unfortunately, he's currently matched up against Anelka, whose speed, technique, and physicality are far beyond what Gary Neville can compare to. This goal cannot be blamed on Nani for not providing support. Chelsea plays fast and relies on quick transitions. Nani also needs time to return from the front. Still, Gary Neville was beaten too easily. Alex, make a substitution. Mike Phelan also saw the problem. Anelka is bullying Gary Neville, taking advantage of his declining physical condition and speed. In fact, when Manchester United is fully defending, Gary Neville is definitely more useful than Raphael and other defenders because in crowded situations, Gary Neville's experience will be leveraged more. But this is not a crowded situation. Chelsea plays very quickly, using points to cover the hole. Now, leaving Gary Neville on the field makes him a target for Chelsea's main attack. And they have already succeeded twice. Who knows how many more goals they will concede if this continues. Chapter 265. The call of the national Olympic team facing Schalke 04. Without comparison, there's no harm. Barcelona managed to win at the Donetsk Shakhtar's home ground, and Messi scored a decisive goal, which was already a good performance. However, Suyin was a bit too shameless, scoring a hat-trick and providing 2 assists, and Manchester United's opponent was Chelsea, making Messi's performance seem a bit dim. How Messi feels. Suyin is unclear, but he should be grateful to be compared to Suyin by the media and riding the wave of popularity. Suyun's attention is now on the other 2 quarterfinals happening the next day. Real Madrid is visiting Tottenham. After losing 4 goals in the first leg, Tottenham understands that they can only hope to advance by giving their all. Unfortunately, their frantic assault did not break through Real Madrid's defense. Mourinho's team is like that. First focusing on defense. In the end, Real Madrid, thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's winning goal, won narrowly against Tottenham, thus eliminating them with an aggregate score of 5-0 to advance to the Champions League semifinals. In the other quarterfinal, Schalke 04 faced Inter Milan at home. After losing 2-5 in the first leg, Inter Milan has no choice but to go all out. Chapter 266. For assists. Chelsea's expectation Schalke 04 is a team that has offensive genes etched into their bones. Therefore, Ferguson wisely deployed a relatively conservative lineup. The goalkeeper is naturally Van der Sar. The defenders are Evra, Vidic, Ferdinand, and Wes Brown, with Gary Neville replaced by the more defensively capable Wes Brown. The midfield consists of Carrick and Fletcher as double pivots, plus Scholes, while Nani and Rooney act as wingers, with Suyin stationed as the center forward. Giggs is on standby on the bench, ready to come on as needed. Undoubtedly, this lineup leans towards defensive characteristics. Schalke 04's fans are cheering. To them, Manchester United's deployment of such a lineup means they are actually afraid. Afraid of Schalke 04's offense. This is a defensive arrangement. If even Manchester United is afraid of their attack, one can imagine how happy this news is for Schalke 04's fans. They feel particularly proud. However, Rangnick is not as optimistic as the fans. He knows too well how sharp and fierce Manchester United's counter-attacking tactics can be. Chapter 267. The ultimate passing control. Manchester United's poor form by the end of the 34th round of the Premier League. Manchester United ranks first, with Chelsea closely behind. However, the team currently in 3rd place is not Arsenal, but Manchester City. Moreover, Manchester City is only 2 points behind Chelsea, and they could replace Chelsea in the 2nd position at any time. It must be said that this season, Manchester City, despite experiencing many ups and downs and lacking some stability, has shown a tremendous change overall compared to before. Now, Arsenal is in 4th place. Although Tottenham's defeat to Chelsea in this round has slightly reduced the pressure they feel in the chase, Arsenal cannot afford to be careless. With 3 rounds remaining, they are only 4 points ahead of Tottenham, making their 4th position not particularly secure. However, if they can defeat Manchester United in this round, the point gap with Tottenham will widen to 7 points. With only 3 rounds left in the league, their chances of securing 4th place will greatly increase. Therefore, Arsenal's emphasis on this match is beyond doubt. Chapter 268. Advancing to the finals, a critical battle as expected. Szczesny delayed the goal kick for time wasting, and only after receiving a warning from the referee did he finally kick the ball out. Then both sides judged the landing point and contested for it. After that, the referee blew the final whistle. The entire Emirates Stadium instantly became a sea of joy. Defeating Manchester United and basically securing a top 4 position to participate in next year's Champions League is simply double happiness for Arsenal fans. Moreover, they defeated Manchester United, which has Suyin. Although Suyin has played, Manchester United has rarely lost, and the number of times they have lost is really very few. Now, they can boast externally. They have defeated God, defeated the Ballon d'Or winner. Although they were indeed quite nervous for a while in the end. A win is a win, and there's really no reason to find excuses. It's just a pity that the team can't always maintain such competitive form. If they could keep this state from this match, wouldn't they sweep the entire Premier League in Europe? Well, although I know it's impossible, a little daydreaming isn't against the law, right? Of course, Arsenal fans are happy, and Chelsea fans are also very happy. Chapter 269. Soo-Yun's next match. Manchester United in chaos. Chelsea's attacking formation is still quite impressive. Drogba, Eshin, Mikel, Terry, David Luiz, and others all have strong heading abilities. What? Eshin isn't tall? Don't underestimate Eshin's height. He is very good at heading and often makes precise judgments on the landing point. Therefore, we can't relax our defense against Eshin. The referee blew the whistle. Lampard gestured a bit and then took the free kick. This ball is aimed at Drogba. Although Vidic tried hard, he still couldn't push Drogba away and lost the ball to him. However, Vidic did provide enough interference to prevent Drogba from shooting directly. He could only head the ball to find a teammate. But Berbatov seized the opportunity and headed the ball out of the penalty area. Outside the penalty area was Giggs, who was lurking. The ball was just within his control range. However, Ashley Cole was also not far from the ball, charging towards Giggs fiercely. Giggs' form is indeed not as good as before. He is really too old. It's 2011, and for Giggs, born in 1973, it's truly remarkable that he can still be on the pitch at the age of 38 and start in crucial matches. Chapter 270, Dominating the Game, Becoming a Father. Ferguson was just drinking and did not respond to Mike Phelan's words. But Mike Phelan could be sure that Ferguson's dilemma was not about his retirement timing, but about Soo-Yun. However, although he guessed a few answers, he wasn't sure which one Ferguson was truly struggling with. From the fact that Ferguson talked about retirement but didn't mention a successor, it was clear that he was not in Ferguson's succession plan at all. So Mike Phelan also had to consider his own future. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Once Ferguson is gone, no matter who takes over as Manchester United's head coach, they will definitely use their own team. And even Ferguson's team members will probably be ruthlessly swept out. Perhaps he should also take a break for a while. After so many years of continuous work, it has indeed been too exhausting. Well, let us wait for Ferguson to retire. Then he can take a good rest for a few years. The next day, the media launched extensive coverage of this crucial battle between Manchester United and Chelsea. However, most media merely brushed over the information about Manchester United almost clinching the title. Manchester United's upcoming 5 consecutive Premier League titles, or Manchester United defeating Chelsea again. Chapter 271, Luck Exploding Continuous Big Blasts. Soo-Yun is very determined. He also told his teammates about his desire to score and win. He still needs the support of his teammates to perform. Fortunately, his teammates are very supportive of him. Even Ferguson smiled and emphasized during tactical arrangements that they could give Soo-Yun more support. He even publicly congratulated Soo-Yun on becoming a father. So, in such an atmosphere, Soo-Yun did not disappoint his teammates. When Blackpool launched a crazy attack from the start, showing they were going for 3 points. Just 10 minutes into the match, Soo-Yun received a 45-degree pass from Nani, jumped high, and with a dominating aerial posture, smashed the ball into the goal defended by Gilks. 1-0. After scoring, Soo-Yun first made a gesture of kissing his wedding ring, then made a sucking gesture, and finally, along with his arriving teammates, made a cradling gesture. The entire Old Trafford crowd erupted in warm applause, all for little Wenxuan. Soo-Yun's excited emotions were continued 5 minutes later. He found the opportunity to activate unmatched cannon and, with a thunderous long-range shot nearly 40 meters from the goal, once again pierced through the goal defended by Gilks. Chapter 272, Guardiola's Headache. The final begins. The big roulette is entirely based on luck, and his full-value luck hasn't been useful yet. It sounds complicated, but in reality, the full-value luck that Soo-Yun possesses only works on the field and doesn't apply elsewhere. If full-value luck could be used anywhere, wouldn't he easily win a lottery? The system wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. The next day, the team had a day off. Although the final against Barcelona was on the 29th, after just winning the championship, Ferguson still gave the players a day off. He believed that after the severe punishment of Rooney, Nani, and Anderson, no player would dare to cause any trouble right before the Champions League final. Soo-Yun originally wanted to accompany his wife and child, but was chased away by Nan Gongfei Shue. She said Soo-Yun should go do what he needed to do. Now that both parents were present, he would only be a hindrance here. Soo-Yun could only leave reluctantly. He wouldn't see little Wenxuan for several hours. He felt so reluctant. Soo-Yun arrived at the training base and began his extra training. Recently, due to the birth of his son, he had been a bit lax in his extra training, so he decided to make up for it today. Chapter 273, Header. Still header. The final is an unnamed game. This saying did not come from nowhere, but is a summary of countless final situations. Why is this so? It's actually very simple. In a final, the outcome is decided in one match, and there's no room for error, so both sides are very cautious. Therefore, although Barcelona controlled the ball at the start, they didn't even have a single shot on goal, which reflects this caution. And commentators on various platforms explain to fans that this is a normal situation. This is a demonstration of caution and a serious attitude towards the game. Guardiola was quite satisfied. In this continuous possession play, although no vulnerabilities were found in Manchester United's defense temporarily, and no absolute good chances were created. As long as this style of play is maintained and Manchester United is kept as much as possible without possession, winning this match will be a natural outcome. Furthermore, this was quickly demonstrated by Messi. When the ball reached Messi's feet, he engaged in a series of quick and skillful combinations with Villa, Pedro, Xavi, and Iniesta, which made it impossible for the Manchester United players to regain possession. Ultimately, after receiving the ball once again, Messi suddenly showcased ball control that would make Su Yun envious, directly evading Ferdinand's challenge and creating an opportunity against Van der Sar. Chapter 274, Unsolvable Long Shot. Hat-trick. Guardiola ultimately chose not to make any changes. Now trailing by 2 goals, Barcelona had no other option but to strengthen their attack. Strengthening the defense against Su Yun would weaken their offensive power. Guardiola actually had no choice. So, after the restart, Barcelona launched a frenzied attack against Manchester United. However, an interesting point arose. Barcelona was eager to score quickly, which was obvious to everyone. But for some reason, Barcelona's attack couldn't pick up speed. They were still accustomed to possession play, using passes to stretch Manchester United's defense in search of openings. As for high balls, just look at the heights of Villa, Pedro, and Messi, and compare them to Vidic and Ferdinand. What's the difference between playing high balls and seeking death? Meanwhile, Ferguson had already waved his hand, beginning a new defensive stance. At this moment, not playing counterattacks would be foolish. However, Manchester United's defense was quite different from usual. It wasn't a bus-parking defense, but rather concentrated their defensive zone within their half. They could be suppressed by Barcelona, but they couldn't allow Barcelona to overly constrain their formation. This required a very high standard of overall defensive capability, but it was evident that Manchester United could manage this approach. Chapter 275, Dominating the Match. King of the Champions League, Barcelona's attack was indeed powerful. This is something that fans all around the world, even die-hard Manchester United fans, must acknowledge. Meanwhile, Manchester United's defense was not as solid as it is commonly believed. Thus, it was not surprising that Barcelona could breach Manchester United's goal. The only thing fans did not expect was that it took until the 73rd minute of the second half for Barcelona to score their first goal against Manchester United. With only a few minutes remaining in the match, Barcelona was still 2 goals down. The suspense of the match returned. However, Manchester United did not panic. Ferguson was also decisive, directly substituting O'Shea for Evra. Under a more defense-oriented tactic, Evra's ability to assist could not be fully utilized. Keeping him on the field was less advantageous than bringing on a player with stronger defensive capabilities. It is often said that Ferguson is inflexible and lacks tactical adjustment ability. But in reality, this view is somewhat biased. Many times, it's not that Ferguson doesn't want to make substitutions, but rather that there is no one to substitute or the substitutes are not reliable. Now, with Su Yun, there was confidence. Therefore, Ferguson appeared to be less rigid. Chapter 276, National Olympic Team Call-Up, Home Match against Oman. What is the most important thing? It's simple. Pray. Pray to the system daddy. In this regard, Su Yun has done absolutely impeccably. So how many factors are now gathered? His wife is there, his child is there, and the system daddy has also finished praying. So if these 4 draws do not yield good items, then it would be a bit unreasonable, right? However, when the results of the first draw were presented, Su Yun really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Defense Enhancement card permanently increases defensive ability by 5 points. Furthermore, the increased ability value belongs to additional enhancement, does not affect the actual defensive ability improvement, and belongs to adding icing on the cake. The first draw yielded a God card, and it was a defensive enhancement card. Undoubtedly, this is something to celebrate. But since this God card is related to defense, it left Su Yun feeling somewhat speechless, because it's quite useless. He is a forward. He doesn't need a defensive card at all. On the defensive attribute side, once he reached his potential limit, he completely ignored it. Now, a defensive card has come. All right, a defensive card is also a God card, and it's a 5 defensive enhancement card. this can still be considered a gesture from the system daddy. So you should be grateful to the system daddy. Chapter 277, National Olympic Team Advances. Transfer market putting Soo Yun at the level of the National Olympic Team and in front of a team like Oman. It's no wonder that the Oman team previously claimed that Soo Yun was a bit of a bully, because during the match, Soo Yun was indeed bullying the players of Oman. From the long-range shot that broke the deadlock in the 3rd minute of the game to the header attempt during stoppage time at the end of the match, Soo Yun completed 13 shots, 12 on target, 1 off target, and scored 8 goals. 8 goals also broke Soo Yun's record for the most goals in a single match. The key is that in addition to the 8 goals, Soo Yun also had 2 assists, both to Wu Lei. He helped Wu Lei complete a brace. In fact, his passing should have earned him more than 2 assists, but unfortunately, Wu Lei's ability to seize opportunities, as well as the capabilities of the other members of the National Olympic team, were seriously lacking, which ultimately led to Soo Yun only getting 2 assists. However, a score of 10-0 is enough to establish an absolute advantage. The next match away against Oman should just be a formality. Everyone knows Soo Yun is strong, but probably no one expected that placing Soo Yun at the level of the National Olympic team would make him so absurdly strong. Now, I actually understand Oman's protest before the match. Indeed, putting Soo Yun on the field really feels a bit unfair. The central government and he Shurin are already overjoyed. The National Olympic team's push for the Olympics is not a one-time occurrence, and has only brought disappointment after disappointment. Chapter 278, Thoughts of Leaving. Another year of Community Shield aside from De Gea and Phil Jones. Manchester United also signed winger Ashley Young from Aston Villa for $18 million. Clearly, this is in search of a successor to Giggs. As for Valencia, he serves as an effective supplement on the flanks or a double insurance. Thus, Manchester United now has 4 wingers: Nani, Valencia, Ashley Young, and Giggs, which is already a sufficient configuration. There are also quite a few players leaving through transfers, but they are all peripheral personnel. Scholes was originally going to retire, but Ferguson forcibly kept him. The same goes for Giggs. They will use their experience to help the team transition between the old and the new. But ultimately, Manchester United's actions during this transfer period are still not significant. The investment is not substantial either. In contrast, their rivals Manchester City continue their stable transfer operations. They signed Argentine striker Agüero from Atletico Madrid for $45 million. Then they snatched Nasri from Arsenal for $27.5 million. They even acquired Clichy from Arsenal for $7.75 million. Chapter 279, Crushing Manchester City. Full value talent card De Gea is at a high level. This is something Soo Yun already knows. However, in terms of experience, he still cannot compare to Van der Sar. It remains to be seen whether he can perform as consistently as Van der Sar in crucial matches. This can only be verified through observation in games. Meanwhile, Manchester City, unable to launch an offense, has slightly slowed their attacking rhythm. The absence of Scholes and Giggs has a significant impact on Manchester United. Therefore, the tactical approach has changed considerably, focusing mainly on the 2 flanks. Anderson's distribution is not great, but his impact is strong, so it seems that Manchester United has lost some finesse compared to before, but gained a stronger drive. However, Soo Yun is still in a locked state, which continues to worry Manchester United fans. If Soo Yun cannot perform at this point, Manchester United will be in real danger. Soo Yun is also adapting to this defensive style. It must be said that De Jong's tight marking and Barry's support bring him considerable pressure, especially outside the penalty area, where he hardly has any opportunities. Even though he has a maxed-out natural elf for perfect ball control and a maxed-out deadly accuracy for passing, while ball control is fine, many of his passes are often disrupted. Chapter 280, Champions League Group Stage. Great Harvest? Oh no. After using the full value talent card on Xiao Wenchuan, Soo Yun suddenly thought of something. What is it? Very simple. Father-son competition, or being teammates, will inevitably lead to comparisons. And although Xiao Wenchuan's talents are all maxed out, let's not talk about how much he can actually fulfill. The crucial point is that his on-field stats certainly cannot compare to those of his father. By then, won't Xiao Wenchuan always be living in his father's shadow? Even if he decisively retires to give space and time to Xiao Wenchuan, this comparison is unlikely to disappear. So, Xiao Wenchuan, I'm sorry. It's the father's oversight. But it's okay. If you don't like living in your father's shadow, it's perfectly fine not to pursue football. Dad won't blame you. Healthy growth is the greatest expectation Dad has for you. After the Community Shield, All teams enter preparations for the new season. The new Premier League season will officially kick off on August 13th, 2011. Manchester United's match is scheduled for August 14th, away against West Bromwich Albion. Chapter 281. Lucky Draw. Crushing Arsenal because the match against Arsenal in the third round of the Premier League is on the 28th, and due to Porto's limited strength, Ferguson rotated many players for this match. However, Gary Neville, Scholes, Giggs, and Suyun, along with Berbatov, Park Ji-sung, Fletcher, and Valencia, are all present. So even with adjustments to the lineup, Manchester United's squad remains highly competitive. It turns out that Ferguson is not arrogant or blindly confident with this lineup. Porto did create a significant threat for a while, relying on Moutinho's organization and Hulk's attacking presence. However, after Suyun's lightning goal, just 7 minutes into the match and a hat-trick completed before halftime, Porto was completely controlled by Manchester United in terms of rhythm and performance. This well illustrates the gap in strength between the Champions League winners and the Europa League champions. In the second half, Porto really wanted to counterattack. They do not wish to give up the opportunity to defeat Manchester United and become the champions of Europe. Moreover, Suyun noticed that James Rodriguez from Porto was very active at one point, even attempting a powerful volley from outside the box that nearly pierced through De Gea's fingers. Chapter 282. Ferguson's talk. Suyun's heartbreak. Ferguson also expressed his thoughts to the media. He even rarely praised Suyun, stating directly that Suyun is the soul of Manchester United. Without him, Manchester United might not even be as good as the current Arsenal. He praised Suyun's progress, calling him the first person in football with endless growth, and no one can predict his future heights. The media thought this was just Ferguson being sentimental due to Fabregas's departure from Arsenal, not thinking much of it. In reality, this was Ferguson's way of communicating with the Glazer family from a distance. After this match, the international break arrived. But before Suyun left, Ferguson finally found him. I believe you're aware of the recent events. Mendes has also rejected the negotiation for a new contract. Ferguson said directly without any pleasantries. Suyun nodded. Recently, the club has urged Mendes several times. But each time, Mendes found excuses to push it off. He did not say that negotiations cannot happen. Mendes is gradually testing the club's attitude, or the Glazer stance. Chapter 283. The disgusting Glazer family. Ferguson started by saying that he hopes to officially begin negotiations for the new contract soon. Head, are you under so much pressure? Although disappointed with Ferguson, seeing him urge so insistently and the noticeable decline in his spirit made Suyun feel quite sympathetic. Is he unable to withstand the pressure from the Glazer family regarding his playing opportunities? Or does he want to set some plans for the club before retiring? If it's the latter, Suyun really wants to tell Ferguson to stop with the planning. After your retirement, the Glazer family will have absolute power, and all your plans can be easily swept away. Even if it brings the team some pain, they won't care. They are not like you. They don't have such deep feelings for the club. You see the club as a child, while they just see it as a tool for making money. The difference in attitude between a child and a tool. Does Ferguson not see it? Or is it that the bystander is unclear? Speaking of which, Ferguson has had a tough time too. The pressure is indeed great. Ferguson smiled bitterly. I really am getting old, truly old. Chapter 284. The public opinion storm caused by the massacre. The data from the Times is straightforward. Since the new season began, from the Community Shield against Manchester City to now facing Leeds United, in just over a month, Suyun has participated in 11 matches, including the Chinese national team. In every match, he has scored at least a hat-trick. This has practically set a record for the most consecutive hat-tricks. Well, this report indeed captivated the fans. But that's all it did, because Suyun has broken so many records. Checking the record list, it is now almost entirely filled with Suyun's name. Even in just over 2 seasons, Suyun ranks among the top in Manchester United's history. He will soon become number 1. So, what does 11 consecutive hat-tricks mean? It might be surprising for others, but for Suyun, it's quite normal. Look at that. Fans actually think that 11 consecutive hat-tricks are normal. How crazy has this world become? Rooney, holding his phone, saw some news on a forum, and when he showed it to Suyun, he was really hit hard. Chapter 285. Manchester United's defensive issues. If the media reports have caused fans worldwide to somewhat side with Stoke City during Manchester United's journey back to Manchester, then when the interviews of Manchester United's players began to spread worldwide, accompanied by how miserable the Manchester United bus was, the public opinion started to shift. The contrast between Ferguson and Soo Yun's apologies and the accusation from other Manchester United players made many people question whether the previous criticisms were wrong. So what if it was 11-0? Being able to achieve such a big score is a skill. How can a large score become a sin? There are many matches in world football with even larger score differences. Why has Manchester United now become the target of public condemnation? Moreover, Stoke City fans were too irrational. Just look at what happened to Manchester United's bus. If it had been more serious, would the lives of Manchester United players have been at risk? Is it still football? This is simply outrageous. As the situation escalated, countless experts stepped forward that day, expressing their views, and these experts basically spoke from Manchester United's standpoint. Chapter 286. A weak defense. Liverpool explodes during this international match day. The Chinese team has a World Cup Asian qualifying match to play. They will host Iraq. However, this match is scheduled for October 11th, and it will be held in Shenzhen. The national team's training camp is also in Shenzhen. However, on October 6th, the national team arranged a friendly match against the UAE to maintain form. Soo Yun asked for leave from Coach Gao. He did not participate in the friendly against the UAE. For him, such matches are meaningless. His reason was that he needed a bit of rest. The club's matches had been too frequent and intense lately, and he was a bit tired. But he would participate in the match against Iraq. He would join the team in Shenzhen on the 7th. Coach Gao approved his leave, because Soo Yun had indeed played a lot of matches recently. Let Soo Yun rest a bit. After all, friendly matches are just for testing players' match conditions, with no demands on results. Soo Yun's absence could actually lead to better testing outcomes. As for Soo Yun, he used the extra time to spend more time with his wife and kids. Of course, extra training could not stop either. In fact, he spent even more time training than usual. Chapter 287. When it rains, it pours. Manchester Derby approaches. The entire Liverpool front line now consists only of Soo Yun. Meanwhile, Liverpool's defenders are Skrtel and Carragher, with Martin Kelly not too far from Soo Yun. Another full-back, Jose Enrique, has pushed up and won't return for a while. Soo Yun now faces a 1-on-3 situation. If we count the goalkeeper Reina, then it's 1 against 4. But Soo Yun shows no signs of nervousness. Facing Skrtel's intention to circle around him for defense, Soo Yun maximizes his physical advantage, firmly blocking Skrtel behind him. Then, with the maxed-out natural elf, Soo Yun steadies the ball at his feet. According to fans, it feels as if the ball is instantly glued to his foot. This ball control skill and touch serve as the best evidence of Soo Yun's football talent. As he completes the ball control, Soo Yun's body begins to sway. Then, the maxed-out back rainbow is unleashed. Even though this move is well-known and Skrtel has studied it, he is still distracted by Soo Yun's earlier body movements. Chapter 288. Losing streak and winning streak. Soo Yun carefully considered the team's lineup. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his wife's analysis was very reasonable. Ferguson indeed seems to lack planning for the future of the team. Or perhaps he has no planning at all. So, when Ferguson retires, when his pressure is no longer there, and when that mature system is gone, what kind of mess will anyone who takes over Manchester United face? It's simply unimaginable. Therefore, Soo Yun really began to doubt. He doubts whether Ferguson's love for Manchester United is sincere, or does his selfishness come first, even while loving Manchester United? But his achievements are already great enough. This can only mean that these great accomplishments have not satisfied Ferguson. This is the only explanation. Time to sleep. These are not the issues we should be thinking about. When Ferguson retires, I will also leave, and this will not change. Soo Yun has no intention of saving Manchester United. Well, if the Glazer family didn't disgust him, he might consider being that savior. But right now, he has no interest in being a savior. Soon, it was October 23rd. At Old Trafford, Manchester United faced the challenge of Manchester City. Chapter 289. Peeking into the true secrets of the Glazer family in the past. The Chinese team also attempted to qualify for the World Cup. Aside from a successful attempt in 2002, they had also tried before and after 2002, but without success. Especially in the 2006 World Cup and the 2010 World Cup, each performance was worse than the last, deeply making Chinese fans realize that wanting to enter the World Cup again, it seems like a distant dream. Or rather, only when China applies to host the World Cup can the Chinese team truly have a second opportunity to participate in the World Cup. The emergence of Soo Yun, especially with the victory in the Asian Cup, has filled Chinese fans with anticipation, thinking that this time they can finally break out of Asia and step onto the world stage, right? But while that's what they hope for, in reality, until the results are truly in, The hearts of Chinese fans are still hanging in suspense, fearing any unexpected situations. However, now, although there is still the final round of the qualifying matches awaiting the Chinese team, based on the current performance of the Chinese team, it seems unlikely that the final round will pose significant challenges to their World Cup aspirations. So what does it mean to be proud? This is it. Even though some fans are shouting that the final round hasn't started yet and it's not time to celebrate, some fans really can't help but start envisioning a bright future. Chapter 290. Ferguson reappears. Negotiations begin. Nan Gong Fei Shui's explanation was understood by Su Yun. He quickly grasped the reasoning behind why the Glazer family was acting so foolishly in this whole matter. Nan Gong Fei Shui was right. A family like the Glazers, who can successfully transfer their debts to Manchester United, can they really be considered foolish? Impossible. It's not possible for a foolish family to develop to such an extent. Therefore, Nan Gong Fei Shui's analysis holds water. It's even possible that Ferguson was bought off by the Glazers with shares or other promises. As for why the coach affection card didn't take effect, one can only say that Ferguson's considerations must have surpassed the realm of football, which is why the coach affection card lost its effect. Alternatively, the fact that he hasn't missed a single match so far is also due to the influence of the coach affection card. Otherwise, perhaps after the Glazers were denied their request for image rights, he would have lost his eligibility to compete. It's so complicated. Su Yun felt that these matters were really not suitable for him. He still preferred to focus on enjoying pure football. Unfortunately, being in this big dive vat, it's too difficult to maintain simplicity. Chapter 291. National Olympic Team's opening victory. Countdown to contract renewal. Su Yun was surprised. Although he was not unfamiliar with Richard Scudamore, they weren't exactly close, and there wasn't much personal interaction. However, Mendes had some private connections with Richard Scudamore. Nevertheless, as the promotional ambassador for the Premier League in Asia, he indeed had close ties with the Premier League. Su Yun still answered the phone. Richard Scudamore directly came to the point without any pleasantries and said, "Su, are you leaving the Premier League?" "That's not true. I'm currently in contract renewal negotiations with Manchester United. So how could I leave?" "I want T." Su Yun replied honestly. Well, although he planned to leave in the future, at least this year and next year, he had no intention of leaving. So was T deceiving Richard Scudamore? "Then shall we renew the contract for our promotional ambassador?" Richard Scudamore asked. "You can just talk to Jorge about that. I want to discuss it further. I have to catch a flight." Su Yun made an excuse to push it aside. After Ferguson's retirement, he would definitely leave. And even though he didn't know where his next stop would be, leaving the Premier League was almost certain. Chapter 292. Contract renewal storm. Ballon d'Or top 3. The renewal with Manchester United really only had a few minor details left to finalize, which weren't particularly critical or contentious. Although it would still take some time to sort out these details, since there was no need for much back and forth. The core framework of the contract had already been agreed upon, essentially completing the renewal. They were just waiting for both parties to sign. According to Mendes, the contract stipulated that image rights would be split 50-50 between Su Yun and Manchester United. But Mendes managed to negotiate for the right to not frequently participate in club-level advertising shoots. In other words, it was completely impossible for him to participate in commercial activities organized by the club. However, he could take on flat advertising shoots or other obligations. The weekly salary would rise to 400,000, making it the highest salary in the Premier League, far surpassing the money-rich Manchester City. Additionally, a one-time signing fee of $6 million was granted. Mendes had another income, but that was the result of discussions between Mendes and Manchester United, which had nothing to do with Su Yun. Su Yun only needed to ensure that Mendes did not harm his interests while receiving the related payments from Manchester United. Chapter 293. Stubborn Neymar. Winning the Club World Cup again. Manchester United has a strong Asian presence. First, there was Park Ji-sung, followed by Su Yun. Coupled with the Premier League's active promotion in Asia in recent years, there are many Manchester United fans in Japan. So, when the Manchester United team arrived at the airport, they were greeted by thousands of fans. The cheers of these fans instantly dispelled the fatigue of the Manchester United players. Although the cheers for Su Yun were the loudest, the shouts for the other players were also significant, making the Manchester United players feel warm and welcomed. Is there anything better than arriving from afar and immediately seeing enthusiastic fans at the airport? Therefore, the Manchester United players also warmly greeted the fans. And when they saw that the security measures provided by Japan were very adequate, They even took photos with fans and signed autographs. Su Yun was the busiest among them. Although he had no good feelings for Japan, even disliked it, his endorsements had no Japanese brands. He had partnerships with some Japanese brands through the club, and his image rights were being used. Moreover, his every move was under intense scrutiny, so it wouldn't be appropriate to show his dislike for Japan. Chapter 294. The shocking 2011 Saudi Arabia is undoubtedly a strong team in Asia. However, at the level of the National Olympic Team, or specifically regarding the Saudi National Olympic Team, it seems quite far from being a strong team. Because during the first match when the Chinese team defeated the South Korean team, Saudi Arabia shockingly lost to Qatar with a score of 0-5. Is Qatar strong? Maybe. But a Saudi National Olympic team that can be beaten 0-5 by Qatar is definitely not strong. That much is certain. Therefore, Su Yun was quite confident about defeating Saudi Arabia. However, unlike his confident optimism, both Blažević and the Olympic team players were very serious and even nervous about the upcoming match. As the saying goes, a person's reputation can cast a long shadow. The previous strong image of Saudi Arabia, combined with their poor performance, made everyone feel a lack of confidence. Although Chinese football has slowly improved and even won the Asian Cup, it still cannot completely eliminate the fear of traditional strong teams in the short term. This situation is quite common. Su Yun didn't try to persuade them not to be nervous because it wouldn't work. He planned to use practical actions and victories to help the young players of the National Olympic Team understand one thing. They are the strongest. Chapter 295, Crushing Votes. Winning the Ballon d'Or again in 2010, Su Yun scored 182 goals in a calendar year. In 2011, he scored 200 goals, although the growth doesn't seem very significant. With only 18 more goals, maintaining such a level and even improving is already incredible. The key point is that Su Yun evolved in 2011. He started accumulating assist data. If we add the 100 assists from 2011, it's easy to imagine how much Su Yun's progress was that year. Therefore, once Su Yun's 2011 statistics were released, everyone was certain that the Ballon d'Or for 2011 would definitely belong to him. Su Yun was excited, not just for personal stats, but because he vaguely knew his data would be explosive and was mentally prepared. He was excited because if he could win the Ballon d'Or again, he would have another chance for a golden draw. The only golden divine skill he currently possessed was unmatched cannon. It was incredibly useful. Although the golden draw didn't guarantee a golden skill, he might just end up with a divine card or 1,000 divine coins. Chapter 296. Perfect arc begins to show power. Defending against Su Yun has always been a headache for any coach. Countless facts have proven that trying to freeze Su Yun to win matches is simply impossible. To win against Manchester United, one must rely on offense. Only by scoring more than Manchester United can one defeat Su Yun. Of course, winning against Manchester United with offense doesn't mean that the defense against Su Yun is not tight. It's just a change of strategy. Using zonal defense and layered defense to limit Su Yun's performance has proven to be a failure. Mancini's strategy against Su Yun involved zonal defense, where whoever faced Su Yun would defend him, and teammates around must quickly assist. Even if they were beaten, they had to quickly chase back or encircle from the side to form the next layer of interception. Moreover, fouling when necessary and engaging in physical confrontations were crucial. They must not be timid. In short, they must not let Su Yun feel comfortable. Mancini now had some insights on dealing with Su Yun, but when the match started, Su Yun's activity level still surprised Mancini. Chapter 297. All behind. The importance of midfield in the English League Cup. Manchester United's draw luck was very good, and some media even reported on it. However, Ferguson was very determined about the English League Cup, opting to let fringe players or reserve team players play alongside Su Yun and Berbatov or Hernandez. They would play as far as they could. Unless they reached the final of the English League Cup, Ferguson did not plan to change this strategy. Unfortunately, Manchester United had too many matches to play, and if they wanted everything, they might end up with nothing. Therefore, in the match against Cardiff City, Manchester United's lineup remained largely unchanged from previous League Cup matches. Talents like Pogba and Morrison were once again temporarily called up. As the only championship team in the League Cup semi-finals, Cardiff City was undoubtedly a dark horse, which was beyond doubt. Although they were dark horses, reaching the semi-finals of the League Cup proved that Cardiff City was quite strong. On Ferguson's side, he not only had a careless approach to tactics, but also didn't pay much attention to studying Cardiff City. Chapter 298, Multi-Line Operations, Continuous Victories During Halftime. Ferguson decisively made substitutions. Fletcher was replaced by Scholes, and the underperforming Ashley Young was substituted for Giggs. Although both Scholes and Giggs were quite old with their fitness, especially since they rarely played and thus had less fatigue, playing for half a match was not a problem. Perhaps Ferguson had completely understood that no matter how big the problems were in the back and midfield, they had to ensure that their team maintained strong attacking power. Otherwise, it would be the biggest waste. Having Su Yin on the front line, but not creating many attacking opportunities was a waste, wasn't it? So, even if they had to reduce some defensive intensity, they had to ensure offense. This substitution had an immediate effect. Scholes and Giggs could really control the ball, and as long as they could maintain possession and pass the ball effectively, players like Anderson, Su Yin, and Rooney could all be activated. Indeed, just 8 minutes into the second half, under the orchestration of Scholes and Giggs, Su Yin, who dropped back to receive, easily found an opportunity to activate unmatched cannon, striking a world-class shot that directly opened Arsenal's goal, helping the team take the lead. Chapter 299. Whoever controls the midfield controls the world goalkeeper check. Defenders Bozingwa, David Luiz, Gary Cahill, Ivanovic, midfielders Eschen, Ramirez, Mikel, and Mata, with Torres and Sturridge up front. Drogba was absent due to injury. This lineup, especially the midfield trio of Eschen, Ramirez, and Mikel, which was almost like 3 defensive midfielders, was quite different from what Villas-Boas confidently claimed would not lose this time. However, Villas-Boas stated that they would not lose again, but he did not say they would definitely win, so putting out such a lineup was somewhat reasonable and not a deception. However, seeing this lineup, the media expressed skepticism, because over the past 2 years, any team that tried to play defensively against Manchester United ultimately did not fare well. On the other hand, teams that beat Manchester United did so by having strong defenses while aggressively attacking Manchester United's defense, ultimately winning by scoring more goals than Manchester United. Villas-Boas' lineup basically left the attacking responsibilities to Mata, Torres, and Sturridge, which seemed like a joke to everyone. No matter how problematic Manchester United's defense was, it was not made of paper. Chapter 300. Utter disappointment. Last-minute defeat Manchester United's morale soared. Ferguson was lost in thought. He looked at Raphael, who was celebrating with Su Yin. So, were his demands on the fullbacks too conservative? Or, in the case of being significantly behind, was it entirely wrong not to fully liberate the fullbacks from their shackles? However, once the fullbacks pushed forward to assist in attacks, if they couldn't return in time, the defense would be in danger. So, it was indeed a dilemma. Moreover, he was also quite disappointed with Scholes. Even though he was older, being completely shut down by Ramirez was somewhat unacceptable. Back in the day, he really was getting old. Just as Ferguson's thoughts were racing, the match restarted. Chelsea slowly controlled the ball, tried to relieve the pressure from earlier. Even though Manchester United had created many good chances, they had somehow conceded 2 goals in quick succession. It was a bit too exaggerated. Su Yin's scoring efficiency was simply too high. Given the chance, he could send the ball into the net, terrifying. Su Yin shouted for everyone to press up quickly. He now had some confidence in winning this match, because in this game, neither the unsolvable cannon nor the perfect curve golden ball skills had been activated. Chapter 301. Low temperature impact. Difficult match 6-0. The numbers on the bird's nest big screen displayed the score between the Chinese Olympic team and the Qatari Olympic team. According to international conventions, the home team is listed first, followed by the away team. Centralmom. Hishurin was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. 6-0. Another 6-0. Always 6-0. Still 6-0. The Chinese Olympic team's first match was 6-0 against the South Korean Olympic team. The second match was 6-0 against the Saudi Olympic team. Now in the third match, it was 6-0 against the Qatari Olympic team. The Chinese Olympic team demonstrated a level of strength far superior to other teams in the group, making it feel like the South Korean Olympic team, Qatari Olympic team, and Saudi Olympic team were not even on the same level as us. Now, we have won all 3 matches, and all by large margins. As long as we maintain this rhythm, I believe the Chinese Olympic team will definitely appear on the stage of the London Olympics. We will achieve the feat of participating in the Olympics consecutively. And all of this is thanks to Su Yin. In this match, although Su Yin only scored 2 goals, he also provided 4 assists. Congratulations to Wu Lei for completing a hat trick, And congratulations to Wu Shi for scoring a goal. We saw the cohesion of the Chinese Olympic team. I believe this Olympic team can go even further. Chapter 302. Qatar Sports Fund Zenit was helpless about such a loss. Subsequently, their defense against Su Yun became tighter, and they didn't dare to commit fouls recklessly. Manchester United also passed the adaptation period, making it difficult for Zenit to create good opportunities. Su Yun and Rooney were still striving. They both wanted to secure victory in this match, making it easier for the second leg. However, with insufficient midfield support, it was challenging for the two to create any particularly good chances, so the match ended in a 3-3 draw. Although Manchester United earned a draw, the 3 away goals put them in a favorable position for advancement. After the match, the Manchester United players didn't linger on the field and immediately returned to the locker room. Su Yun also hurriedly completed a jersey exchange request with a Zenit player and quickly returned to take a hot shower. The team doctor kept reminding everyone not to catch a cold, looking quite tense. If players missed due to illness caused by temperature differences, it would be a huge blow to the team. After a brief cleanup, Manchester United quickly headed to the airport, eager to escape this uncomfortable cold place. Chapter 303. No bottom line. Heavy traffic, everyone's attention and thoughts were focused on the League Cup final against Liverpool. Just as Manchester United hoped to boost morale with the League Cup championship, Liverpool felt the same urgency. In fact, Liverpool was even more desperate than Manchester United. This season, their league performance had not been good, and without qualification for the Champions League knockout stage, they could only play in the Europa League, and they were eliminated from the FA Cup. Therefore, the League Cup championship was practically a lifeline for Liverpool. They had more reasons than Manchester United to desire this title. However, winning the championship isn't solely dependent on the strength of one's reasons. It requires a real fight. But Manchester United had a good understanding of playing against Liverpool. The last time they were defeated by Liverpool in the league was due to an overwhelming number of injuries and an incomplete squad, which gave Liverpool an opportunity. Thus, Ferguson was very confident, and everyone at Manchester United, including Su Yun, was also very confident. They were all certain they could win this match and secure the League Cup championship. Of course, this confidence reflected in their demeanor during the match, showing more composure, not recklessness. After all, Liverpool was an old rival, and being careless against such a team, not giving it their all, would be akin to looking for death. Chapter 304. Once again missing the glorious. Sudden cheer. Someone said that hard work will yield rewards. Generally, this is true. But when it comes to the situation with the sticks, exceptions arise. In the face of global attention, even the presence of journalists from various countries stationed there, although the sticks didn't do anything particularly outrageous, they openly employed a delay strategy regarding issues like traffic accident rescues. They extended the traffic jam for a full 8 hours. It was until dawn that the traffic conditions slightly improved. However, once Su Yun's vehicle left the highway and entered the city, he encountered various situations, such as traffic controls and road repairs. There were also familiar traffic accidents. All in all, Su Yun was delayed for over 2 hours on the road before finally reaching the hotel. Since the match was scheduled for the afternoon, by the time Su Yun finally reunited with the Olympic team, there were only about 4 to 5 hours left until the match began. Additionally, the Olympic team had to arrive early, worrying about encountering traffic jams along the way. Therefore, even though Su Yun arrived at the hotel, he didn't even have time to check into his room and immediately boarded the Olympic team's bus to head to the stadium. Chapter 305. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. Su Yun didn't ponder for too long. The fans had already started shouting. He vaguely understood. Swansea. The little-known Swansea had actually defeated Manchester City 1-0 at home. Since Manchester City's match started at the same time as Manchester United's, while he was in stoppage time, that match had already concluded. Hence, Manchester United fans were so excited. Su Yun was a bit incredulous. Given Manchester City's previous stability, even when playing away, they shouldn't have lost to Swansea. This isn't a look down on Swansea, but there is indeed a significant gap in strength between Swansea and Manchester City. This is a fact that no one can deny. Yet under such circumstances, Swansea managed to beat Manchester City? It's a bit surreal. So, when the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Su Yun quickly returned to the dressing room after thanking the fans with his teammates. There was no need for Su Yun to search intentionally. The large screen in the dressing room was already playing a highlight reel comparing Swansea and Manchester City. Swansea played at home, but was very pragmatic, adopting a defensive posture from the start, while Manchester City launched a barrage against Swansea's goal. Chapter 3:06. Fierce battle with Chelsea. The news that Wolves had initially agreed to postpone the match, but then changed their mind was widely circulated. And everyone knew that Wolves' flip-flopping was for a reason. But looking at the current score of 0-6, Wolves' earlier actions felt a bit like shooting themselves in the foot. After all, the momentum of Manchester United's players was clearly spurred by Wolves. Otherwise, perhaps the score wouldn't be so lopsided. However, Manchester United had no time to care whether Wolves were regretting their decisions. After the match ended, they quickly tidied up and rushed back to Manchester. Tomorrow is the FA Cup quarterfinal against Stoke City. Fortunately, the main players didn't play. The rotation was quite thorough. The next day, take a look at the starting lineup against Stoke City. The goalkeeper is still De Gea. The goalkeeper position is quite special, with relatively low physical demands. So even with 2 matches in 2 days, and even 7 matches in 7 days, a goalkeeper can manage. The defense consists of Evra, Vidic, Ferdinand, and Valencia. Valencia can play both as a fullback and a winger, making him versatile. Chapter 3:07. Anticipated Champions League semi-final 0-1. After Su Yun activated the unsolvable cannon. Even though Czech was well prepared, it was all in vain, and Su Yun still blasted the door open. Villas-Boas's face instantly darkened. After finally gaining an away goal advantage. With Su Yun's goal, it was instantly rendered null. It's difficult. This match is too tough. Now, they must score 4 goals without conceding any to force extra time. Based on the current situation, is there still hope? Forget it. Villas-Boas waved his hand, urging the 2 fullbacks to participate more in the attack. They must attack now to solve the problem. However, while Villas-Boas had good intentions, he still underestimated the toughness and sweeping ability of Manchester United's midfield, especially Park Ji-sung, who knew that his appearances in the Champions League wouldn't be many, and he only got the opportunity to play due to tactical needs against Chelsea. If he couldn't deliver a performance that satisfied Ferguson, he could be subbed off at any moment. So he desperately showcased himself, finding the shadow of his peak period when he never seemed to tire. Chapter 3:08. Champions League approaches. Messi's determination. Manchester United's substitute lineup is not weak, especially with veterans like Giggs, Scholes, and Gary Neville arranged by Ferguson in the substitutes. Plus Su Yun and Berbatov, who would dare say this lineup lacks strength. Unfortunately, Wigan Athletic's fighting spirit is too strong, and their tactics are very appropriate. They focus on attacking Manchester United's midfield, targeting the link between United's defense and midfield. Furthermore, Wigan's players seemed like they were all on steroids, actively running, coordinating as a team, and applying aggressive pressure with the correct tactics. Manchester United's defense felt flimsy against such Wigan Athletic, particularly vulnerable, even when Ferguson, in his anger, substituted in Vidic and Valencia in the second half. It seemed futile. Wigan Athletic scored 4 times against Lindegaard, who replaced De Gea. Well, the match isn't over yet. Although it has already entered stoppage time, Wigan Athletic still has hope of scoring again. The home fans of Wigan Athletic were going wild, cheering for their team's performance, continuously booing Manchester United, hoping to act as the 12th man to help their team take down United. Chapter 3:09. The redevelopment of Naturel's Messi is strong, but Ferguson didn't arrange more defensive players to play. Why? To go toe-to-toe with Barcelona. Under Barcelona's possession play, after Messi's pass, Xavi fed Sanchez, who cut inside and shot directly. The ball went over the crossbar. Manchester United's attack. If it's hard for Manchester United to take the ball from Barcelona during their attack, it's also difficult for Barcelona to intercept when United is in possession. It's not that United isn't controlling the game. Not at all. The current United lineup would be foolish to try to control the game against Barcelona. United's attack can be summed up in 2 words: simple and direct. Simple means no control, quickly passing through the midfield, using Nani, Ashley Young, and the support of 2 fullbacks to form a powerful wing attack strategy. Then, through Anderson's bursts and Carrick's slight adjustments, the opportunities were delivered to Su Yun and Rooney's feet. If Barcelona's attack is considered complex, then Manchester United's attack is concise. However, concise doesn't mean without threat. Although United's first attack saw Nani find a crossing opportunity with Valencia's help. Chapter 3:10. 5 goals to defeat Barcelona in the second half. The game resumes. Manchester United kicks off. After a few passes in the defense and midfield, Ashley Young finds an opportunity and directly sends a 45-degree cross into the box looking for Soo-Yun. Guardiola immediately grew tense. Ferguson couldn't help but lean forward to closely watch how this ball would be handled. Would Soo-Yun complete his third goal in this manner? The answer was soon revealed. No. Under the double team of Peak and Puyol, Soo-Yun's attempt to stop the ball with his head was instantly thwarted by Puyol, not even waiting for Soo-Yun to land. Guardiola let out a long breath. Ferguson shook his head slightly as well. He had been too naive, thinking that consecutive mistakes would be enough to catch Barcelona off guard. It was certainly impossible. However, it has become increasingly difficult to defend against Soo-Yun, and his ability to restrain Barcelona is growing stronger, which in itself weakens Barcelona's attacking power. Moreover, in the case where he chooses to go head-to-head with Barcelona, the fact that Barcelona has only scored one goal is enough to show that their attack is not as exaggerated as it seems. Furthermore, the idea of purely destroying Barcelona through offense is quite exciting to think about. Chapter 3:11. The divine being descends. The Olympics begin winning against Barcelona in this match is certainly gratifying. However, when returning to the league, Manchester United's situation remains severe. At this point, Manchester United is already 5 points behind Manchester City. On March 14th, when Manchester United faced Everton in the FA Cup semi-final, the 34th round of the Premier League had already begun. As a result, Manchester City won 6-1 away against Norwich. Meanwhile, Manchester United's match against Aston Villa in the 34th round was postponed. So now Manchester United finds itself in a situation of having played one match less. 5 points behind. With fewer league rounds remaining, even if Manchester United still has the opportunity to face Manchester City directly, the situation is not looking good for them. The key upcoming schedule is quite daunting. On April 22nd, in the 35th round of the Premier League, they will host Everton, who has just been eliminated from the FA Cup semi-finals. On April 25th, they will have the second leg of the Champions League semi-final against Barcelona. Then on May 1st, there will be a direct confrontation with Manchester City. Champions League, they are completely intertwined. The intensity of the matches is overwhelming, making it feel suffocating. And everyone knows how Ferguson will make choices in the league. After all, with Manchester United having won the first leg of the Champions League semi-final 5-3 against Barcelona. Regardless of how Guardiola tries to make up for it, Manchester United's hopes of advancing to the Champions League final are greater than Barcelona's. Chapter 3:12. Olympic Gold Medal. World Cup qualifiers begins Central Mother. The classic duo of He Shirin and Teacher Su. The two are passionately discussing the importance of the Chinese U23 team's participation in this competition, and they hope that under Soo-Yun's leadership, the Chinese U23 team can achieve good results. To support the U23 team's preparation in the fourth phase of the 2014 Brazil World Cup Asian qualifiers, Coach Gao did not call up Soo-Yun for participation. On June 4th, the Chinese team faced their old rival Jordan in the third round and drew 1-1 away. Subsequently, on June 12th, they played the second match at home against Oman, winning 1-0. It can be said that under Coach Gao's leadership, even without Soo-Yun, this national team has shown a high level after winning the Asian Cup under Soo-Yun's leadership. It can be said that the national team has already alleviated a lot of pressure for the U23 team. And now it depends on how the U23 team will respond to this support. Teacher Su said with some emotion. That's right. At the critical moment when the national team is vying for the Brazil World Cup, not calling up Soo-Yun for participation, while there are reasons for allowing him to focus on training with the U23 team, also reflects the hope that the U23 team can achieve good results in the Olympics. Chapter 3:13. Continuous victories. The victory against Japan in the World Cup qualifiers has further increased Soo-Yun's popularity in the country. Moreover, one can easily imagine the influence he will have in the country if he really leads the Chinese team to the Brazil World Cup. Even now, requests and offers from domestic businesses seeking endorsements have flooded in to an unimaginable extent, with prices that make even the hottest stars in the domestic entertainment industry envious. But this is the charm of football. The longer Chinese football remains in decline, the stronger the shock and adoration brought by a figure like Soo-Yun becomes. At this moment, Soo-Yun has returned to Manchester, accompanying his family and training with the team, while also engaging in self-training, relentlessly pushing forward into the new season. On September 15th, in the fourth round of the Premier League, Manchester United hosted Wigan Athletic, where Soo-Yun scored twice and provided one assist. helping the team achieve a 4-0 victory and securing their fourth consecutive win in the new season. On September 20th, the new season of the Champions League officially reignited, with Manchester United hosting Galatasaray in their first group match. Manchester United continued their good form, even solidifying their defense, winning 5-0 at home against Galatasaray, with Soo-Yun's hat-trick and additional goals from Rooney and Berbatov, marking a successful start to the new season in the Champions League. Chapter 314, Explosive Performance. Again awarded the Ballon d'Or, Soo-Yun's personal abilities are strong. He is now an absolute hexagonal warrior. However, to say that one person can solve everything in football is still quite difficult. Even if you can single-handedly determine the outcome of a match with a goal, you cannot always do so or always be the hero. Therefore, even someone as strong as Soo-Yun still needs teammates. And when the teammates' form slightly improves. Under Soo-Yun's motivation and coordination, Manchester United staged a dramatic comeback in the final moments. Not only did they prevent Aston Villa from scoring again, but Berbatov also relied on Soo-Yun's pass to score twice in the last moments. Ultimately, after being 3-0 down, Manchester United pulled off an epic comeback, defeating Aston Villa 4-3 and achieving their 11th consecutive victory in the Premier League this season. Soo is the omnipotent god. After the match, Ferguson's evaluation of Soo-Yun became the headline of major media outlets. Various praises flooded in, as if trying to completely overwhelm Soo-Yun. But Soo-Yun had no time to enjoy these accolades. After the match, he flew back to his home country without stopping. Chapter 315, Unprecedented 4-1. Manchester United defeated Fulham in the FA Cup. However, the fact that they conceded the first goal, along with the overall poor performance, has left Manchester United fans quite dissatisfied, especially with a recent piece of news that has made their hearts tremble. Many clubs have publicly made offers to Manchester United, and all of them are in the form of buyout clauses. In a word, Manchester United wants to force Soo-Yun to stay, apart from negotiating well with Soo-Yun. There is no other way. And Manchester United's relationship with Soo-Yun has already completely broken down due to previous issues regarding image rights. They all know that when Ferguson retires, it will be the day Soo-Yun leaves. Now, everything seems to be unfolding before their eyes. So now, every match has fans calling for Soo-Yun to stay. As for outside the club's training ground, and even near Soo-Yun's home, fans are gathering. Fortunately, these fans are relatively rational and have not assaulted Soo-Yun's home. But even so, it has left Soo-Yun quite dissatisfied, and when facing the media, he issued a stern warning to Manchester United fans not to disturb his family. No form of harassment is acceptable. Manchester United fans are afraid of completely angering Soo-Yun, leaving no room for recovery. Chapter 316, Unprecedented Perfect Record. Some say that in a situation where the league title has already been secured, it's normal to ease off a bit in the league and focus more on the Champions League and the FA Cup. However, others argue that with the second leg of the Champions League round of 16 requiring little consideration and the FA Cup schedule not being too tight, maintaining a perfect record in the league is still very necessary. Therefore, when facing a powerhouse like Chelsea, sending Soo-Yun with a group of substitutes not only seems a bit disrespectful to Chelsea, but also indicates a lack of seriousness about the record, almost bullying Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun is strong, but he shouldn't be overused like this. Thus, watching this match was truly nerve-wracking. Even though Manchester United substitutes were incredibly resilient and showed surprising fighting spirit, it seemed that alongside the revival of the first team, these substitutes were also slowly finding their rhythm and the right way to play. However, seeing Soo-Yun trapped in Chelsea's heavy encirclement too many times, while the support from the Manchester United players was either insufficient or untimely, made everyone anxious. Chapter 317, A New Era in La Liga, stunning debut on June 11th. In Beijing, China, at the Bird's Nest, the World Cup qualifying match between China and Japan kicked off here. This match attracted the attention of fans all over China. A draw was enough to guarantee qualification, directly advancing to the World Cup in Brazil. This was something Chinese fans had previously only dared to dream about, but now was about to happen. As a Chinese fan, one absolutely could not afford to miss this. By the end of the 90-minute match, the entire Bird's Nest and all of China were engulfed in an ocean of celebration. Everywhere, fans were shouting that we had qualified. 3-0. The Chinese team achieved a resounding victory over Japan at home. This was more than just qualification. With one match left in the 8-match series, the Chinese team had accumulated 19 points. Meanwhile, second-place Japan only had 15 points. They had secured the top spot in the group a round early. Su Yun's hat trick sent Chinese fans into a frenzy, giving them ample reason to believe that even on the World Cup stage, the Chinese team could achieve good results. At the very least, breaking the embarrassing record of not scoring in the World Cup should be absolutely achievable. Chapter 3:18, Glorious Season. Final crisis: what kind of playing style does the Chinese team have? Many people who do not follow Chinese football are not very clear about it, but Simeone has studied it. After confirming that he might sign Su Yun, Simeone began to research everything about him. He discovered that the Chinese team's playing style has many aspects worth emulating. They focus on defense, emphasize teamwork, and give Su Yun ample freedom, with everyone playing around him. He found that Atletico Madrid has a more solid foundation to execute this strategy than the Chinese team. So, he decided to implement it. Defense and teamwork are the fundamentals that allow Atletico to compete with Real Madrid and Barcelona. Now, with Su Yun as a sharp weapon, although Simeone doesn't think his squad is perfect, he believes that this lineup supports his greater ambitions, which he thinks is not unreasonable. This was vividly reflected in the match against Barcelona. Simeone's team, with their tough defense, rendered Barcelona's attacking force ineffective. As for Su Yun, Barcelona simply couldn't defend against him. Even though many of Atletico's attacking opportunities relied solely on speed or involved only a few players, Su Yun's individual ability allowed him to score or cleverly find his teammates. Chapter 3:19, World Cup approaches. China versus Switzerland. How will Su Yun perform in a desperate situation? This is a point of great concern for everyone. This year is a World Cup year, and although the Chinese team has qualified, people are particularly pessimistic about their journey in the World Cup. Therefore, it may be very difficult for Su Yun to use his World Cup performance to bolster his chances for the Ballon d'Or. Thus, winning every championship available at the club level will be vital for Su Yun's contention for the Ballon d'Or, with the Champions League title undoubtedly holding significant importance. Not to mention losing directly to Cristiano Ronaldo. Therefore, perhaps these 15 minutes will determine whether Su Yun can continue his dominance over the Ballon d'Or. What? Losing just one Champions League title isn't a big deal. Su Yun's individual stats are explosive. As long as people aren't blind, it's clear how to choose. If one really thinks this way, they are gravely mistaken. Atletico's PR capabilities for the Ballon d'Or are not as strong as Manchester United's. Moreover, if Ronaldo sees more hope, Real Madrid's PR will be fully activated. At that point, even if Su Yun has superior individual stats, it will be hard to say who the true winner is. Chapter 3:20, First match victory. Group first. The match officially begins. At this moment, even though it's midnight in Kyoto, the most conservative estimate is that over 100 million Chinese fans are watching this match on television. For the Chinese team's second World Cup journey, any Chinese fan with the means to watch this match would not allow themselves to miss it. The relatively conservative lineup sent out by the Chinese team is understandable to the fans. However, there is still some worry in their hearts. They fear that relying solely on Su Yun and Wu Lei may present some issues in attack. But just 12 minutes into the match, when Su Yun unleashed his signature unstoppable shot to score against Switzerland, all worries about the attack vanished without a trace. What were they worried about? With Su Yun in the team, what problems could there be in attack? There certainly wouldn't be any problems. On the commentary side, He Shuren's enthusiastic voice resonated in the ears of all Chinese fans. Su Yun has scored. This is the first goal in World Cup history for Chinese football. The first goal we've waited so many years for. It has finally come. Chapter 3:21, Group Stage Advancement. Facing Argentina in the World Cup, anything can happen. What traditional strong teams and paper strength are just references. The real outcome depends on performance. There are no weak teams in the World Cup. This is not just a saying. Italy lost 0-1 to Costa Rica. Even with Spain's disqualification after 2 matches as a backdrop, this result is still shocking. Uruguay's 2-1 victory over England is somewhat within the realm of acceptance. After all, everyone knows what England is like during major tournaments. Uruguay, on the other hand, is certainly not weak. With a forward combination of Cavani and Suarez, they have the capability to dismantle any team's defense. As a result, after 2 matches in Group D, Costa Rica has won both games and accumulated 6 points, already securing qualification. Italy and Uruguay both have 1 win and 1 loss, each with 3 points, still retaining a possibility of advancing. As for England, having lost both matches, they have completely lost their chance to qualify. In the final round, England faces Costa Rica, who have already qualified, while Italy and Uruguay will battle it out. Regardless of whether England can defeat Costa Rica, one of Italy or Uruguay will surely accumulate at least 4 points, so England is confirmed to be eliminated. Chapter 322. Time is running out for Argentina. Is Argentina formidable? Yes, they are, especially for a team like China, which is clearly at a disadvantage in overall strength. Argentina feels like a towering mountain, evoking a sense of awe. However, upon closer analysis, one might find that Argentina is not as terrifying as it seems. Firstly, despite Argentina's impressive paper strength, they seem unable to work together cohesively. Secondly, Messi appears to drift outside the Argentine system. His presence has not significantly enhanced Argentina's performance to the expected level. Thirdly, Argentina's attack relies heavily on the individual abilities of its stars, which makes their offensive capability seem somewhat weak. Of course, these may seem like flaws of Argentina, but for the Chinese team, knowing these flaws does not help, as the gap in overall strength between China and Argentina is simply too vast. When he took the field, Messi looked seriously at Su Yan. Earlier, due to Su Yan being in China, Messi thought this tournament would be his opportunity. However, he did not expect that his rival Cristiano Ronaldo would have no performance in this World Cup and would be eliminated early. Chapter 323. Anything is possible. Football is round. And anything is possible. This statement was vividly demonstrated in the match between the Chinese team and Argentina. Before the match, no one believed in the Chinese team. Even with Su Yan on the team and a decent performance in the group stage, they were still not favored. They believed that one person could not change the fate of a weak team, a fact that has been proven countless times in world football. Everyone thought the Chinese team would not escape this rule, but the reality gave everyone a resounding slap in the face. After watching the match between China and Argentina, people realized that while football is indeed a team sport, and it's true that one person cannot save a weak team, when an individual merges completely with their teammates into a cohesive unit, it showcases the essence of team football. It turns out that even if individual abilities are not that strong, when willpower and tactics are appropriate, combined with the performance of a superstar, it can unleash unimaginable power. In contrast, Argentina has a galaxy of stars. While their players are generally strong, they seem to struggle with balancing teamwork and individual performances. Chapter 324. Time is running out for Belgium. Pure defense cannot win matches. After all, football matches are decided by the number of goals scored. Su Yan's goals not only provided a safety net for the Chinese team, but also served as unparalleled encouragement for the defensive players. While one cannot say that without Su Yan's quick goals, the quality of the Chinese defense would drop, it certainly affects their morale. However, now, nothing is lacking. Belgium was not surprised by conceding a goal, even an early one. It was within their expectations. After all, no one has been able to prevent Su Yan from scoring in a match. So Belgium is not in a hurry, except for Courtois, who is still thinking about that last shot from Su Yan. He had prepared well, but he just couldn't stop it. He really couldn't. It seems he has a lot of areas to improve on. The match continues. Although Belgium is behind, they are dominating the game aside from the score. They believe they will soon equalize, or even take the lead. But Belgium quickly realizes that it is not that simple. While they can create a lot of chances, they seem to lack absolute good opportunities to score. Chapter 325. The World Cup Final Four, a great tragedy compared to the ease before the tournament. Belgium is now in a state of panic. They have so many excellent players. Individually, they're certainly far from Su Yan, but collectively, they should be able to overpower him. Yet, look at how things have turned out. They are on the verge of elimination. With little time left in the match, they're still 2 goals behind. In this situation, it feels like one foot is already on the edge of a cliff, and their entire body could fall into the abyss at any moment. In football, the more anxious you are, the more you lose your bearings, and the less likely you are to achieve the desired outcome. That is exactly the situation now. Many commentators from different countries are shaking their heads, bluntly pointing out that Belgium looks good on paper, but their current performance doesn't even qualify as a true world-class team. What kind of strong team cannot remain calm at all times? In contrast, the performance of the Chinese team is simply outstanding, clearly being pressured by Belgium. They nonetheless displayed a terrifying resilience, repeatedly thwarting Belgium's attacks, which is truly impressive. Although luck certainly plays a role in the world of football, luck is also part of strength. Chapter 326. A breakaway, shot 7-1. This is 5-star Brazil, the unique king of the World Cup. Their stories and legends in the World Cup could fill many episodes of a special program. Yet, this once glorious Brazilian team has now suffered a humiliating defeat. It is simply unbelievable. What? A civilian Brazil team? Yes, this year's Brazil team, after Neymar's injury, indeed lacks a superstar with strong appeal. But take a closer look at Brazil's lineup. Isn't every player at the world-class level? So their strength is definitely not an issue. Is the German team too strong? Not necessarily. One can only say that at a certain moment, the Brazilian team was completely stunned, leading to their collapse. 5 goals conceded in 18 minutes. Any team would have been bewildered. However, regardless of the factors that led to this result, it does not change the fact that the Brazilian team will be nailed to the shame pillar of the World Cup. This will be a scar that the 5-time champions Brazil can never erase. This match has stirred up a tremendous storm. In fact, it is even more explosive than the Chinese team advancing to the World Cup semifinals as a super dark horse. However, this also precisely illustrates one point. Football is truly round, and anything can happen. Any result or unbelievable event is possible. Chapter 327. Waste Soo-Yun. During halftime, live broadcasts from various countries, television stations, and online platforms repeatedly play the video of Soo-Yun intercepting Indy, resulting in a one-on-one goal. Indy is the culprit. This point goes without saying. Even football experts from various countries have interpreted Indy's actions to uncover his intentions. He tried to play tricks, but ended up being instantly defeated. Indy was simply overthinking it. When facing Soo-Yun, he actually had the thought of playing tricks, so it's no wonder he made such a big mistake. Now, with the Chinese team in the lead, the match has entered a rhythm familiar to them. So, will the Netherlands become the third strong team to fall under the feet of the Chinese team? We can only find out in the second half. However, the commentators for various countries are currently leaning towards the Chinese team. There are 3 reasons. First, the Chinese team is familiar with the current rhythm, which gives them a natural momentum to win. Second, the Chinese team's defense has not decreased in quality despite the dense schedule, which greatly ensures their goal count. And this is the foundation of everything. Third, it's Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun's signature long-range shot has not yet had the opportunity to be showcased. And there has not yet been a chance for a direct free kick. As long as Soo-Yun can continue to score in the second half, the Netherlands will really have to go far. Chapter 328. Super heavy penalty ticket. Will Soo-Yun get injured? The whole world is concerned about this question. But in reality, aside from the pain, Soo-Yun has nothing to do with being injured. He is exempt from all injuries. Although he can be exempt from injuries, depending on the severity of the foul, the degree of injury varies, and the pain he endures is also different. Just like the foul by Wijnaldum and De Jong earlier, which aimed to take out one of his legs. Although it didn't break his leg, it caused him excruciating pain. Moreover, the pain from such a foul lasts longer than that of a typical foul. So, even after being carried off the field, Soo-Yun was sweating profusely from the pain. This prompted Coach Gao to directly order the ambulance to the field to take Soo-Yun to the hospital. However, Coach Gao also warned the players on the field to hold off during this final period and absolutely must not allow the Netherlands to score. He urged them to control their tempers, not to receive cards, and not to miss the upcoming World Cup final. As for Soo-Yun's condition, it is still unknown. If Soo-Yun can participate in the World Cup final, but the main lineup is already in shambles, that would be truly unfortunate. Chapter 329. Ultimate heroism. Is the German team strong? Just look at their starting lineup in the World Cup final. Goalkeeper Neuer. Defense: Lahm, Boateng, Hummels, Houds. Midfield: Kramer, Schweinsteiger. Forward: Thomas Müller, Toni Kroos, and 272. The forward is Klose, who, like Soo-Yun, has scored a total of 18 goals in the World Cup. So, seeing the German team's lineup, and then looking at their cohesive style of play, really makes one subconsciously feel that the Chinese team has no hope of winning at all. However, Argentina, Belgium, and the Netherlands, these traditional powerhouses, have all become defeated opponents of the Chinese team. Why isn't the German team the fourth? After all, the Chinese team has Soo-Yun. Moreover, after the match officially began, Soo-Yun found that all the previous pressure or worries had completely disappeared. What remained was only focus on the game. The key was that he could see that his teammates had also reached a state of being free from distractions. Soo-Yun smiled. It seems that the desire for the championship and to leave a mark in history has indeed outweighed all other negative emotions. Everyone has adjusted very well. Or rather, they all do not want any other factors to affect their performance. Chapter 330. Is the Chinese team about to collapse? The ball is in. The ball is in. Li Weifeng. Li Weifeng's header. We can see that when Li Weifeng jumped to head the ball, there was not even anyone defending him. This is clearly a tactic that has been deliberately practiced, with Su Yun attracting the attention of the German team to create opportunities for his teammates. 2-0. Now we are leading 2-0, although there are still over 30 minutes left in the match. But a 2-goal lead means we are getting closer to the World Cup championship. The roaring of the Central Mother and the cheers of countless fans across China showcase the boundless enthusiasm bursting forth from Chinese fans. Meanwhile, inside the final stadium, apart from the Chinese team celebrating their goal, the German players are basically all bewildered. They never expected that Su Yun would willingly play the supporting role in the corner kick tactic. This is the World Cup final. Even a player like Su Yun must be very eager to score, right? Who would willingly want to be a supporting role? Yet, Su Yun deceived them in this unexpected way. Su Yun is a big liar. Chapter 331. Talent Search Card. Although the data shows that in every match, during the first direct free kick taken from within 40 meters of the opponent's goal, Su Yun has never missed. However, records are meant to be broken. Everyone does not know that Su Yun has his system dad helping him. So, before the result is truly presented, in principle, anything is still possible. However, apart from German fans from around the world hope that Su Yun can score this free kick. During club matches, everyone hopes someone would break Su Yun's myth. But in the national team, the Chinese team that Su Yun belongs to has instead become the weaker side. And the weak always brings a hint of expectation. An expectation to create miracles. Or rather, everyone hopes to witness a miracle. Fans hoping for Su Yun to score are currently very anxious, especially Chinese fans. Some of whom are so nervous they simply close their eyes and dare not look. Even those with a bit more courage can't help but feel their hearts racing uncontrollably. It's quite tense. However, Su Yun on the field shows not a hint of nervousness. In fact, he is smiling. This smile seems a bit out of place in the current tense atmosphere. Chapter 332. Retaking the Asian Cup. Many things don't necessarily need to be seen as reasonable by ordinary people. Just like the information about Qin Zhen, Zhang Jijia, and Chen Xianglong. How did it come about? How to explain it? No matter how you explain it, people will still have doubts. Since that is the case, why not just be straightforward and go find them directly? Using the results to infer the process, one T it be said however one wants later. As for now, who knows who Qin Zhen and the other two are? He gave their information to his wife, asking her to send someone to find them. They could use his name and offer better welfare benefits. He believes the families of the three would agree, because their family conditions are really poor. Not only do they have one less mouth to feed, but they can also earn money with Su Yun's backing for their future. Su Yun really can't think of any reason for these three families to refuse. After giving the instructions, Su Yun didn't team manage it anymore, because he would be very busy next. The national team is returning home, and various procedures are unavoidable, and he cannot be absent. He also needs to appear on various television programs and accept many media interviews. In short, the aftermath of winning the World Cup is even more sensational than expected, and the effects it triggered are simply unimaginable. Moreover, he has many new endorsements to sign and many advertisements to shoot. In short, there are no more competitions for now. Chapter 333. Going all out, the Chinese team dominated this Asian Cup. Unbeatable in Asia, unique strength, a world-class strong team, truly deserving of being the World Cup champion. The Chinese team has already surpassed all Asian national teams. Where does Asian football go from here? After the Asian Cup final, Asian media conducted comprehensive reporting, especially the media from South Korea and Japan, which harshly criticized their respective national teams. Why is the gap with the Chinese team so huge now? It's related to Su Yun, but why can't South Korea and Japan produce superstars like Su Yun? Doesn't this need reflection? What the Chinese team has, we must have too. But this might be very, very difficult. Throughout the Asian Cup, the time span is actually not long, only about half a month. Considering that Su Yun celebrated with the team for a day and was delayed by meetings for another day. When Su Yun returned to Atletico, he actually missed about 20 days. During this period, Atletico played 3 league matches, 1 win and 2 draws. The impact of Su Yun's absence was indeed evident. In 3 matches, Atletico only scored 2 goals. Chapter 334. Messi's reluctance. Cristiano Ronaldo does not lack determination. The Real Madrid players also do not lack determination. Just as Ronaldo said, he doesn't want to always be a loser, especially in direct confrontations with Su-Yun. But many times, determination doesn't represent the final outcome. Is this Real Madrid strong? There's no doubt about it. Whether in the front, midfield, or defense, they're truly dazzlingly strong. Compared to Atletico, the luxury of Real Madrid's lineup is simply incomparable. But football is not just about looking at the lineup. Just like in this Champions League round of 16 second leg, the Real Madrid players really showed unity. Whether in attack or defense, it was a pleasure to watch, with various exciting scenes and moments continuously presented. There was overall performance and individual star abilities shining together, spectacular. Ronaldo also played exceptionally well in this match. Just as he said before the game, he scored twice and provided an assist to Bale. Such performance is considered perfect. If they could win this match, Ronaldo would deserve all the praise he could get. But unfortunately, they didn't win this match, although they didn't lose either. It ended in a 4-4 draw with Atletico. Chapter 335. Everyone was deceived by Su-Yun. Su-Yun didn't even notice Messi's gaze. He didn't even have any strong emotional fluctuations over this conceded goal. So far, he has experienced too many matches and too many important ones. He has long developed a big heart. After seeing so much, his mentality has become more stable. This is why experience is important for veterans. It's about stable performance after getting used to big scenes. Unlike some young players, who can be easily influenced by their surroundings and cannot fully unleash their own abilities. Therefore, Su-Yun won't panic due to a conceded goal. In the past 2 years, he has faced Barcelona more than once or twice. He naturally knows how tricky Barcelona can be. He also knows that this match is extremely difficult. But just like Messi has an unwavering belief in victory, he also possesses the same confidence in winning. This doesn't even concern the gain or loss of a La Liga title. It's just a league title right now. Su-Yun doesn't really care too much. He just hates the feeling of working hard for a season and ending up empty-handed. Therefore, after the restart, Su-Yun actively participated in the team's connections. He has a pinpoint passing skill with a 100 pass success rate, allowing him to facilitate the game better than anyone else. Chapter 336. I will defeat you. Turan is not as versatile as Messi and Ronaldo, especially in shooting ability, where he is quite far behind the two. However, when it comes to dribbling and passing, Turan has been world-class in recent seasons. So, at this moment, when Turan has the ball, he even has time to observe his teammates' runs. Then, he directly makes a pass into the penalty area. This pass is not directed to Mandzukic, who can always make a point or head for a goal, because Mandzukic has too many defenders around him. It's not passed to Griezmann, who is always ready to receive, but to Su-Yun, who is making a high-speed run. This ball is not because Su-Yun is strong. It's because he is the absolute soul and core of Atletico, and Turan seeks him out. It's purely because Su-Yun's opportunity is relatively better. The reality matches what Turan thought. The ball arrives, and Su-Yun, making a high-speed run, is right there. Moreover, at this moment, there are no Barcelona players around him to interfere. So, Su-Yun can stretch and complete a volley. Su-Yun's abilities within the penalty area have seen a significant increase. Although the difficulty of a volley is extremely high, Su-Yun still managed to seize the opportunity. Chapter 337. Terrifying appeal. Ronaldo's failure evokes sympathy, and it has attracted a group of fans. However, no matter what, Ronaldo is ultimately a loser. Su-Yun, as the victor, is the one who is in the spotlight. The exact number of fans Su-Yun currently has is impossible to accurately count. In fact, with Su-Yun's current influence, it has already surpassed the realm of football and is spreading into broader areas. For Qin Jun, Zhang Jijia, and Chen Xianglong, who watched the Copa del Rey final live, their feelings were even deeper. The performance of Su-Yun on the field is something that those within the circle understand to be truly remarkable. Therefore, even though Su-Yun interacts with them frequently, and they have seen many of Su-Yun's different personas that outsiders cannot see, their admiration for him has only deepened. Furthermore, their determination to become stronger has intensified. They dream of having the opportunity to fight alongside Su-Yun sooner, and they believe that experience will be incredibly wonderful. Although Su-Yun personally told them that they had achieved heights in less than a year that many football players take over a decade to reach. Chapter 338. The suspense of the match returns. Neymar has scored. This is a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The ball curves beautifully and goes straight into the corner of the goal. The angle of this shot is so tricky that Oblak had no chance. Neymar This promising young talent, the only superstar in the Brazilian team right now, stepped up at the most critical moment and became the hero of Barcelona, leading 2-0. Barcelona has achieved the most dreamlike start. Who will win this match? What kind of performance will Soo-Yun show next? Let's wait and see. Commentators from all countries went crazy. A 2-goal lead. Barcelona's performance is simply outstanding. Although Soo-Yun hasn't exerted himself yet, and there is still plenty of time left in the match, it is still hard to say what the final result will be. However, it is an undeniable fact that Barcelona has taken absolute control of the game. Atletico Madrid is in danger. Atletico is indeed a bit flustered. They can stay calm when they concede 1 goal, but when they concede 2 goals, it suddenly feels like the championship has slipped away from them, even though they know there's still a long time left and they still have opportunities. Chapter 339, The True Fatal Blow. The match was thrilling and enjoyable to watch, but this was purely the perspective of neutral fans. Fans supporting Soo-Yun and Barcelona are feeling completely different now. Their hearts were almost jumping out of their chests. Although this excitement causes adrenaline to surge, they still prefer the steady feeling of winning everything. This kind of thrill is a bit too much. Fans with slightly weaker heart endurance might feel like they could lose half their lives watching this match. If fans feel this way, one can imagine how much pressure the players on the field are under. But Soo-Yun felt fine. He was nervous, but not overly so. After all, during the World Cup, the pressure he faced was even greater than now. He had endured then, so there was no reason he couldn't now. However, after the restart, Barcelona became more cautious. They even implemented ball control and time-wasting more thoroughly. Seeing this situation, many praised Barcelona for their composure, showcasing the demeanor of a strong team. But in Soo-Yun's view, Barcelona was simply complacent. With Barcelona's attacking ability, if they maintained the same intensity as at the start, it would be hard to say who would win this match. Chapter 340. Always maintain passion. In football matches, a last-minute goal can ignite passions. And when it happens in the Champions League final, it creates an exhilarating feeling. Besides the Barcelona fans being plunged into sadness, whether it's Atletico fans or neutral fans, they are now experiencing the purest joy that football brings them. Commentators from various countries are now going crazy, showering Soo-Yun with praises as if they were free. Even though these words have been said many times before, they still feel fresh when spoken now. On the Central TV side, Ishirin and teacher Soo are so excited they can hardly contain themselves, even though they have witnessed Soo-Yun's glorious moments many times, and even saw Soo-Yun lead the Chinese team to win the World Cup. They are still captivated by his current performance. So even if they are repeating themselves, it doesn't feel wrong at all. The key is that the vast number of Chinese fans watching the live broadcast on Central TV have no dissatisfaction with the commentators for having heard similar things before. In fact, they feel like they can never get enough of it. Chapter 341. Full Value. Mendes is very busy. Soo-Yun has been with Atletico Madrid for 2 years. Where will Soo-Yun go next? Not only are fans paying attention, but major clubs are also especially focused. No, it's not just attention. They have already started various competitions for Soo-Yun. This has led to Mendes' influence increasing day by day. Of course, the same applies to Soo-Yun's wife. With Soo-Yun's reputation, no matter which club he goes to, he is treated as a true guest of honor. As for where he will go, although it's not entirely up to Mendes, he must fully respect Soo-Yun's own thoughts. However, the next stop can temporarily exclude the Premier League and La Liga. Since he is changing clubs, he cannot stand still. Therefore, the next stop will either be Serie A, the Bundesliga, or League One. There are many clubs in these 3 leagues that are madly pursuing Soo-Yun. The Milan clubs, Juventus, Roma, Bayern, Dortmund, and Paris Saint-Germain. Other clubs also exist, but they know they don't have enough appeal for Soo-Yun, so they don't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, Soo-Yun still cannot determine which league he will go to. Chapter 342. Extreme Fans. Human hearts are made of flesh. How could Soo-Yun not feel the support from Atletico fans? This support is reflected not only in their support during matches, but also in various aspects of everyday life. But there's nothing to be done. The 3-year limit is a consensus among major clubs. Even Atletico Madrid holds this view. Otherwise, just wait to be excluded. So even if Soo-Yun has been doing very well at Atletico Madrid and loves everything here, this season will be his last at Atletico. He cannot change that. Forcing him to stay would have too many negative impacts. So, he should fully enjoy everything this season has to offer. With this mindset, Suyin helped Atletico achieve continuous victories. Not only did they win the Spanish Super Cup against Real Madrid, starting the new season on a high note, but they also won the UEFA Super Cup, becoming the best in Europe. With the support of these two championships, Atletico made swift progress in all competitions, advancing with unstoppable momentum. In La Liga, the Copa del Rey, and the Champions League, they celebrated victories across the board. By December, Atletico astonishingly maintained an undefeated record. Chapter 343. Lifetime endorsement. In an era when Chinese football has not risen, there are many fans of various clubs within the Chinese fan base. Major clubs have found numerous fans in China. Although these fans are now all supporters of Suyin, it hasn't significantly affected their continued support for the teams they originally liked. Just as many Real Madrid fans hope Suyin will wear their jersey, and Barcelona fans hope he will play for them, there are also Inter Milan fans wishing for Suyin to appear on their squad list. Moreover, unlike the hopes of Real Madrid and Barcelona fans, which are now virtually hopeless, Suyin's move to Inter Milan is quite promising. Current analyses suggest that he won't be returning to the Premier League anytime soon. With his departure from Atletico, other La Liga teams are naturally not an option. Thus, only Serie A, Bundesliga, and Ligue 1 remain among the top 5 leagues. Among these, Serie A holds a significant possibility, although Serie A has long lost its former glory. This very loss presents a greater challenge for Suyin. Chapter 344. Full of sincerity, it's often said that fame brings controversy, yet many still hope to achieve fame. The fundamental reason is the explosive increase in income that comes with it. For someone like Suyin, who carries the hopes or glory of Chinese football and has been dubbed a divine figure, his commercial value has reached its peak. With Qatar Airways getting involved, even though nothing is finalized yet, countless businesses are already eager to jump on board. The three companies that acted the fastest are, first, China Mobile, Suyin's longtime partner. They have collaborated for many years, and the partnership has been very pleasant. China Mobile has genuinely experienced the significant benefits of having Suyin as their spokesperson. Over the years, both Telecom and Unicom have been left behind, and the key point is that China Mobile chose Suyin for endorsement. Now, they want to deepen their ties with Suyin to avoid worrying about Telecom or Unicom poaching him. Therefore, the lifetime endorsement contract they offered is extremely shocking. The total endorsement amount is 26 billion renminbi, and there are various bonus clauses before Suyin retires. If these clauses are met, the total endorsement fee for this lifetime contract could increase by up to 20. Chapter 345. Unstoppable momentum. In March 2016, while Suyin led Atletico with unstoppable momentum, the Laureus Award once again came to him. This marks Suyin's second time receiving the highest award for male athletes in the sports world. Although it is not consecutive, there was a gap in between. Winning the Laureus Award twice has significantly elevated Suyin's historical status. Many predict that given Suyin's current momentum, as long as he maintains this state, 2 Laureus Awards will definitely not be his limit. Many media experts and fans expressed dissatisfaction and skepticism over Suyin only having received the Laureus Award twice so far. This is because football is the world's #1 sport. In the year Suyin led the Chinese team to win the World Cup, the Laureus Award surprisingly went to someone else. This gives the impression that the Laureus Award is deliberately avoiding letting Suyin defend his title. The fairness and authority of the Laureus Award have thus been greatly affected. Even though other male athletes had excellent achievements during the same period, a careful comparison raises the question, is Suyin truly lacking? It should be others who fall short compared to him. However, Suyin did not harbor such resentment. When attending the Laureus Award ceremony, he sincerely thanked the organizing committee. Chapter 346. Even winning once would be good. In the 2014 to 2015 season, the Copa del Rey final featured Atletico against Real Madrid. In the same season, the Champions League final had Atletico facing Barcelona. Now, in the 2015 to 2016 season, the Copa del Rey final is Atletico against Barcelona. In the 2015 to 2016 Champions League final, Atletico is matched against Real Madrid. This is quite interesting. Aside from Atletico remaining unwavering, Real Madrid and Barcelona have swapped positions. Of course, from this swap, it's evident that La Liga is currently strong. With the 3 giants of La Liga around, other teams seem to naturally be at a disadvantage. Regardless of whether La Liga has dominated European football in recent years, the clashes between the 3 giants are undeniably captivating, particularly for Atletico. For example, on May 15th, during the final match of the La Liga season, Atletico played at home against Celta, having already secured the championship and facing a team like Celta. This match seemed inconsequential. However, the number of fans attracted to this match was astonishing. The reason is simple. If Atletico wins this match, they will create the myth of an undefeated season in La Liga. Chapter 347. Barcelona-style goals on May 23rd. The Copa del Rey final is about to begin amid great anticipation. The pre-match footage shows that both teams are filled with a sense of determination. Atletico, needing no further explanation, has only this match and the subsequent Champions League final left this season, so they naturally aim to fully charge towards achieving an undefeated record. Their fighting spirit is high, ready to tear apart anything that stands in their way, which is quite normal. On the Barcelona side, everyone is well aware. Ever since Suyun arrived in La Liga, Barcelona has never won against Atletico. Because of this inability to win, Barcelona has missed out on numerous championship honors. Thus, it is also quite normal for Barcelona to possess a determination and momentum to win. So, in a situation where both sides are not lacking in momentum and determination, it all comes down to the tactical choices of the coaches and the performance of the players. Similarly, it is due to the combination of these many factors that this match is so captivating. When they took the field, Suyun and Messi were at the end of their respective teams, and during their eye contact, one was calm and composed, while the other was filled with fighting spirit. The calm one was naturally Suyun. He had won too many times, and for him, it was just another chance to win. Chapter 348. The last match. Barcelona is undoubtedly a world-class team. There is no team in the world that dares to say they can definitely beat Barcelona. Barcelona also has many world-class superstar players like Neymar, Suarez, and Iniesta. However, no one can deny that Messi is the core of this Barcelona team. The others are fundamentally there to serve Messi. Thus, when Barcelona is in a desperate situation, whether Messi can play his core role and stand up to turn the tide at such a critical moment will be crucial. Messi feels as if he suddenly bears a heavy mountain on his shoulders. Players with slightly weaker mental qualities might already be on the verge of collapse at this moment. This pressure is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Of course, the greater the pressure, the greater the reward. If Messi can lead Barcelona to a comeback in this adverse situation and also perform excellently, especially against Suyun, the rewards he can reap will be beyond imagination. So Messi clenched his fists, his gaze firm. He wanted to be the hero of the team. He wants to defeat Suyun. No one can stop him. Messi has this determination, and in fact, he also has the ability to do so. Chapter 349. Dream star. When talking about Barcelona, people think of their passing and possession game. Barcelona has indeed perfected this style of play. When it comes to Real Madrid, aside from the 4-3-3 formation, there is no fixed impression of their tactical style. This is because Real Madrid's tactics are very flexible and varied. This characteristic may seem weaker than Barcelona's, but in reality, dialectically speaking, Real Madrid's style is more likely to create brilliance, because being unchanging will eventually be thoroughly studied. Just like Atletico Madrid's choice to play against Barcelona in the Copa del Rey final, to some extent, it reflects a thorough understanding of Barcelona. Real Madrid, on the other hand, is not easy to study. So this is an advantage for Real Madrid. But that's all there is to it. Past records and Atletico Madrid's strong performance this season have forced Real Madrid to position themselves as the weaker side. Therefore, Zidane had to consider some conservative aspects when arranging his tactics. Offense. Teams that play offensively against Atletico Madrid end up in tragic situations. This has been proven by countless examples. Real Madrid cannot be so stubborn. Of course, Zidane also just felt that this match would be difficult to play, but he did not feel that Real Madrid had no hope. Chapter 350. A spark of inspiration. Stealing the ball, dribbling, a one-on-one shooting, all in one breath. Extremely exciting. Why is a steal in the front court more threatening? Because it catches the opponent off guard and faces a shattered defense. Suyun's steal right now fully illustrates this point. However, everyone thought it was just Ramos being careless, and Suyun was lucky to pick up the loose ball. But only Suyun himself knows what was really going on. He had previously activated two defensive god skills. The first is Iron Wall, which brings a percentage increase in attribute values, similar to shooting cards or speed cards. With other attributes already maxed out, Suyun's additional training has focused on defense. So now his defensive attributes have reached the level required to activate Iron Wall. Moreover, he also has enough God coins. After activating Iron Wall, his level was directly raised to the maximum. Although Iron Wall ultimately only provided a 10 increase in defensive values, even with this boost, Soo-Yun's defensive value did not rise to 90, but it did reach 88 points. Such defensive attributes, when placed in a defensive position, can already be considered at the level of a defensive general. Chapter 351. Only one victor. This match was truly full of ups and downs. In a back-and-forth contest, exciting moments were continuous. Just like Soo-Yun's pass earlier, the unexpectedness, the brilliant imagination, and the perfect arc of the pass, no matter how many times you watch it, it feels beautiful. It makes you feel the true charm of football. So why do both FIFA and UEFA refrain from intervening in Soo-Yun's matches regarding honors? It's because Soo-Yun's emergence has turned many who didn't understand football, or even those who previously didn't watch football, into fans. And this group is extremely large. Just talking about this contribution alone is enough for football professionals to cherish Soo-Yun. Because the greater the influence of football, the more fans there are, the higher their earnings will be. In other words, Soo-Yun's emergence allows them to earn more. In such a situation, how could they not treat him like a treasure? What? The Manchester United owner? Haha, haven't you seen the Manchester United owner cry and faint countless times? However, Real Madrid did not resign to fate. Next, fans truly experienced a boundless feast of football. Chapter 352. Hot commodity. The season is over. Atletico Madrid achieved an undefeated record for the season, creating a historical moment for the club. Meanwhile, Soo-Yun's resume added a second undefeated season record. The key is that it was achieved with different teams, making it extremely valuable. Atletico Madrid held a grand championship parade, and the scene of Atletico fans crying while trying to hold onto Soo-Yun as they celebrated, although full of contradictions, was also eye-catching and moving. Whether it was the farewell banquet held by Atletico Madrid for Soo-Yun, or Soo-Yun's team starting to tidy up a new house in Paris, or Soo-Yun's wife already moving to Paris to prepare for childbirth, all indicate that even without an official announcement, Soo-Yun's transfer to Paris Saint-Germain is a done deal. Therefore, even with the European Championship approaching and an abundance of news about it, Soo-Yun has no major competitions to participate in. Yet he still manages to make headlines almost every day. This is because Soo-Yun is collectively handling some business collaborations. Even this summer, he will return to his home country to participate in 3 variety shows as a guest. There's no way around it. The offers from these 3 variety shows are simply too generous. Earning over 10 million RMB in just 2 to 3 days is something Soo-Yun truly finds hard to refuse. Chapter 353. Portugal's championship. Amidst the continuous media headlines surrounding Soo-Yun, the 2016 UEFA European Championship officially kicked off in France on June 11, 2016. Although fans couldn't take their eyes off Soo-Yun, they also began to appreciate this European Championship. From the opening on June 11th to the end of the group stage on June 23rd, it lasted for 12 days. Each team played an average of 1 match every 3 days, making the schedule quite tight. Interestingly, since there were only 6 groups in the European Championship, but 16 teams needed to advance, it meant that 4 third-place teams would also qualify for the knockout stage. In the end, Portugal, which stumbled through the group stage with 3 draws, was fortunate enough to advance to the round of 16. The key was that Portugal drew against Croatia in the 18th round of the knockout stage after 90 minutes of regular time. This Portuguese team was practically the master of draws. Fortunately, in extra time, thanks to a goal by Quaresma assisted by Cristiano Ronaldo, they narrowly defeated Croatia and advanced to the quarterfinals. Then, on July 1st, as soon as the summer transfer window officially opened, both Atletico Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain published news on their respective official websites, congratulating Soo-Yun and announcing their signing of him. Chapter 354. PSG squad. Atletico Madrid didn't dare to give Qin Jun, Zhang Jijia, and Shin Xianglong more opportunities, not because they doubted the trio's talent. Over the past 2 years, the 3 had skyrocketed through Atletico's youth ranks, performing exceptionally well. Anyone with eyes could see their bright future. However, whether at goalkeeper, central defender, or defensive midfielder, Atletico now had better options, all of which were more capable than the 3. Even though Qin Jun and the others played in the Segunda División with Atletico B last year, the Segunda and La Liga were entirely different concepts. Therefore, it was better to loan the 3 to a team where they could get playing time and gain experience, and then recall them once they had matured. This is how strong teams typically operate. It's quite normal. The trio's decision was also wise. They collectively decided that staying with Atletico B wouldn't bring them more rapid growth. They needed new, pressure-filled challenges. In fact, there were other loan options besides Rayo Vallecano, but ultimately, Vallecano offered the best conditions. Chapter 355, A Sudden Blow on August 3rd. 2016, Klagenfurt, Austria. In the French Super Cup, PSG faced Lyon. It was Suyun's first official match representing PSG. He immediately shattered rumors about his adaptation to the new environment. 5-0, PSG completely dominated Lyon. The highlight of this match was that Suyun completed a hat-trick and also assisted Cavani and Di Maria in scoring. What did he need to adapt to? The league style? Or his teammates? What everyone saw were the scenes of him leading PSG to crush Lyon, with his teammates closely surrounding him. The speculations of jealousy and resentment towards Suyun from some conspirators simply did not exist. Wherever Suyun went, he was the most popular presence. After all, Suyun possessed the charisma card. In fact, if it weren't for that card, one could really question whether his commercial value would be as high as it is now. So looking back now, every godly card given by the system has proven to be extremely useful. On August 13th, the 2016-2017 League One season officially began. Chapter 356, 7 consecutive Ballon d'Ors. Losing a match is not a big deal. Moreover, Suyun's hat-trick performance cannot be deemed poor. It's just that the timing of the loss, when everyone thought PSG was about to take off completely, was a bit unexpected, but it wasn't a major issue. Overall, PSG's performance was still in line with expectations. Especially in the subsequent Champions League, PSG displayed extraordinary composure. To be honest, PSG had been seeking a breakthrough in European competitions. The competition in League One, while not without pressure, was still within their control. In the blink of an eye, it was already December. The news of the 2016 Ballon d'Or began to circulate among more people. This year, with Portugal's championship and Cristiano Ronaldo holding the title of European Championship winner, it might have some impact on Suyun. Although PSG won all 6 matches in the Champions League, advancing as group leaders, they were still trailing behind the surprising Monaco by 1 point in League One. Thus, some criticized Suyun for not leading the team to the top of League One despite carrying the title of the King of Football, costing PSG €300 million in transfer fees and earning an exceptionally high salary. Chapter 357. Facing the old master of the football world is full of talent. Qin Jun, Zhang Jijia, and Chun Xianglong are emerging football talents, or rather super geniuses. At the age of 17, their future is limitless. Moreover, the combined value of the three is incredibly high. They form a solid defensive core. Some media lamented that even though Suyun had left Atletico, he left behind a valuable asset that everyone envies. As long as Atletico is not blind, they will surely recall Qin Jun and the others from their loan next season. Atletico is known for its strong defense, and with the addition of Qin Jun and the others, just imagining that level of defensive intensity gives one goosebumps. However, this year, the emergence of super geniuses is not limited to just Qin Jun and his companions. There is also Kylian Mbappe of Monaco, who at 18 seems even more dazzling than the trio, as he has already showcased his talent on the Champions League stage. Particularly, in the two-legged Champions League knockout tie against Manchester City, Mbappe scored in both matches, overshadowing Qin Jun and the others. After all, the impact of La Liga and the Champions League is not on the same level. Likewise, other young talents are beginning to show their skills. Chapter 358. Never falling behind, Suyun scored 3 goals against his old master. After the match, there was an overwhelming amount of news about Suyun. After all, there were so many talking points from this match. The abundance of discussion points represented a higher level of interest. Some say Suyun is not sentimental. Others say he is a true professional role model. And yet others say that although Atletico Madrid is still a top team without Suyun, they lack that crucial edge in key moments compared to when he was there. Conversely, take a look at the current Paris Saint-Germain. PSG gives the impression of always faltering at critical moments, but after Suyun arrived, they have been able to step up in those crucial times. Don't underestimate this slight change. This small difference could be the distinction between winning a championship and ending up empty-handed, especially evident in the match against Real Madrid. Without Suyun, how could PSG have made it this far in the Champions League? Perhaps what everyone would see, then, is not Su Yun facing his old club Atletico, but rather the Madrid derby. Now, looking at PSG's performance within France, although they have not been able to pull away from Monaco by a large margin, they still maintain a 4-point lead. Chapter 359. Really not short of money, Su Yun's strength is formidable, and his ability to dominate matches is evident. Coupled with his past performances, even though Juventus is known for its strong defense and has the traditional genes of Italian defending, people still favor PSG more. However, even with that favor, no one expected the match to be so easy. Juventus was surprisingly vulnerable. In the 3rd minute, Su Yun activated his unstoppable cannon, scoring a goal and helping PSG achieve a dream start. In the 15th minute, he activated his perfect curve, directly scoring from a free kick and extending the lead to 2-0. In the 27th minute, taking advantage of a corner kick, Su Yun headed in another goal, making it 3-0. In the 35th minute, Su Yun connected with Di Maria's cross, executing a volley from within the box that Buffon had no chance against, 4-0. In the 43rd minute, Su Yun single-handedly dribbled past 5 defenders and scored again, 5-0. The entire first half was essentially a showcase for Su Yun. Juventus was utterly defeated. Even a 5-goal haul is rare for Su Yun. One can only say that his form was exceptional in this match, and Juventus was quite unfortunate to encounter a Su Yun in such explosive form. Chapter 360. Unreachable in Su Yun's eyes, what makes Qin Zhen, Zhang Jijia, and Chun Xianglong truly commendable is that after a season with Rayo Vallecano, all three have risen to prominence while maintaining their clarity. Whether returning to Atletico, staying at Vallecano, or transferring to another club, they all seriously consulted Su Yun's opinions. For this reason, Mendes even had a thorough discussion with Simeone. Su Yun even personally called Simeone to inquire about his plans for Qin Zhen and the others. Upon learning that Simeone genuinely intended to give them opportunities, Su Yun then offered his suggestions. In fact, Qin Zhen and the others are also well suited to stay at Atletico, as the team emphasizes defense. At Atletico, there is ample room for Qin Zhen and the others to showcase their skills. Moreover, from the perspective of their chemistry, it is best for the three to stay in the same team. Of course, this cannot be forced. Fortunately, Atletico currently has a demand for the three, and while the future is uncertain, at least next season looks promising. After next season, it will be the World Cup in Russia. The three working together in a national team will surely be a significant boost to the defensive capabilities of the squad. Chapter 361. Eagerly awaited in the realm of football, the World Cup holds the highest prestige. Therefore, as the World Cup approaches, everyone's attention is focused on it. This time, 5 Asian teams have entered the World Cup finals again. China and South Korea advanced together from Group A. Japan and Saudi Arabia progressed together from Group B. Australia and Iran played in a playoff, with Australia ultimately winning. Then, Australia went on to compete for a World Cup spot against Honduras, and in the end, Australia came out on top. For 2 consecutive editions, 5 teams from Asia have qualified for the World Cup finals out of the 45 available spots. The calls for increasing Asia's World Cup participation slots are growing louder, especially with Asia now having World Cup champion teams. Under such circumstances, not making any adjustments would undermine the prestige of the World Cup title. In this World Cup, the Chinese team has been placed in Group F, alongside Sweden, Mexico, and Germany. All 3 teams have strong capabilities and are tough opponents. However, when Su Yun addressed this issue, he expressed his confidence. As the defending champions, they wouldn't concern themselves with who their opponents are. That won't hinder China's efforts to advance from the group stage. Chapter 362. World powerhouses. When mentioning the Swedish national team, the first thing that comes to mind is Ibrahimovic. Undoubtedly, he is a legend for Sweden, and even Larsson cannot be compared to him. However, after Sweden was eliminated in the group stage of the 2016 European Championship, Ibrahimovic announced his retirement from the national team. Thus, this World Cup in Russia will not feature Ibrahimovic. This makes one reflect on the passage of time. Ibrahimovic is indeed getting older, and time spares no one. However, the European World Cup qualifiers are incredibly competitive. Didn't we see both the Netherlands and Italy eliminated in the qualifiers? The fact that Sweden managed to secure a World Cup spot in Europe indicates that they still have strength. Nonetheless, most people are more optimistic about the Chinese team in this match. Sweden is not considered a traditional powerhouse, and expectations or confidence in them are not very high. As for the Chinese team, Su needs no further introduction. He is undoubtedly the world's #1 player now. Besides Su, the Chinese team also boasts a new generation of super talents like Qin Zhen, Zhang Jijia, and Qin Xianglong. Chapter 363. World Cup Final Rematch. Mexico has never had a superstar. However, Mexico has always been a traditional strong team. It is a team that relies on its overall strength, performing well both in South America and on the world stage. Of course, they have only been decent, without any particularly outstanding achievements. This match against China is crucial for Mexico. In the first round, they defeated Germany. If they can win against China, they could secure a spot in the next round despite being in the same group with China and Germany. That would be quite remarkable. Mexico is well prepared for this match and has made sufficient mobilization efforts. The Mexican players are also highly motivated. It's simply because this match is a direct confrontation with the Chinese team led by Su Yun. Not to mention Su Yun's club achievements. Just the fact that he led the Chinese team to become the champions of the last World Cup is significant. If Mexico can defeat the Chinese team, it will certainly enhance their reputation among football fans worldwide. Thus, at the start of the match, Mexico played steadily. In response to China's defensive playing style, they adopted a conservative approach. Chapter 364. Football is pure. Germany is a traditional powerhouse in the world of football. Their performance in major tournaments has always been good and stable. Although this team never lacks stars, their tactics consistently emphasize teamwork, which sets them apart in the global football scene. The German team is also known for its ironclad will, which is something everyone admires. Furthermore, this match is a do-or-die situation for Germany. Since the other group match is between Sweden and Mexico, both Mexico and Germany currently have 3 points, while Sweden has none. Therefore, if Germany cannot win this match, and if Mexico wins or even draws, Germany will be eliminated. Not advancing from the group stage? This is absolutely unacceptable for Germany. One can only say that losing to Mexico in the first group match has left Germany in a situation where they cannot control their own fate. Because even if Germany beats China, if Mexico also wins against Sweden, based on the win-loss relationship between Germany and Mexico, it would be Mexico that advances. As for China, as long as they are not humiliated by Germany, securing a spot in the next round is already a certainty. Chapter 365. Quarterfinal matchups. The situation in Group F has left everyone astonished. China's advancement from the group stage, even as the group leader, did not surprise many. Even Germany's elimination was anticipated by many fans, given the current state of the German team, which is indeed concerning. Not advancing from the group is also a problem of their own making. However, Mexico's loss to Sweden allowed the previously defeated Swedish team to ultimately secure second place in the group, which truly caught many people off guard. But that is the most interesting aspect of football. Until the very last moment, it is truly impossible to predict what will happen. China's spirit of fair competition has also been praised by football fans worldwide, except for the German fans. Even though they know the German team has fallen to such a state, which is related to their poor form and lack of strength. Some still have opinions about China not playing a fixed match. After all, it doesn't really harm the Chinese team, does it? But in this case, German fans can only think about it. They certainly can't say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Nevertheless, the situation in Group F has been definitively settled in this manner. No one can change it. Chapter 366. Don't be too arrogant, Switzerland. Chinese fans are no strangers to them, because during the Brazil World Cup, the Chinese team faced Switzerland, but that was during the group stage. Now is the knockout stage. Unlike during the Brazil World Cup, when the Chinese team approached the match against Switzerland as challengers, the current Chinese team is now far superior to Switzerland in overall strength. Therefore, the consensus is that the Chinese team will advance smoothly. This is also the benefit or advantage of securing the top spot in the group. Otherwise, they would have to face Brazil, the top team from Group E. And is the difficulty of playing against Brazil the same as that of playing against Switzerland? Therefore, don't think that the Chinese team is just lucky. This luck is something they earned through their hard work in winning all 3 group matches. However, despite the general optimism from the outside, the Chinese team has consistently emphasized the need to be cautious, not to be careless, and certainly not to be complacent. The representative star of Switzerland, Shaqiri, also clearly stated during a media interview that they are not without chances and that they are well prepared. This statement shows how seriously Switzerland takes this match. They want to overturn the Chinese team, the defending champions, and make a name for themselves. Chapter 367. A big win against England. What exactly is Su Yun's overwhelming dominance based on? It has been thoroughly studied by everyone. But why is it that no one could defend against him? It is simply because Su Yun is too comprehensive, so comprehensive that you cannot defend against him at all. Some say that if Su Yun did not have his unstoppable long-range shot and perfect free kick as his special skills, he would be at a similar level to Ronaldo or Messi. Even if he has some outstanding aspects, it certainly wouldn't be too much. At least not as drastically ahead as he is now. Such statements actually have some market value, but in reality, saying this is equivalent to saying nothing. Because does anyone expect Su Yun not to take long shots or not to take free kicks during the match? Moreover, even without these two weapons, Su Yun can still be a completely unique presence. Not to mention that his attributes are all maxed out, and he possesses numerous divine cards and skills. Just the fact that he has maxed out luck is something no other player can compare to. Although this maxed out luck, along with Su Yun's improvement in strength, may not manifest as many opportunities on the field anymore, unlike when Su Yun first debuted, when he truly relied on luck to score. Chapter 368. Advancing to the finals. Russia versus Croatia. In the 31st minute of the match, Cheryshev scored first for Russia, leading 1-0. However, in the 39th minute, Mandzukic assisted Kramaric to equalize the score. After that, both sides had their attacks and defenses, but neither could score again. The match had to be dragged into extra time. In the 100th minute of extra time, Modric assisted Vida to score. Croatia took the lead. However, the Russian team, backed by their home fans, showed incredible resilience and a mature tactical system. In the 115th minute, just as extra time was about to end, Mario helped Russia equalize the score. After that, neither side could find the net again. The match had to go into a brutal penalty shootout. In the end, in the penalty shootout, Russia lost 3-4. Croatia advanced to the semi-finals of the World Cup. Interestingly, Croatia has won all their knockout matches, both in 2018 and 2014, through penalty shootouts. This certainly reflects Croatia's strong penalty-taking ability and the psychological quality of the players, but it also exposes significant problems in both defense and attack for the Croatian team. Chapter 369. The powerful French team. Su Yun's status and influence truly skyrocketed, or was recognized as the king of football, because of his godlike performance in the Brazil World Cup. After all, during the Brazil World Cup, the only standout player from the Chinese team was Su Yun. In that situation, Su Yun still led the Chinese team to ultimately reverse the odds, defeating many strong teams to reach the pinnacle of the world. One could say that was an unparalleled great performance. Coupled with Su Yun's explosive data in previous years, having already monopolized the Ballon d'Or, and with the boost of winning the World Cup, it established his title as the king of football. Therefore, it is evident just how significant the World Cup's impact on a player's status is. In this Russia World Cup, Su Yun once again delivered a performance that was no less impressive than his show in the Brazil World Cup, consistently demonstrating stability, explosiveness, and dominance in the game. Now, he has successfully led the Chinese team back to the World Cup finals. Even though this Chinese team has a significantly stronger overall strength compared to the last World Cup, Su Yun's role remains clear to any knowledgeable fan. Thus, even experts are unsure how to define Su Yun's status in football once he successfully wins the World Cup championship again. Chapter 370. The Chinese team in a dilemma. In the live broadcast room, He-Shuren and teacher Su were both very nervous. Those brief 10 minutes had their hearts racing. Even though the French team's threat has temporarily subsided, both of them knew this was just the calm before a more ferocious attack from the French team. And it did not mean they were completely safe from now on. We all know the French team's attacking capability is very strong, but we didn't expect it to be at this level. Those 10 minutes were suffocating, and even our overall structure was torn apart. If it weren't for Qin Zhan, Zhang Jijia, and Chun Xianglong performing exceptionally well, I think conceding a goal would have been inevitable. He-Shuren was very worried. Teacher Su, we all know the French team's strength in attack, and we anticipated it. It is also normal for our overall defense to be torn apart. We understand that our defense is strong, but not perfect. The key issue is that when the ball is at our feet, we simply cannot get it to Su Yun. That is the most serious problem. If we can't solve this issue, the game will be very difficult to play. He-Shuren, exactly. The key problem is still that Su Yun is not getting the ball. Can look small, but he lacks nothing in speed, strength, and agility. With his interception, it is hard for Su Yun to receive the ball. Chapter 371. An incredible goal. Substituting Deng Zhuoxiang and Wu Lei, Wu Shi and Zheng Zheng came on. In a live broadcast room, upon seeing the substitutions of the Chinese team in the second half, He was extremely surprised. Teacher Su, replacing two offensive players with two purely defensive players. We see Zheng Zheng moved to the full-back position, and Zhang Limpang pushed to defensive midfielder. Now we have Chen Xianglong, Zhao Shuri, and Zhang Limpang as defensive midfielders, and considering Wu Shi also has a defensive midfielder background. The number of defenders for the Chinese team has reached a new high. This will undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Chinese team's defense. But the key issue is that just focusing on defense cannot solve the problem. Su Yun truly has no help around him now. How do we solve the attacking issue? I believe Coach Gao has his considerations for such substitutions. Let's see how the second half of the match unfolds. The French team, on the other hand, made no substitutions, clearly satisfied with the results of the first half. With the referee's whistle, the second half began, and fans around the world immediately saw the tactical adjustments of the Chinese team. Since the Chinese team kicked off first, after a few passes, Chen Xianglong sent a long ball directly into the French half. Chapter 372. Miracle. Last-minute goal. Miracle. Yes, Su Yun's goal is a miracle. Although anything can happen on the football field, anyone who truly watched this match would understand how desperate the Chinese team was in every aspect. Or rather, when a team can tear apart the Chinese team's defense, the seemingly strong exterior of the Chinese team will be directly ripped away. The French team achieved this, forcing the Chinese team to substitute out their few offensive players for purely defensive ones to cope with the French team's attack. This indeed stabilized the defense. However, the Chinese team effectively abandoned their offense or placed all their hopes on Su Yun. Even though Su Yun is very strong and recognized as the king of football, no one believed he could turn the tide at such a moment. The French team would not give Su Yun such an opportunity. But just when everyone thought this was completely impossible, a miracle happened. Therefore, aside from French fans, football fans around the world cheered for Su Yun's goal. Countless live broadcasts around the world analyzed Su Yun's goal frame by frame. Chapter 373. Enhanced Talent Search Card. The celebration in China was mirrored worldwide. People have no immunity to miracles. They marveled at Su Yun's performance at such a turnaround, and were willing to contribute their emotions to such a reversal. However, the French fans were silent. They are indeed very strong. In the 2016 European Championship, they made a powerful run to the finals, only to be inexplicably defeated by Portugal. Now, in the World Cup arena, they again made a strong run to the finals, thinking the championship was assured, only to be shocked by Su Yun's incredible comeback. Yet, they couldn't even bring themselves to hate Su Yun, because Su Yun played so well. How could they blame him for performing too well and causing France to lose the World Cup? What kind of foolishness would it take to have such a thought? Of course, there are certainly some foolish fans out there, but at least at this moment, the voices of these foolish fans cannot be heard. The French players on the field, of course, felt extremely disappointed, even though most of the players on this French team are still very young and have future opportunities. They were so close to winning the championship. Chapter 374. How much money will one earn in a lifetime? What is unparalleled influence and commercial value? Just look at the change in market value after Li Ning signed a lifetime contract with Su Yun. The brand Su Yun and Li Ning quickly designed a World Cup-themed t-shirt, which, before it was truly launched for sale, had already exceeded 5 million pieces in pre-orders on the official website. It can be said that this number shocked everyone greatly. Su Yun's commercial appeal has reached a new height for sports public figures, to a level that previous sports professionals wouldn't even dare to imagine. This has also made more businesses determined to partner with Su Yun. Of course, a lifetime endorsement contract is not something that Su Yun will definitely sign just because the offer is high. He has a dedicated team responsible for conducting detailed investigations into the products of the company. He doesn't want to endorse products that are substandard or have quality issues. He cannot lose his conscience for the sake of making money. However, such actions undoubtedly garner more support from fans who admire him for endorsing the products. According to one fan, Su Yun has already endorsed this product with the professional screening of his team and his own credibility. So what is there to hesitate about? Chapter 375. Next stop, Juventus. The reason Tottenham Hotspur was able to reach the Champions League final this season is said to be due to favorable scheduling, such as playing Dortmund in the round of 16, Manchester City in the quarterfinals, and Ajax in the semifinals. Aside from Manchester City, none of the teams were particularly strong. However, there are also arguments that this is because Tottenham's squad strength this season is genuinely strong. Just look at their main lineup. Goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, the main goalkeeper for the French national team. Although France lost to China in the 2018 World Cup final, the strength of the French team is beyond doubt. The fact that Lloris can hold his position in such a strong French team already indicates his capabilities. On the defensive line, both fullbacks, whether it be Kieran Trippier or Danny Rose, are powerful players. The two center backs, Toby Alderweireld and Jan Vertonghen, are also quite strong, although they may not be world-class. They are certainly formidable in the center-back position. Moussa Sissoko in the defensive midfield position possesses strong sweeping abilities. Harry Winks is balanced in defense, linking, and attack, playing a significant lubricating role. Chapter 376. 3 years in Serie A. Serie A once enjoyed extreme glory. During the era of the Seven Sisters in Serie A, no other league could compare. At that time, any star player took pride in playing in Serie A, as it was the true center of world football. Unfortunately, after entering the new millennium, Serie A has declined year by year, and after the Calciopoli scandal in 2006, Serie A's performance plummeted in every aspect. Eventually, it gradually fell into decline. Although Serie A still ranks among the top 5 leagues, with Juventus, AC Milan, and Inter Milan being world-class clubs, it is indeed much inferior compared to its previous glory. However, with Su Yun's joining, the influence of Serie A has visibly increased. This is the impact brought by a superstar. After Su Yun announced his joining Juventus, the broadcast rights revenue for Serie A sold overseas exceeded €1.5 billion, involving dozens of countries' TV stations. It should be noted that these countries previously did not have Serie A broadcast rights. Just because of Su Yun's joining, Serie A was able to sell so many more broadcast rights. Therefore, Serie A treats Su Yun as if he were a deity. Chapter 377. Making way for the World Cup 2022 is a World Cup year. The Chinese team naturally easily secured a spot in the World Cup. Throughout the various rounds of the Asian qualifiers, Su Yun only played 7 matches, and then it was settled. The key point is that since 2020, Coach Gao has called up Batuer, Jia Zhigongbu, Li Pingyan, and Yu Chenxing to the national team, giving the national team an impressive midfield and defensive configuration. Goalkeeper Qin Jun, left back Li Pingyan, center backs Zhang Jijia, Batuer, right back Li Pingyan, double defensive midfielders Chun Xianglong and Yu Chenxing. Particularly, the emergence of Yu Chenxing has significantly improved the Chinese team's midfield organization. At just 19 years of age, with an overall football talent rating of 99, and having been nurtured in the right position from the very beginning, Yu Chenxing finds it all quite manageable. Therefore, with such a configuration, along with continuously emerging new stars, the newly formed Chinese team is represented. This means that even without Su Yun, they can dominate in Asia thanks to this lineup. However, the 2022 World Cup is held in Qatar. If the matches are in the summer, it can be extremely hot there. Chapter 378. The upgrading of the Chinese team. Su Yun has many untold stories with Qatar. For example, his collaboration with the Qatari consortium in Paris Saint-Germain. And his first lifetime endorsement contract came from Qatar Airways. Qatar Airways, through its cooperation with Su Yun, has indeed gained numerous substantial benefits, leading the development momentum among many airlines in recent years. Its scale has expanded tenfold compared to before. Some might say that Qatar doesn't lack money. Developing an airline is still an easy task, right? With money, they can buy the latest and best performing aircraft. With money, they can attract the best flying crews. With money, they can open flight routes all over the world. However, having money doesn't guarantee passengers. What? Competing at a loss? Not only is competing at a loss not a long-term solution, but it also lacks any semblance of prestige. Moreover, the potential destruction to the industry means they could face a collective backlash, and the likelihood of that happening is definitely 100%. Not adhering to industry rules will inevitably lead to elimination. This is true in any industry. Thus, the greatest benefit of cooperating with Su Yun for Qatar Airways is that they never lack passengers. Chapter 379. The Chinese teams offense. Iran and Saudi Arabia are undoubtedly strong teams in Asia. Even if the Chinese team rises to become a unique entity, these two teams are still regulars at the World Cup in the second tier. Even Korea and Japan cannot claim that they can definitely defeat these two teams. Moreover, Iran is considered to be playing at home, as they are very close to Qatar, with similar environments and climates. This can be seen as having the home advantage. However, under the talented English players, Iran appears fragile. 6-2. England achieved a significant victory over Iran. Jude Bellingham, Bukayo Saka, Raheem Sterling, Marcus Rashford, and Kenny Dalglish. The attacking line of England is truly mouth-watering. The key point is that from the two matches played, the World Cup held in November did not seem to cause any discomfort for the players. Just the opposite, because the major European leagues are already underway. The players' form is better maintained. Compared to the psychological preparation after just finishing a season, it is more sufficient now. Therefore, after watching these two matches, fans are expecting this World Cup to be unparalleled in excitement. Chapter 380. Heroes are not judged by success or failure. The Chinese team, with Su Yun in the lineup, has made their counterattacks formidable enough to intimidate all teams. The counterattacks of the Chinese team in this 2022 World Cup are even more fearsome. Unlike before, when the counterattacks relied solely on Su Yun, now, whether it's Yu Qinxing's precise long passes, Yang Xian helping to share the pressure on Su Yun, or the ability of Zhangxi Gongbu and Li Pingyan to run up and down in a very short time, these are all capabilities that the previous Chinese team lacked. Therefore, the Chinese team's counterattacks now do not rely solely on Su Yun, but can even present a multi-dimensional counterattack situation, making it impossible for Argentina's defense to focus entirely on Su Yun. Thus, when Su Yun found the opportunity to unleash his unstoppable cannon shot in the 37th minute during such a multi-dimensional counterattack, it was not difficult to understand. After leading by 2 goals, the Chinese team played even more confidently, while Argentina became increasingly anxious, especially Messi. Just as the media had previously analyzed, he knows this is his last chance to grasp the highest personal honor, even if he tries to maintain his form and prepare for the 2026 World Cup. Can Su Yun, who is younger than him, also participate? Chapter 381. The substitutes go while the Chinese team slaughtered Argentina 5-0. This result shocked the whole world. Before the match, even the fans or experts who firmly believed in the Chinese team's absolute strength could never have imagined that the result of this match would be a massacre. It even made the subsequent match between Denmark and Tunisia, held in a hotel in Kyoto at night, attract little fan attention. In such a match, is there any point in discussing the game between the Chinese team and Argentina? No. Perhaps due to the decreased interest, Denmark and Tunisia ended up in a 0-0 draw. However, on the 23rd, at midnight Kyoto time, the match between Mexico and the United States attracted everyone's attention again. After all, these are the opponents of the Chinese team in the same group, and Chinese fans are quite concerned. Although they had just defeated Argentina 5-0, neither Mexico nor the United States should pose any threat to the Chinese team. But what if? There are no weak teams in the World Cup. A small mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Some Chinese fans hope that they could do the same to Argentina and not give them a chance to advance. But such remarks have no market. Chapter 382. The Chinese team's offense is strong in Group C. The final results saw the Chinese team finish first and Argentina second. On December 1st, at 11 p.m. Kyoto time, Group F opened its final round of group matches. Croatia drew 0-0 with Belgium. Canada lost 1-2 to Morocco. In the end, Morocco topped the group, and Croatia finished second. The European Red Devils, Belgium, regretfully bid farewell to this World Cup. Canada also left quietly. Su Yun sent a message to Alphonso Davies, as they are teammates, and he wanted to offer some comfort. On the 2nd, at 3 a.m. Kyoto time, 2 matches in Group E started simultaneously. In a surprising turn of events, Japan defeated Spain 2-1, making a significant statement by defeating both Germany and Spain, which excited Japanese fans to the point of claiming they could challenge the Chinese team. In another match, Costa Rica lost 2-4 to Germany. Thus, Japan, despite losing to Costa Rica, topped Group E with 6 points due to victories over Germany and Spain. Both Spain and Germany ended up with 4 points, and their head-to-head record was a draw, leading to a comparison of goal difference. Chapter 383. Against the Netherlands, no one expected France to be eliminated by Argentina, especially after having established a 2-goal lead early on. Therefore, for the French team, such an elimination is a disgrace. Many legendary figures in French football have begun to criticize the problems within the team, stating that being 2 goals ahead made them too complacent and careless. How can such a national team go further? Meanwhile, Argentine media and legends are singing praises for the Argentine team, especially Messi, who has been elevated to the skies. Because this incredible comeback was primarily led by Messi, he deserves all the credit. So, why shouldn't Messi be able to claim the highest personal honors? Well, Argentine media has already started campaigning for Messi to win the European Golden Ball or World Footballer of the Year. They believe that with Argentina's current transformation and evolution under pressure, they can certainly go further and perhaps even have a chance at the World Cup title. In this context, starting a campaign for Messi makes perfect sense. This match has also garnered global attention and sparked countless discussions. Chapter 384. 3 consecutive World Cup titles beautiful. Incredible. Soo Yun has broken through. He directly broke through the double team of Timber and Van Dijk. Ahead is an open field. Soo Yun has a clear shot. Goal. It's in. Soo Yun has helped the Chinese team open the scoring. The Chinese team takes the lead. The live broadcast by Central Mother, with He Shuren speaking rapidly, conveyed his passionate emotions through televisions to countless households. Teacher Sue, this goal is just too beautiful. We can see that Soo Yun only used a feint to shake off Timber. It's not that Timber's defensive skills are too weak, but rather that he is too wary of Soo Yun's breakthrough. Soo Yun's feint was incredibly realistic. After shaking off Timber, the Marseille turned left Van Dijk with absolutely no reaction. The key is that all the movements were done in one go. This is Soo Yun. This is the strength of the world's number one. He Shuren. The Chinese team players rushed up to celebrate the goal. And you can see that Soo Yun is also very excited. I feel very touched. Even though it's a cliché topic, I still feel very deeply. Soo Yun really lacks nothing, yet he has always maintained the purest love for football. I think this might be one of the key factors for his success. Chapter 385. World Cup 4 consecutive championships by Yu Xiang, 15 years old. Overall football talent 99. Best position attacking midfielder, shadow striker. Hua Jiwei, 15 years old. Overall football talent 99. Best position left winger. Kong Liangkai, 15 years old. Overall football talent 99. Best position right winger. Liang Bin, 15 years old. Overall talent 99. Best position center forward. The enhanced talent search card did not disappoint Soo Yun. He found 4 super talents with an overall football talent of 99. Even including the original Chinese stars, this already forms a complete starting lineup, consisting entirely of players with a talent of 99. It's easy to imagine how strong such a lineup would be. Moreover, the geniuses discovered by the system maintained a previous style, all hailing from remote areas or regions with limited contact with the outside world. These individuals come from less affluent families, and their age of 15 has already shaped their resilient character. Now that they have been discovered by Soo Yun, they understand the importance of seizing opportunities and being grateful. Without any hesitation, Soo Yun brought the 4 of them to Bayern's youth training camp. Including his 4 sons, there are now 8 Chinese superstars in Bayern's youth training camp. Chapter 386. A lifetime of football. What is most shocking is that after the World Cup, Soo Yun brought 4 more players from China. Although they're not all 15 like the previous 3 batches, but rather 5 to 6-year-old young players, according to the testing from Manchester City's youth training camp. Their talents seem to be no less than the 11 super talents Soo Yun discovered earlier. Although these 4 young players will need another decade to grow up. Just looking at the current age composition of the Chinese team, R&T, they fill in the gaps left by the aging players like Qinjin. Additionally, Soo Yun's eldest son is already 15. Even the youngest son is already 10. The level of football talent among Soo Yun's 4 sons is no longer a secret. In this context, the reserve talent pool for the Chinese team is terrifyingly impressive. Furthermore, although Soo Yun is already 35 years old, just look at his condition. He shows no signs of being past his peak. Indeed, after finishing the season with Bayern and joining Manchester City, Soo Yun invested all his accumulated football god coins to extend his peak period to 37 years old. Moreover, after this World Cup, the system also compensated Soo Yun with a peak maintenance card due to only providing an enhanced talent search card.